benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Fintera simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf Chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Fintera's Waqf Chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University, Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary dust. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trusts from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary deaths. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trust, from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning, everybody. My name is Azura Abdurazak, and I have the honor to be the Master of Ceremony of the 9th Global Waqf Conference. Yang amat berbahagia, Tuan yang terutama, Tuan Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak, Yang di-Pertua Negeri Pulau Pinang, Honorable Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President, International Islamic University, Malaysia, Honorable Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Convener, Global Waqf Conference, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, Dean, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Honorable Associate Professor Tuan Dr. Nur Asyah Muhammad, Director, 9th Global Waqf Conference, distinguished keynote speakers, the representatives from Global Waqf Conference strategic partners, university academics, administrators, and postgraduate students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of the 920 participants to the 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021, which takes place today and tomorrow, the 1st and 2nd of December 2021. It is proudly being organized by the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws and Harum M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM, in collaboration with Fintera, University Tun Abdul Razak, Unirazak, Al Madinah International University, Mediu, the Waqf Center for Indonesian Development and Studies, WASID, and Islamia University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan, IUB. Without further ado, let us raise our hands together for the Dua recitation, followed by the IIUM song.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي جعل أول يومنا هذا صلاحا وأوسطه فلاحا وآخره نجاحا والصلاة والسلام على آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى. O Allah, we beg Thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah, in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, on this glorious day, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this international webinar on this auspicious day. We seek your blessings for a progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, make the days that we have gone through continue with your mercy and end with your guidance and forgiveness. And also make the days we have gone through with guidance and end with victory and excellence. Make us a responsible intellectual and grant us valuable knowledge that will be beneficial for mankind in order to gain your mercy. Open the ways for opportunities that benefit our nation, country, and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless. And guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safekeep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum.
Lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, to all the world for all mankind.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first day of the conference will begin with a welcoming remark from Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Beshoan, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM. Please welcome.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang amat berbahagia Tuan Yang Utama Tun Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak, Yang di-Pertua Negeri Pulau Pinang, Honorable Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Convener Global Waqf Conference and Chairman of Pusat Waqf Mawib Sdn Bhd, Honorable Associate Professor Tok Puan Dr. Nur Asiah Muhammad, the Director of 9th Global Waqf Conference, distinguished keynote speakers, paper presenters, the representative from GWC strategic partners, colleagues and sponsors, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It is with great pleasure to be in this auspicious international gathering of the 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. On behalf of the International Islamic University Malaysia, I would like to welcome all delegates to the Global Waqf Conference webinar. I also would like to express my appreciation to the organizing committee from all of the GWC strategic partners, namely Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IUM, Fintera, Uni Razak, Al-Madinah International University, and our two new strategic partners, Waqf Center for Indonesia Development and Studies, and Islamic University of Bahawalpur, Pakistan. Since 2013 until today, Global Waqf Conference has developed ties with many strategic partners, such as the International Center for Waqf Research, ICWR, IIUM, Multimedia University, Yayasan Universiti Multimedia, Yayasan Kajian dan Pembangunan DPMM, Dewan Perniagaan Melayu Malaysia, iWaqf, Awqaf Holdings Berhad, PCOM's International University College, INHAD, IIUM, and we have also our international linkages such as Islamic Development Bank, Fatih Sultan Mehmed Waqf University, Swansea University, Russian National Institute of Public Administration, Moscow, Directorate General of Foundation, Prime Minister's Department, Republic of Turkey, Awqaf South Africa, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Riau, Pekanbaru, Indonesia, the Central Islamic Committee Thailand, Kuwait Awqaf Foundation. The two days event from today, 1st and 2nd December 2021, will gather many great speakers, Waqf practitioners, academicians, researchers locally and abroad. The two-day events I believe the speakers and participants will help us attain the objective of the conference. And our objective is basically to disseminate latest research findings on Waqf and other Islamic social finance, as well as charitable works, to discuss, to analyze, and to construct ideas on Waqf development and management locally and globally, to provide an avenue of thoughts in embracing and planning for future Waqf prospect, to establish linkages in developing Waqf assets and capital. Ladies and gentlemen, similar to the previous years, the 9th Global Waqf Conference aims to bring together Waqf experts, researchers, scholars, industry players, and financiers to present and to share their research findings and experiences involving Waqf or related matters. Due to the global pandemic, as well as travel restrictions, the conference is planned on a webinar basis with several parallel sessions over the span of 2 days. The broad theme of the 9th Global Waqf Conference is embracing the present and envisaging the future. As we know, 2021 has been riddled with a lot of challenges and uncertainties. Healthcare, job security, access to education, as well as the economy around the world has been significantly impacted. This pandemic, had inadvertently placed a spotlight on the role of charitable and philanthropic bodies, including Waqf institutions. Hence, there is an urgency to assess, to review, and to revise our approach in managing and administering Waqf, while addressing several uprising issues, such as the amplification of racial inequity due to the pandemic, weak public health response, disruption of the education system, as well as the climate crisis. All the efforts have to be addressed not only on the current, but also the future expectation of the people. Hence, this conference assigns specific slots for presentation, especially on the technological preparation in addressing the global Waqf issues. The 9th Global Waqf Conference seeks to unfold these ongoing problems while identifying the role of Waqf in providing solutions. This conference is also committed in promoting Waqf and other philanthropic acts as a catalyst in charitable acts and presenting Waqf beyond the traditional religious perspective, as well as Islamic social finance and philanthropy. It proposes to show a framework or master plan of Waqf as a guideline to bring Waqf to another level of charitable work. Waqf must have the answer for the current challenges. The answer must be practical and perhaps ready to challenge the common principle of Waqf as developed by Muslim jurists on the basis of maslahah for the Ummah. It is hoped that this conference will open for ideas, evidence, and opportunities to collaborate with the government at the local, state, and international levels. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have received more than 500 registered participants with a total of 40 presenters and 5 keynote speakers and 11 presentations from the Waqf practitioners with 30 international researchers and the rest are local presenters. The 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021 is blessed for having the Tuan Yang Terutama Pulau Pinang, Tun Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak, to officiate the event. Thank you very much, Tun. On behalf of IUM and the organizing committee, allow me to extend our appreciation to Tan Sri Dr. Daud Bakar, Dr. Hisham Daftardar, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Noor, Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki, and Professor Dr. Athar Mahbub for sharing their thoughts in this Global Waqf Conference. And of course, the respected paper presenters and participants. This year, the organizing committee has also managed to publish an edited book on this year's Global Waqf series, consisting of selected papers from this conference as recommended by the scientific reviewers. This book is the Global Waqf Conference book, series number 3, entitled Waqf, Past, Present, and Future. For this publication, we would like to acknowledge our sponsors, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Yayasan University Multimedia, as well as PCOMS. Special thanks to Datuk Ghazali Muhammad Noor, his family and Mawib, and other individuals who have directly and indirectly contributed to the success of this event. May Allah grant His blessing for these noble and virtuous deeds. Before I end my remarks, I hope that the 2 days program will lead us to a step closer in bringing Waqf to the society. Hence, Waqf research should provide alternative for the people in a more practical and acceptable nature, so that the research finding shall not be put on the shelves in the library or saved in the computers only. The organizing committee will prepare the resolution from this conference. As practiced in the previous years, the resolution will be sent to Waqf stakeholders and the government through its agencies such as Mine and Jauhar. Thus, this conference will be followed by knowledge sharing sessions, Waqf Talk series, industry dialogues, including a dialogue with the respective stakeholders and policymakers of Waqf. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite everyone present today to actively participate in the webinar and to explore what Islamic social finances has to offer. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat keluarga Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Farid Sufian, for your welcoming remarks. It is unfortunate that Dr. Farid has other university commitments to attend to, so he will not be able to join us in the Senate hall for too long. But inshallah, he will be with us online.
All right. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honor to invite Tun Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fauzi bin Haji Abdul Razak, Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Pulau Pinang, for his opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar, President International Islamic University Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Convener of 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. Yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Farid Sufian Shuaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia. Associate Professor Puan Dr. Noor Asiah Muhammad, Director of the 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. Distinguished panel presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sabah al-Khair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us first express our gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has granted countless blessings and has permitted us the opportunity to gather in this virtual 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. I would like to begin by congratulating the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, and Harun M. Hashim Law Center and their main collaborators, University Tun Abdul Razak, Al-Madinah International University, Fentera, Waqf Center for Indonesian Development and Studies, WASITS, and the Islamia University Bahawalpur, Pakistan, for hosting and co-organizing the 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. I would like to commend in particular the committee members under the leadership of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Professor Dr. Farid Sufian Shuaib, and the director of the conference, Associate Professor Puan Noor Asiah Muhammad, for their relentless efforts and enthusiasm in promoting Waqf and other Islamic social finance through the Global Waqf Conference since the year 2014. I take this opportunity to welcome WASITS and Islamia University Bahawalpur, Pakistan, as the new collaborators for this year's event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be invited here today to address the issue of Waqf and other Islamic social finance. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has left us with many challenges ahead. These challenges require answers and solutions. Some of the solutions can be found within the practice of Islamic social philanthropy or Waqf. This virtual Waqf conference is special. It promotes intellectual discourse on Waqf. It encourages people to give with the faith that in return they will get more. Waqf is a trade with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In explaining this divine practice in the Al-Quran Al-Karim, in Surah Al-Baqarah verse 261, gives us a clear formula of profit which shall never fail. The example of those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah is like a seed of grain which grows 7 spikes. In each spike is 100 grains, and Allah multiplies His reward for whom He wills, and Allah is all-encompassing and knowing. Having been enlightened on this opportunity, we learn that the companions of the Prophet Muhammad SAW made every effort to contribute the best of what they own. It was reported that none of the Sahaba missed doing sadaqah or waqf, or giving the best out of what they have after learning about this verse. Waqf is a form of worship involving assets and finance matters prescribed by the Sharia. It is a means how an owner of a property seeks forgiveness from his Lord, the Almighty. He manifests his gratitude to the benefactor for the gift of the property. Dedication through waqf fulfills the basic needs of the needy and the society in a continued and guaranteed way. It is remarkable that Al-Quran explains about waqf as a business with guaranteed perpetual reward. Waqf is a practice that can give benefits and continuous rewards from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in line with the saying by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when a man dies, all his good deeds come to an end except three: charity, sadaqah zariyah, beneficial knowledge, and a righteous son who prays for him. Waqf has a very long-lasting impact. By virtue of waqf, we now witness the existence of Kaabah in Mecca, Masjidil Aqsa in Jerusalem, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and the Al-Azhar University in Egypt. We also enjoy visiting the masjid and the bazaar of Karawiyin in Fez, Morocco. We witness the growth of waqf of Sayyidina Uthman Radiallahu Anhu in Medina, and enjoy the manfa'ah when we visit the holy city of Mecca till the present. These are a select few from thousands of successful examples of waqf, not to mention the innumerable mosques and musalla that stand as religious waqf properties all over the globe. And so, generation after generation, we witness the growth of waqf not only as an act to assist society, but also individuals and family through waqf. It does not only add to deeds, but also became an instrument for social connection and change. Thus, in addition to mosques, madrasas, or land for cemeteries, the products of waqf include hospitals, universities, bazaar or shopping arcades, rest and recreation areas, cash, war equipment or services tended to benefit others, as well as intellectual properties such as books or ideas. Indeed, waqf has become an important service providing institution. The history, as I mentioned earlier, shows that waqf has been a major source of education, healthcare services, religious activities, as well as a catalyst for economic development, thus helping to provide security and employment to enrich the socio-economic status of the Ummah. Historical records show that rich merchants among the Arabs or Indian Muslims who understood and strived for the highest profit in trading with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala perpetuate waqf wherever they traveled. They also left their wealth in service of the society all over the world in various forms of mawquf, either mosques, madrasas, shop lots, or even left their descendants to carry on maintaining the waqf assets. In Penang, Captain Kling Mosque was built by Captain Kadir Muhyiddin in 1802. It is the waqf of the Indian Muslim community. Built in several stages from 1802 to 1920, the mosque building and the surrounding waqf properties have enriched and contributed much to the religious, social and commercial diversity and continuity of the history in Penang. In Kuala Lumpur, Menara Bank Islam in Wilayah Persekutuan is a clear testimony of how important waqf is in economic development, thanks to the generosity of Ahmad Daudi Dadaboy. All these waqf assets benefit the entire community. This is the beauty of waqf. Waqf is indeed for all. There is no limit of boundary or jurisdiction. The rich and the poor can enjoy the manfa'ah from waqf. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me now address a bit on today's theme of the conference, embracing the present and envisaging the future. Waqf is not a mere charity, but part of social finance institution that require innovation in many aspects. As such, issues and knowledge about Waqf have to be comprehensively addressed, meeting the contemporary needs of the society in order to maximize benefit from it for the socio-economic well-being of the Ummah. It is timely for Waqf trustee, whether they be the government, institution or individual, to invest in innovative Waqf practices. In the 15th century, the Uthmaniyah era had creatively introduced cash Waqf or Waqf an-Nuqud. It was not a smooth journey. Debates and rejection by some of the then Muslim jurists had slowed down the implementation of cash Waqf, in which today the wisdom has been witnessed and recognized globally. The futuristic Uthmaniyah leaders and the creativity of the Sharia architects on the principles of Waqf are a real breakthrough. Even if such wisdom of Waqf would only be recognized in the next 2 decades or 2 centuries to come, let us start somewhere today. Moving from cash Waqf, the Waqf architect of today has built the framework of fintech and incorporated in Waqf practice. As a result, Waqf is now joining other financial institutions in permeating fintech through blockchain and other digital crowdfunding platforms. Blockchain has made it possible to fast-track global contribution where transparency is assured. Here in Malaysia, Fintera, a global cloud-based fintech service provider, has introduced digital ledger technology for crowdfunding. This later requires consideration of smart contracts for Waqf projects. The special features of smart contract, including self-enforceability and immutability, seem compatible with the roles of Waqf. Having said that, the traits of honesty and truthfulness of the personnel handling Waqf are still crucial. Smart contract technology is not free from misuse, and as a system, it needs development. It cannot avoid legal checks at all points. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the administration and governance of Waqf has undergone changes throughout history. It includes the call for revival of Waqf practices and redevelopment of idle Waqf properties. As a result, reforms have been instituted in several countries by establishing a specific department for Waqf, such as in Egypt, Sudan, Kuwait, and Malaysia. In 2004, a special department in Malaysia called the Department of Waqf, Zakat and Hajj, Johar, was established to coordinate programs for Waqf with the State Islamic Religious Council. Johar has already initiated several manuals on Waqf management. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is still a long journey for us to achieve the maximum potential of Islamic social finance, including Waqf. History reveals that many Waqf institutions have collapsed in the hands of a greedy trustee or mutawali or nazir. There are many undeveloped Waqf properties due to an inability to resolve administrative and governance issues on Waqf. In Malaysia, it is estimated that there are about 9,937 hectares of undeveloped Waqf land, with an estimated value of Ringgit Malaysia 1.9 billion, half of which are in the form of general Waqf without any specific beneficiaries. These assets need appropriate and qualified persons to manage them. Certainly, similar to Islamic finance, when Islamic social finance grows, it will take on greater importance in the country's financial system. It will be important to nurture this development in a safe and sound manner. There are also a number of important policy issues that will need to be tackled to reap its full benefits. Let me turn to that now. We need greater consistency in the application of regulation and supervision in order to allow the Waqf institution to thrive. At the global level, Islamic standard setters must be designed and put in place. The challenge for policymakers is to help Waqf to reach its full potential, namely, how to further strengthen regulation and supervision to ensure financial stability and innovation on Waqf within the Sharia perimeters. It is high time for Waqf to have wider and greater international consistency in the application of regulatory and supervisory standards. Internationally, there must be a body taking this assignment either under the Islamic Development Bank or IRTI, AAOIFI, OIC or others. This seems to be of utmost importance in the Malaysian context where Waqf falls under different states' jurisdiction. A proactive role of Johor as coordinator and oversight authority is necessary, similar to Islamic Financial Services Board. This is essential not only because it helps manage the specific risks associated with Islamic finance, but raise the level of confidence and trust of people on Waqf institution and management. At the same time, we should ensure that Waqf and other Islamic social finance institutions are not under-regulated or over-regulated, and that standards are adapted to take into account the specific features of Islamic products. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Waqf management is a process of management and planning for the future. Thus, it should be done within a clear legal framework, guarded by a moral economy and dominated by the notion of justice, equity and redistribution. Unlocking the true potential of Islamic social finance requires new transformations, in particular in Malaysia. The Mutawali must be open enough to share the responsibility to develop and maintain Waqf assets. Managing Waqf is about assets and development and must be strengthened through accounting and auditing. Protecting Waqf assets also means developing them to ensure a good return for the benefit of the beneficiaries. Leaving the land idle is unethical and tantamount to a failed duty. Hence, as long as other parties are qualified, they should be given the opportunity to enhance the value of Waqf assets within a flexible but well-monitored framework, such as a proper standard operating procedures and a comprehensive law. New principles and products can be designed based on the employment of the Maqasid or Al-Sharia. It then becomes more crucial to develop clear provisions permitting for family Waqf, temporary Waqf, encouraging Waqf Mushtarak, and enhancement of corporate Waqf with a strong monitoring policy to promote the dynamism of Waqf. Waqf requires strong cooperation and commitments among all stakeholders, especially the Mutawali, the government, the public, the beneficiaries, and the Waqif. I am pleased to see that this spirit is embodied at present by the Majlis Agama Islam, cooperating with developers such as UDA in Penang or Tabung Haji Development in Kuala Lumpur. Another recurrent issue is on public awareness about the importance of Waqf. The people must not only be aware but have some knowledge about Waqf. This can be done with a more planned Waqf education. It should start from schools. A proper syllabus can perhaps be developed either in the core subjects of history or economy to introduce the intricacies and benefit of Waqf. It can be a part of lifelong learning with living evidence of assets. Raising funds for purchasing a school van or providing fire extinguishers should be taught as not a mere act of crowdfunding, but an act of Waqf in the name of Allah for the people. There is then a divine responsibility of all to preserve and maintain it. Providing the source for maintaining the van or the fire extinguisher also could be another Waqf. With this, the existence of Waqf is normalized and sustained, as well as lightening the burden of the government. The government should see the potential for Waqf al-Irsad as a sustainable way to protect the interests of the Rakyat. It can be utilized to preserve and protect strategic properties such as forest reserves, marine reserves, or parks. In Malaysia, We wish to see the emergence of more Ahmad Dauji Dadaboy, a prudent Waqf architect. We need also to groom more Tan Sri Ali Hashims, the architect of corporate Waqf, who took Waqf as part of jihad for economy. I wish to conclude by quoting the wise words of Ibn Khaldun, the great Arab philosopher, historian, and father of sociology, who once said, "He who finds a new path is a pathfinder, even if the trail has to be found again by others. And he who walks far ahead of his contemporaries is a leader, even though centuries pass before he is recognized as such." With that, I wish all participants a successful conference. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us all. Thank you. Wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Tun, for your opening remarks. We shall now present a short video to officially launch the 9th Global Waqf Conference.
ينفقون أموالهم بالليل والنهار سرا وعلانية فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون.
Recognized as the most notable expression of Islamic philanthropy, Waqf is the voluntary, permanent, and irrevocable dedication of a portion of one's wealth, in cash or kind, to provide for continuous streams of benefits to the community, both Muslims and non-Muslims. Standing out as one of the greatest achievements of Islamic civilization, Waqf is a philanthropic foundation, an integral part of Islamic society, with the mission of maximizing the value of endowments. For hundreds of years, Waqf was used to lift millions out of poverty, foster trust between the community and the donors, and served as a tool for community empowerment and poverty alleviation. Also known as Sadaqah Jariyah, Waqf is irrevocable, inalienable, and provides perpetual rewards that add to the social welfare of communities. It plays a significant role in creating a sustainable economic model for future generations, whilst covering a wide range of public services like clothing, food, shelter, education, and healthcare, which have a direct bearing on economic growth and quality of life. However, in the last 2 centuries, the institution and importance of Waqf has seen a decline, from a way of life to merely a religious belief. Orchestrated by the colonial powers, Waqf assets today exist in smaller numbers, lying idle, underutilized, and mismanaged. Now, one of the pioneering, largest and most comprehensive forums, the Global Waqf Conference, has been established to provide a platform that can help in the development of Waqf on a global scale. The brainchild of Dato Dr. Syed Ali Alatas, the chairman of the National Malay Chamber of Commerce, who helped set up the International Centre for Waqf Research, or ICWR, in partnership with IIUM, the Global Waqf Conference has successfully been held in Turkey, Russia, Wales, Indonesia, and most recently Thailand, while the inaugural conference took place in Malaysia in 2013. This year, the conference has returned to Malaysia with the aim of establishing clarity and understanding of Waqf in light of improvements to governance, new developments, new economic alternatives, innovations, and technologies. This platform further encourages engagement between the current generation and the millennials in exploring new approaches to restore the historic justice and the lost legacy of Waqf in its proper capacity as a sustainable economic model, while also reviving the Sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Welcome to this Global Waqf Conference, taking Waqf into the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Baka. Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Baka has been appointed as the 8th President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, effective on 1st July 2019 until 30th June 2022. He is the founder and executive chairman of Amani Group. One of its flagship companies, namely Amani Advisors, is operating in a few cities globally. He has recently been appointed as the chairman of the Federal Territories Islamic Religious Council effective from 15th February 2021. He also serves as the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Council, SAC, of the Astana International Financial Center, Kazakhstan, and at the Central Bank of Malaysia, the Securities Commission of Malaysia, the Labuan Financial Services Authority, the First Abu Dhabi Bank, and Permodalan Nasional Berhad. Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud is also a Sharia board member of various global financial institutions around the world and is a member of several corporate bodies in Malaysia. Tan Sri has also received numerous awards from various bodies in Malaysia and Dubai. Tan Sri has also authored numerous books on various subjects. I now humbly invite Tan Sri Dr. Daud Bakar, President of IIUM and Chairman of MAWIP, to present his speech entitled New Paradigm of New Jurisprudence of Waqf.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khairi khalqihi wa khairil anam wa sayyidil mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Salatan wa salaman ala alihi al-athhar wa ashabi al-akhyar amma ba'd. Yang amat berbahagia, Tuan Yang Terutama, Tuan Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fauzi Abdul Razak, Yang Dipertua Negeri Pulau Pinang. Honorable Datuk Dr. Mat Ghazali Makno, Convener Global Waqf Conference, Profesor Dr. Farid Sofian Shuaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Honorable Associate Professor Tuh Puan Dr. Nur Asia Muhammad, Director 9 Global Waqf Conference, distinguished keynote speakers, representatives from Global Waqf Conference, strategic partners and collaborators, university academicians, administrators and postgraduate students, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day. I have all the pleasure to welcome everyone to our 9th Global Waqf Conference 2021. It is indeed a very timely event to end this year of 2021. As we embark on New Year of 2022, expecting the new changes in the whole community of the world, we need to underscore the very importance of Waqf. Waqf, as everyone is aware, has been very instrumental in the past, which was not the case at the current time. This has given us a new challenge to come together, to think collectively and critically and perhaps objectively to underscore the very solution to revive the Waqf instrument in years to come. On that score, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing this important event of 9 Global Waqf Conference 2021. It goes without saying that as much as we would like to see the development of Waqf within our community, we need to take few steps backward and try to understand the pain points, the challenges which we are facing when we are trying our level best to revive and to deploy or redeploy the Waqf instrument in the community. On this score, I have taken the liberty to speak on a topic which is very close and dear to my heart, new paradigm of new jurisprudence of Waqf. As much as, again, we would like to believe Waqf has been powerful, has been instrumental, but there could be some changes in terms of the mindset, in terms of jurisprudential outlook of the Waqf instrument. So on that score, allow me in this keynote address to challenge the great mind of the participant, the speakers, the keynote speakers, and the moderators and the participant entirely to relook into the matter from a new perspective, a new paradigm, if you allow me. Basically, the mindset of many of the thinkers, philosophers, even the policymakers in the country, we have been inclined or motivated all the time to speak about Waqf distribution. Or in other words, what could we do with Waqf to build our community? And everyone has been biased, has been pushed towards that direction. I think without any doubt, to distribute Waqf and to use Waqf to develop the new society, the new version of the Ummah is easy. Distribution has been always easy to do. What is more challenging is to articulate and to put forth new narrative of Waqf collection, Waqf generation, Waqf deployment, and Waqf contribution by each and every organ of the society. So the jurisprudence of distribution, jurisprudence of making Waqf workable and deployable is an easy task to start with. So perhaps in the years to come or in months to come, we need to focus a bit on zakat collection, zakat contribution by the society at all levels. And the mindset of, talking about if we have the Waqf, we can do the following projects, we can venture into educational, economic deployment, job creation, infrastructure for the environment, for the mosque, for Islamic religious facilities and whatnot. It's good, but it's not rightly at the moment because we are still lacking behind in terms of zakat, in terms of Waqf creation and Waqf generation. So the first jurisprudence point that I have all the pleasure to bring forth and put on the table is basically how much do we really talk about Waqf generation and Waqf creation. Waqf creation and Waqf generation is much more challenging compared to the Waqf distribution. I'm sure in this event, in this seminar, we are motivated to talk on two aspects, Waqf creation and generation and Waqf deployment and Waqf distribution back to the society. Of course, the more we talk about zakat creation and how can we encourage more stakeholders to be part of the Waqf generation and creation, the better would be for our society. The Ummah has been talking about zakat or Waqf deployment all the way long, and this should stop for a while, and we have to give more time, more focus, more research paper, more intellectual mind to see what went wrong in the past that we have not been able to collect new Waqf asset, to create new Waqf asset in the society. In the case of Malaysia, for example, the net worth of the old Waqf are still higher than the net worth of the new Waqf, as far as I'm concerned, based on my limited knowledge of the Waqf creation in the country. I'm not so sure about other geographies of the world, but it seems the creation of new Waqf has not been very encouraging because we stopped talking about Waqf creation and generation. We tend to focus more what can we do if we have the Waqf at the first place. So before we talk about Waqf deployment and the utilization, I would argue very much that we need to refocus, we need to give more emphasis on Waqf creation and generation, the fiqh of Waqf generation or creation, and not the fiqh or the jurisprudence of Waqf deployment. So this is the first pillar and vertical I have all the pleasure to share with everyone. The second element that I feel very much motivated to share with everyone is about the source of Waqf, the origin of Waqf. How do we get Waqf in the first place? Again, in the past, we have seen the history. The Waqf has been created through the public wealth, meaning to say from the public ownership. People on the street, either they are wealthy or they are not that wealthy, they were coming forth to create the Waqf for the society. They were creating Waqf on their land, on their property, on their asset, on their perhaps cash money, and what have you. And in the case of Malaysia, as we speak, we are trying to use the agencies, those who have been appointed by the authority, to engage with the public, encouraging them to come forward and to create Waqf under the registration or the leadership of these agencies. So the agencies on one hand and the public on the other. Without looking into the real data that we have, I have the feeling that this way of doing things has not been that successful, because the agencies being established, being created by the authorities, they are not able to interact directly with the public. And the public at large will take a longer time for them to be educated. Even if they are educated, they have the motivation to contribute. The net worth or the amount of wealth they have that is disposable for Waqf is not that big compared to the ownership and the wealth of the corporate sector. So on this score, I would like to invite everyone to bring forth a new jurisprudence. How could we engage and interact with the other source of Waqf? Not the public, not the retail people on the street, those who have been donating and creating Waqf in the past, because their contribution to the Waqf will not be that big. And that's why we cannot be celebrating the Waqf asset as we speak, because the assets of Waqf is not that encouraging compared to the other assets of the endowment, foundation, or even the government budget for that matter. My argument on this score is to create a new source of Waqf creation or generation by working closely with the corporate sectors. Corporate sectors, they have the system, they have the asset, they have the people under them, they have workers, they have employees who have been working with them, and what more, sometimes they have the depositors with them, they have those who are putting their money within that organization. What I'm trying to say is that if we can create a new source of zakat creation in a more impactful manner, then we can see that Waqf has the potential and should have the potential to become the game changer in the future. Having said this, I would like to put a motion across the board that perhaps the idea of appointing the corporate entities to become the mutawalli, those who have been appointed by the agencies, the state agencies or the government agencies to collect and distribute and manage Waqf, can be outsourced to this mutawalli. And these people have the system, the people, the asset, they have the revenue, they have the income, so they are in the better position to make Waqf more impactful. And this is the missing link in our society. Our jurisprudence, our understanding of Waqf has been very limited to the individual in the public affair to be managed and to be looked after by the agencies. It's not good enough moving forward. If the agency were to engage with perhaps all the GLC in a particular country and nation, and we can see that many Waqf fund can be created first in the interest and for the benefit of the beneficiaries under their own wing and leadership, and some of the revenue of Waqf can be given back to the religious authority who has given them the power to manage the Waqf under the concept of mutawalli. The concept of mutawalli should be democratized, should be made more available easily to the people to apply and to get one if they have applied. So this is a new jurisprudence. We have to democratize everything. People can fly easily, people can have access to shopping platform, people can do whatever they want with a small amount of money and time, but we have not democratized the Waqf as yet. We think that the individual, the people on the street, the public are the biggest contributors to Waqf. The time has changed, or the time has come for us to look into this matter differently. The third element I would like to focus would be the new term or the new form of Waqf asset. As everyone is aware, the debate of the fuqaha, the scholars on the asset to be waqafized or to be to be created as Waqf is gone by now. Everyone, not everyone of course, the majority of the modern scholars are okay and are willing to accept the new form of Waqf, from property, landed property, to the mobile property, to shares, financial asset, to cash, and even to services or al-khadamat, Waqf al-manafi', Waqf al-khadamat. So the evolution of Waqf asset which are recognized as valid and legitimate has been widely accepted by the scholars, globally speaking or generally speaking, though some scholars are still having problem in recognizing Waqf assets which are not tangible, which are financial in character, and which are not perpetual in character. I think as far as I'm concerned, to make the Waqf the agenda of the future, we have to create a new fiqh, a new jurisprudence of the form of Waqf. Everything that can benefit the society, anything which is beneficial to the society, even for few moments, even for few hours, few days and months and years, that should be deemed as legitimate Waqf asset to be reckoned with and to be accepted by all the stakeholders of Waqf. The failure to widen the form of asset for the Waqf to be recognized is the biggest failure. And we need to do more research. I would like to encourage the potential and the great researchers among us in this conference or beyond to spend more time into looking at the very Sharia and commercial decision of making an asset a Waqfable asset as we speak, as we progress further. And this could be the main focus perhaps of this conference and the subsequent conferences, to look, because everything and anything that is beneficial to human can be made of Waqf, can be Waqfized. Data, internet or internet data, the services and the airtime and the cloud and what have you, the modern form of asset should be discussed thoroughly by the scholars. And I would like to argue that this is the time for us in this conference to be bold enough, to be courageous enough to not to challenge, but to relook and to re-examine the very position of Waqf asset in the whole grand design of Waqf discussion. Waqf is meant to benefit the people, which is distinctive from sadaqah, and we can allow some ijtihad, some interpretation which are flexible enough, which are accommodating enough to make Waqf really close to our heart and very functional in our community. People are willing to donate or to make Waqf their property until they die. Whenever they die, the property will come back to their inheritance or to their family members. Are we going to allow that? We need to discuss further. This is the so-called the Waqf Mu'aqqad, temporary Waqf. And many people are going to that direction. In fact, in the case of Malaysia, we have seen a few unit trusts, Islamic unit trust fund have launched their product, allowing their unit holders to write the Waqf deed on the dividend of the investment. Either 100% will go to Waqf recipient, or perhaps 50-50. 50% will be reinvested, 50% will be channeled to the lease of Waqf recipient as agreed by the fund manager and the Waqf creator. And this is not going to stop under this kind of one asset classes and what have you. We need to create more asset classes for the Waqf to grow bigger and to be more impactful to the society. The other element of Waqf is not only a socio-economic instrument, it complements zakat quite well. It helps to distribute the wealth in the society throughout the years, because for zakat, the haul and the period for zakatable amount to be calculated is normally yearly basis. And this, other than few zakatable asset, the rest need to go through over 1 year after spending whatever they have to spend. And if the surplus of the wealth is more than the limit required under Sharia, then the owner of the wealth should be channeling the money to community. Normally, it will take 1 year for every asset to match, to be calculated and to be recognized as zakatable amount to be paid to the society. For Waqf, it is evergreen. It is always functional in the society. What is lacking from the jurisprudential point of view, can we discuss together collectively to make Waqf a state policy kind of instrument? And this has not been discussed thoroughly from the fiqhi, from the siyasah syar'iyah, from the legalistic point of view, from the taxation point of view, and what have you. In this great event, I have taken the liberty to put a motion to everyone to consider and to take into account the idea of making Waqf part of the state policy in many ways. For example, if the state or the nation or the country were to award any contract more than certain threshold, for example, more than 100 million or 200 million and above, perhaps the state, either through Islamic Religious Council or from the National Religious Council of the country, of the nation, be it in Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigeria, or in Kuwait, or what have you, there could be a policy stating clearly that 1% of the budget from the government must be put aside for the Waqf to help the Waqf institution and Waqf recipient to benefit from the great budget of the infrastructure of the country. And if we were to do this as a matter of example, naturally the Waqf fund can develop in that particular country in sync with the projects being granted to the developer to develop school, hospital, highway, and 1% of that cost, the concession cost, can be put under special account or special fund, Waqf Development Fund, and that will help the society. This is something that we can make it a mandatory from the siyasah syariah perspective, from the policy-driven Sharia ruling. Because Sharia, as you know, is sometimes justified by the legal evidence from the Quran, from Sunnah, and sometimes from the policy, from the high policy of the government to make it part of the law, part of the requirement. And there's nothing to stop us from putting the argument that the Waqf can be made part and integral of the state policy when it comes to procurement, when it comes to award, when it comes to the certain grant projects to be given to the contractor. I would argue that the contractors or developers for that matter would not have any issue by giving back 1% of the contracted money paying to them back to the society. And by doing that, they are also seen as a contributor of Waqf back to the society, as if the Waqf has been created by them for the sake of the community. And last but not least, we need to look into a few peculiar issues facing us in the society. One of them would be the fiqhi discussion relating to the issues of istibdal and monetization tawriq and long-term lease, and as well as I'm going to touch a bit on nationalization of Waqf. Coming back to istibdal, istibdal has been a very classical concept. It served the purpose well, where a particular Waqf asset cannot be developed for one reason or another. That asset can be substituted with another asset, perhaps in another location, that can help the Waqf authorities to develop and to make that asset functional and beneficial to the society. For whatever reason, a particular fixed asset of Waqf cannot be touched, cannot be used, cannot be developed, then we have to sell that asset and we have to substitute that asset with another asset which is of equal or higher value to serve the purpose of the intention of the Waqf creator and Waqf founder for that matter. This has been settled in Islamic jurisprudence. What is not discussed thoroughly is the concept of monetization of Waqf. In some cases, we have a piece of land which is very much productive, but sometimes the liability, the expenses to maintain the land and to develop the land has no financial support. So perhaps in this case, how are we going to develop the land of Waqf without having enough cash money, enough liquidity to develop, let's say, school or hospital or mosque on that particular Waqf land? And that is the reason why the scholars in the past have discussed about tawriq, that is to securitize, to monetize certain pieces of Waqf land or property to get cash, and for the authority, those who are in charge in the community, in the nation, to use that surplus or that cash, the monetization proceed to develop something on that piece of land. And the idea of tawriq or securitization is very foreign within the Islamic scholars, whereas if you look into the classical book of fiqh, this concept of tawriq, that is the ability to liquidate a piece of the Waqf land, Waqf property to get cash to sustain the project or to develop the project or to maintain the project, is permissible under Sharia, subject to few requirements, for example, the approval by the judge in that particular region or that particular location. And we can put our own bylaw to allow the authorities to really sell off a portion of the Waqf to get the necessary cash and liquidity to develop, sustain, maintain, and in fact to create more immediate impact to the society. This is something we need to continue discussing to allow the idea of liquidity. Many Waqf assets are not liquid. They are illiquid. That's why they become a liability. They become a white elephant. They are not functional and they are not beneficial to the society because they are in the liquid form. The third would be, when it comes to the financing, the banks are reluctant to give the financing to the Waqf authorities and Waqf asset because the Waqf asset cannot be charged for the benefit of the financier or the lenders. And that has stopped many potential development on Waqf land everywhere in the world, not only in Malaysia, everywhere in the world, because the issue of limited recourse to the land because the land cannot be sold to the third party upon the default of the Waqf manager or administrator. So what is the solution? In the past, scholars have discussed about al-ijaratan, two parallel contract of lease contract or ijarah contract. One is long-term lease, one is short-term lease, to give the Waqf authority the ability to rent out their Waqf land or Waqf properties to someone to redevelop or to develop, to refurbish, what have you, for them to have a long-term benefit over the land without taking any charge, without the need to sell the commodity upon default, and afterward they can lease back the land to the Waqf authority for a short term for them to get some payment back to the bank. By doing that, the bank or the financier will be able to develop the property, the Waqf property, for long term, 50 years, 70 years, 100 years, and after 70 years or after 25 years, the land which is already developed can be returned back to the Waqf authority for the consumption of the society. This has been put in practice in the Ottoman Empire, very much a good and glaring case of study, and we need to relook into our new ijtihad to make it happen in the case of new context, new environment as we progress further. And the last one would be the nationalization of Waqf. Waqf can help certain agencies, certain government departments, certain government bodies to Waqfize, to make or to turn or to render their asset into Waqf asset, school, hospital, bridges, and whatever facility they have to be owned by the Waqf entities. Of course, this will create more impact to the Waqf asset, because Waqf asset will be leaving the balance sheet of the government, will be now recorded in the book of Waqf registrar in any particular jurisdiction either in the state or at national level. That asset is no longer owned by the government, neither by anyone in the government. It is owned by the community for the benefit of the community. This is a fresh idea, and we need to move forward to discuss collectively and with the inquisitive mind, how could we put the proposal to nationalize the national asset, not all of them, some of them which are very strategic, to become the Waqf asset in a particular country or nation. I think this is some of the point I have the pleasure to share with all of you in my keynote address. I hope that this point would open up our discussion freely, intellectually, and unlockingly, because Waqf is always open for ijtihad, is always open for new ideas, new perspective. No one has the power to limit the bandwidth of Waqf. Waqf is limitless. Waqf is not zakat. Waqf is not like prayer. Waqf is a social phenomenon. It's a social phenomenon. It's neither a financial nor a religious imperative. It is a combination of financial and religious requirement, to say the least. So inshallah, I would like to take the opportunity again to thank the organizing committee for allowing me, inviting me to say a few words in this unstructured kind of speech. But I really hope the ideas, the perspective I have been passionate in sharing with you would would open up and would give the impetus to look and relook and re-examine into the very essence of Waqf as we progress into a new year next year. And inshallah, I think if we can work together, if we can apply the collective wisdom, if we can apply the respected courage and determination, inshallah, Waqf can be revived and Waqf can be the new source of funding for the development of the social economics of the Muslim Ummah. Don't talk about deployment as yet. Don't talk about distribution as yet. Let us give more time to talk about Waqf creation and Waqf generation and Waqf financing of it, so that Waqf can grow bigger and bigger, wider and wider. And this is the success story of Waqf. The distribution, the deployment will come in no time. But the Waqf creation and Waqf generation is the most challenging task. Alhamdulillah, I have come to the end of my speech. Before I end this keynote address, I would like to again record my appreciation, my profound gratitude to all the organizing committee members, all the strategic partners who have come together with us at this university to make this conference a success. I look forward to welcoming you again in the next session. With that, أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for the insightful view. It is truly hope that there will be a growing dynamism regarding Waqf for the benefit of us all. It is now time for our second keynote speaker. I have the pleasure to introduce you to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Hashim Daftadar. Dr. Hashim Daftadar is an Australian finance expert based in Middle East. He graduated from Curtin University, Australia, and is a member of CPA Australia. Dr. Daftadar is an experienced Islamic banker with more than 20 years practice. He served the Islamic Development Bank in Saudi Arabia as business development manager in the Islamic Financial Services Department, where his responsibility included management of the Waqf Investment Fund and the development of Waqf commercial projects and investments. He represented IDB on the board of banks and investment companies and served as a member of the Product Development Committee of the International Islamic Financial Market in Bahrain. He is also a senior advisor at Bank Al Khair, Bahrain, leading a team on the development of Waqf properties and advising on all matters relating to mergers and acquisitions, product development, and endowment funds. He is also a consultant with the International Institute of Islamic Waqf. He is also the Middle East regional representative for the World Zakat Organization Malaysia and a founding member of the Ummah Development Waqf Bahrain. Dr. Daftadar authored and delivered a number of research papers and speeches at conferences and served as panelist and discussant at international seminars and roundtables on Waqf and Islamic banking. It is with great honor for me to invite our second keynote speaker, Dr. Hisham Daftadar, Chairman of Waqf Australia Limited, for his speech entitled The Role of Waqf in Support of SMEs.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة والتسليم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Distinguished participants, it is a great honor for me to be invited to take part in this 9th Global Waqf Conference and to speak on its important theme of Awqaf embracing the present and envisaging the future. The institution of Waqf has been a feature of Islamic civilization due to the important role it played in promoting social justice, fostering equitable redistribution of wealth, and leveling the field between the rich and the poor. Since the early days of Islam, Awqaf has featured prominently in the social and economic development of Muslim societies through the donation of durable assets for a wide range of charitable purposes. Awqaf has achieved notable strides in the areas of education, healthcare, and social welfare, and provided the link between economic development and social well-being by addressing the persistent needs of communities and building a sustainable way of life for the weaker sections of society. However, over the years, and due to a variety of reasons, including the legacy of colonization of many Muslim countries, a large number of Awqaf properties were expropriated or simply lost. And the role of the Waqf as an effective mechanism for social and economic development had become neglected and somewhat forgotten. Many of the Waqf properties remained undeveloped or underutilized, and the latent wealth of Awqaf remains to date largely untapped. If properly developed, this wealth would significantly contribute to the rise of the economy at both the national and global levels. While the institution of Waqf has generally been overlooked, there has been in recent years an increasing awareness of the role of Awqaf in social and economic development. The importance of the Waqf is now seen in terms of its huge and diversified portfolio of assets, in terms of its social expenditure, in the number of employees, volunteers, and stakeholders, and in its economic output, which is now contributing significantly to the country's GDP. With such a significant economic output and social services, and with the growth in number, size, and diversity of Awqaf institutions entrusted with Awqaf properties and social programs, Awqaf is no longer seen as an exclusively religious sector. With a broader business focus, it became clear that Awqaf is in fact an important industry, an emotive industry. It is impossible to keep Awqaf and emotions apart. It is an industry where the heart and mind have to fire simultaneously, an industry that pumps out daily solutions to people in need, alleviating poverty and enhancing welfare. Muslim governments, realizing the scale and scope of Awqaf, embarked on reforming the governance and administration of the Waqf sector in their countries. They built up substantial portfolios of assets and investments and initiated programs for developing their Waqf properties. However, in spite of all government efforts, no government is able to service efficiently all of the welfare purposes, especially the delivery of speedy aid and humanitarian support to vulnerable groups. The Waqf, as a faith-based charitable institution, remained more firmly tied to society than to the state, and continued to have a higher degree of popular trust in having grassroots knowledge and much better access to people in need of support than any government agency. On their part, Waqf institutions, as development agents, started reconsidering their status and methods of operation to be more efficient and effective in building the future of their communities. Creating a Waqf is an act of worship. It is a sunnah, and this makes it a voluntary act of benevolence. And this is what gave the sector the public support that contributed to a large degree in shaping its independence. It is nearly impossible to envision a Muslim country or a Muslim community without Waqf. Therefore, to despiritualize Awqaf means that Awqaf will no longer be the popular and effective engine of welfare that it is meant to be. The recent surge of interest in Awqaf is due to the increasing awareness of the role of the Waqf in social and economic development. Awqaf is rapidly emerging as a vibrant social enterprise, unique in its blend of financial and social goals. Awqaf is present in all facets of life, ranging from education, healthcare to social services, to the environment, to art, and to recreation. Major universities, hospitals, libraries, museums, orphanages, homes for the elderly, animal shelters, and bird sanctuaries are prime examples of Awqaf involvement. Awqaf investments are also in agriculture, industry, and infrastructure. Awqaf's overall objective is to build a sustainable way of life for the weaker classes of society, for the present generation, and for many generations to come. Awqaf organizations are not for profit, but they are also not for loss. Losses do not fund missions. Awqaf, like all organizations, need a steady flow of funds to enable constant delivery of their social work. They have to generate sufficient cash from assets in custody, or they'll have to appeal to donors. But at best, donations these days are uncertain and unpredictable and do not finance projects in any case. Awqaf have to find new ways to raise funds. The most reliable way to ensure this is to have a range of cash flow projects and investments, creating streams of income that supplement donations to ensure financial independence and long-term sustainability. Awqaf investments merge the social mission with the market approach of business. When investing, Awqaf applies an ethical rigor built on social and economic factors that connect business to the challenges in people's lives. Awqaf projects can be a powerful complement to other activities as they advance the Awqaf social mission and the community's financial sustainability by creating jobs, alleviating poverty, and growing the economy. There is no difference between profits for the Waqf and profits for a commercial company. The fundamental difference is that Awqaf profits are spent on social programs, and if there is an excess, it is retained for future services. Along with the present surge of interest in Awqaf, a number of legal and administrative issues have appeared which necessitated the realignment of Awqaf operation and administrative processes with modern developments. This can only be facilitated by adopting professional management based on the best practices of corporate governance and quality assurance. Awqaf core principles are enshrined in Sharia, and the sector shows great concern for ethical values such as honesty, integrity, trust, and compassion. These values are very important and are non-negotiable, as it is through this sector where social impacts are more visible. Given the apparent support for Awqaf at the local and national levels, the sector needs not operate at the periphery of the socio-economic activity, but rather it should be mainstreamed within the state's legal, social, and economic systems. Thus, Awqaf projects cannot be drawn outside the country's social strategy as if they were isolated spots. The Waqf has contributions in all areas of social and economic development, such as housing, employment, social amenities, investment, and commercial activity at zero cost to the state. Therefore, a great deal of thought should go into government policies which impact on the institution of Waqf as it intersects with other sectors of the economy. It is essential that the impact of any policy of government on Awqaf should not hinder the sector's investment and its capacity to grow. This can be done not only by adopting laws that create incentives for growth, but also by devising appropriate organization structures and institutional models that can enhance efficiency of the operations. The role of the Waqf can be made more prominent by integrating its activities in the overall development plan of the country. Policies which restrict free cash flow could affect Awqaf's capacity to be of service to its beneficiaries and ultimately to the government. Awqaf institutions are effective organizations for social, economic, cultural, and religious development of a country. Awqaf have no direct political involvement, although they do exercise considerable influence on the country's political and social life. The development of the Awqaf sector is on the national agenda of many Muslim countries as a strategy to boost the economy and complement government social programs. The issue of corporate governance is central to the idea of sustainable development. Awqaf must be transparent and accountable in respect of their funding and operations. Donors usually are more generous and feel more comfortable with organizations whose operations are governed by clear and applicable standards of accountability and transparency. Also, financiers are more willing to provide capital for projects of organizations that adopt best practices of corporate governance. The renewed interest in Awqaf offers an opportunity to learn from the mistakes of the past and to construct a modern legal and regulatory framework. Areas where guidance is required include institutional, legal, and regulatory disciplines. This entails the skilling and empowerment of mutawallis and managers to be effective gatekeepers and responsible stewards of the assets under their control, and to enable them to lead Awqaf along the road to higher achievements. Awqaf is a global sector, and many Awqaf organizations have international presence, acting as trustees and custodians or mutawallis of extensive assets, cash flows, and cross-border investments. It is not unusual to find the Waqf property in one country and the beneficiaries in another country, while the Waqf organization is based in a third country. Thus, a Waqf may fall under different jurisdictions depending upon the type of connection to the jurisdiction. In such a globalized environment, a Waqf has a much broader exposure than it does domestically. Drawing strategies, coordination, and sharing of knowledge and experience and resources among Waqf institutions in the Islamic world will be of benefit to all and will advance the development of Awqaf from being a scattered effort into an integrated global sector of civilizational dimension. The harmonization of Awqaf laws across national boundaries is essential for the development and growth of the sector. To be acceptable internationally, the global Awqaf law should be principles-based and broadly stated to allow individual governments to modify it, taking into account the legal code, the social structure, the ethnic composition, and the popular needs and circumstances of the country. In an economic and social context, the Waqf law will assist in restoring faith in Awqaf, reviving the Sunnah of Waqf, and in creating a more efficient sector. The real reform agenda for Awqaf starts by having succinct, relevant, understandable, and implementable standards that optimize efficiency and effectiveness of the sector, and the knowledge, expertise, and leadership of Awqaf professionals. With the right transparency, stability, long-term planning, and guidance, the prospects for Awqaf are great, and the more we delay this important concept, the more the Awqaf sector is placed at disadvantage progress-wise. Awqaf cannot operate as if it is in a state of immunity. The issues that affect other sectors of the economy affect Awqaf as well. Government policies, commercial risks, disruptive technology, environmental impact, and the like are all issues that have their impact on Awqaf. In addition, Awqaf has its own unique internal challenges, such as shortage of qualified manpower, limited access to capital to develop assets, incomplete database on Awqaf assets, poor governance structure, unclear goals, and the list goes on and on. All these are issues that Awqaf need to factor in as key components of their overall strategy in addressing the needs of communities in welfare, health, education, religion, and community services. Finally, I take this opportunity to thank the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and all the organizers for staging this event, and I trust that the scientific contributions of the reputed scholars invited to this conference will help clarify the concepts, methodologies, and operational aspects of Awqaf management, present and future mandate. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khairan kathira, Dr. Daftadar. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the first session of our conference. We will now have a short break before we embark on our Waqf practitioner panel session.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design
ladies and gentlemen, please help
social
yourself to
promotion
refreshments
and
now at the
programs
banquet hall.
aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research.
We're having a 10-minute break, so you can help yourselves to some refreshments
Our
at
vision
the
is to
banquet hall.
be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421 4273 or at 03-6421 4374.
You are going to be here for 1 week.
Semalam tak sejuk macam ni.
How many more minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Berapa minit?
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a 10-minute break. Please come back at 10:50. Thank you.
Memang kalau buat yang ini live, kalau online je,
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421 4273 or at 03-6421 4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary deaths. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trusts from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Laws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trust.
Are we on?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our first panel session will be moderated by Dato Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor. Before I invite our esteemed moderator, however, let me first introduce him to all of you. Dato Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor joined the Malaysian Civil Service in 1973 before continuing his master's in public administration at the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State, in 1982 until 1983. He holds an MPA and a PhD from the University of Southern California, USA, and he has served as a Deputy Director, One Service and Career Division in the Public Service Department. Prior to his assignments as Special Assistant to the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia in 1994 to 1995, Dr. Ghazali had worked in Intan. He moved up his career ladder as the head of office in scholarship program ISDB based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, before he was appointed as the Director of Strategic Planning Office of IDB in January 2005 until 22nd July 2009. He retired from ISDB service on 16th December 2009. He was head of secretariat to the IDB 1440 Hijrah Vision Commission, modeled upon Malaysia Vision 2020, chaired by His Excellency Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. He has been bestowed with esteemed awards due to his diligence, dedication, and invaluable commitment. He is also serving as the Senior Advisor of Tindakan Strategy Sendirian Berhad, a renowned strategic consultancy firm, and independent director of Waqf Holdings Berhad, a corporate Waqf development company. In February 2020, he was appointed as council member to the Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan, and in September 2021 as chairman of Pusat Waqf Mawib Sendirian Berhad for the term of 2021 till 2023. I now humbly invite Dato Dr. Ghazali for this first panel session, and the panelists are Mr. Hamid Rashid, the CEO of Fintera, Mr. Zainul Abidin Kaji, founder of Awqaf South Africa, and Associate Professor Dr. Rizwan Bakar, advisor of Yayasan University Multimedia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be having the parallel paper sessions simultaneously with the Waqf. This will be the evening session. So, Dr. Ghazali, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Welcome again to our second session of the 9th Global Waqf Conference. We are delighted today to have with us three distinguished panelists. And before that, let us recount that what the early session that were given by two keynote speakers. Indeed, as we engage in our theme, embracing the future, I'm sure what has been said by Tan Sri Daud Bakar as Chairman and President of UIA and Chairman of the Federal Religious Council of Wilayah Persekutuan Malaysia, and my dear colleague also Dr. Daftada, will ring a bell to all of us in this room and in the world of virtual world of the interesting challenges that Waqf has for humanity at large. We are delighted today indeed to have all of us here, more than 900 colleagues who have registered. I'm sure more will come and join us to share what we hope for this global institution of yesterday's civilization, that we have more meaningful reliance and also meaningful resurgence, as it encompasses the challenge of modernity in social economic development, has 3 or 4 rising new powers of the world, be it in the West, be it in the East, and be it in the middle, which is the Muslim world. Today we meet together with all of you to discuss a lasting legacy that have built 8 civilization and human history. And therefore, we are fortunate indeed to be again, as what Tan Sri Daud Bakar said, in last year of this 2021. And indeed, next year, tomorrow, 2032 is very significant. It is the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Indeed, humanity must find its answer in the lessons of great civilization of yesterday, whether it be in the East, in the West, or in Islam for that matter. That being said, let me have the honor to introduce our first speaker this morning, which is a very young gentleman. This is Mr. Hamid Rashid. Mr. Hamid Rashid today, whom I have known for the last few years in our engagement of the Global Waqf Conference, is the founder of the award-winning blockchain research and development technology corporation called Fintera. Responsible for developing the first ever Waqf chain, a crowdfunding platform for Waqf development built on the blockchain, as well as a galactic blockchain, he successfully run corporate offices in Malaysia, in Singapore, Hong Kong, and the United Arab Emirates. Equipped with a master's degree in IT and management and a certificate in organizational leadership, he is regularly invited to speak by leading institutions such as the World Bank, WIF, UNHCR, ISDB, Securities Commission, the central banks, at leading international conferences and forums. Hamid has over 18 years of technology consulting experience in enterprise software business management and business development with the B2B and B2C sectors. He excels in strategic building, business partner planning, development, business P&L, people management, partner ecosystem management, and service desk. He speaks 4 languages, very interestingly, and takes pride to have lived for more than 5 years in each continent, which have shaped him in a real thought leader. And just like blockchain, he prides himself of being a decentralized global citizen, which has been a nature of the Muslim of yesterday. And he has the opportunity to share his thoughts as a practitioner in blockchain and its development with Waqf for the future within 25 minutes. So I pass over to my dear brother Hamid Rashid. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Thank you. Thank you to the organizing committee of Global Waqf Conference. It's a very prestigious event and has been ongoing since 2013, 2014. And Alhamdulillah that I personally myself and Fintera have been part of this journey. Over the years, I can personally say that it has brought a lot of limelight and a lot of progress in this space of Awqaf and Waqf globally. Thank you, Dr. Ghazali. I think you have, done a very big introduction of me. There are other more qualified panelists in this session, but I'll do my best. Also, my salam to the other distinguished panelist, Dr. Zainul Abidin, the CEO of Awqaf South Africa, and also Professor Dr. Ridwan from Yayasan University Malaysia, Multimedia. Today, I would like to share with you our experience, meaning Fintera's experience in this space of fintech. Fintech very specifically for Islamic social finance, and then maybe further narrowing it down to Waqf specifically. Now, Finterra started off this journey of being a fintech company and playing in this space in Q4 of 2017. And Finterra's white paper, the initial paper that was written and presented at Bank Riot back in 2018, early 2018, was very specifically to design a model of democratizing Waqf. Now, what that means, right, and is not very clear even at that time, what democratization means. Now, Waqf, right, as a space and as a institution itself for the last 1400 years is very established with legal framework, financial models, and the standard operating procedures. It's nothing new. So when we talk about democratization, we are referring back to the original intent of Waqf, where Waqf was an institution for all the Ummah to participate in. It was an institution as what social security is today to us, okay? So under the Islamic social finance, right, the institutions of Sadaqah, Zakat, Waqf, and then you can add on in there Wasiya and Takaful, right? The social security of the community was parked under Waqf. Because if you look at Sadaqah, it's something that you give as charity. There is no compulsion in giving. Zakat is a mandatory form of giving. It's not tax. It's a mandatory form of cleansing or charitable tax that you give based on the income that you have. But Waqf is something that has, in the recent history, has been misunderstood as charity. Yes, there is an element of charity, but Waqf by itself, right, is, if I look at it from a financial practitioner point of view, is asset management. So Waqf is where asset, whether it is fixed or movable, or recently cash as well, is given into Waqf. And that corpus, that principle is managed to derive revenue or benefit. And that revenue or benefit, part of it or whole of it, goes to financing certain charities or activities. But the principle, the corpus, remains in perpetuity. Now, that is what is Waqf as a practice. Now, if we, bring technology into this equation, and of course, the most relevant technology is the fintech technology. So let's look at what is fintech and the evolution of this fintech and the space. Fintech is nothing new. Conventional fintech has existed for the last 15 plus years, and fintechs are basically online computer-based or software-based solutions that are giving the users basically small glimpses and benefits of what a whole banking institution used to give. So the space of fintech kind of has been broken up in the last 15 years, and specializations have come up where there are fintech cloud-based or online-based solutions for payments, right? For insurance, for say digital banking, for crowdfunding, for investment or wealth management, and also most recently cryptocurrencies or digital assets. So these verticals have what has defined fintech, and they are different players within this space. Now, fintech started off with conventional financial services and solutions online, but in the recent years, there has been a lot of focus on Islamic fintech. Now, what's the difference between conventional fintech and Islamic fintech? So like conventional banking and Islamic banking. The key difference is the application of Sharia ruling and Sharia practices, right? In the way that funds are managed, in the way the funds and the processes are built, and in the way profits, right, and the benefits are derived. So the Sharia principles dictate the financial services practice, and that is what makes a conventional fintech into Islamic fintech. One of a good report to look at for Islamic fintech is the IFN Fintech Landscape report that comes out every quarter. And based on the most recent report, about 277 fintechs are identified, registered, and governed under this report. Now, of course, these 277 fintechs are spread globally, and I think Malaysia takes the lead in the number of fintechs that are coming out of Malaysia. Now, this is thanks to agencies like MDEC, agencies like MAGIC, MOSTI, Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology, and few other agencies that have put a key focus of developing Islamic fintechs in the country and providing those solutions locally and internationally. Now, the key area, right, for fintechs, fintech development has been the governance and the regulatory framework. Now, Malaysia is one country that has taken a lead from early 2019s to actually document and develop the governance framework or the regulatory framework, where agencies like Central Bank of Malaysia, Bank Negara, as well as Securities Commission, right, and the Sharia agencies within these agencies have got together to have the governance and the guidelines very clearly spelled out for things like online remittance, payment gateways, digital banking, insurance aggregation, currency exchange, and then on the other side, say from the Securities Commission on equity and property crowdfunding, peer-to-peer lending, investment aggregation, invoice, and then combined between the two agencies, certain governance frameworks of like KYC, Know Your Customer, AML, anti-money laundering, and blockchain, DLT, robo-advisory, so many other frameworks have been identified and documented. So now, if we combine Waqf and these fintechs technology, what we get, right, is a very beautiful model, right, that can be used for development of Waqf. Now, within Waqf, there is the Waqf administration and Waqf development. Waqf administration goes under either Waqf or the Waqf board, or under in Malaysia under the Religious Council, where the taking over of asset, registration of asset, the administration of asset is all under the administration part. But what is actually globally suffering is the development part, the Waqf development. Waqf development is where the idle Waqf or the Waqf that exist or new Waqfs to be developed, and develop for what? For revenue generation, for profitability, because that profitability is what is used to finance charities and activities, the social activities. So it is very important for the agencies to look into the development and the profitability of the Waqfs that are under them. So when we bring technology like the fintech technology into this equation, right, what the fintech technology does is to create a seamless total model, which is a complete value chain model that allows donors or investors to come in from the point one and go all the way to deriving benefits, whether they are dividend-based benefit, monetary benefit, or even impact report, knowing the impact of their funds. So it starts off with process of registration of donors. Today, there are millions of Waqf donors, whether they are donating it as a charity or as an investment, but the agencies do not have a database of the Waqf donors. Today, I think comfortably we can say the Zakat agency knows the Zakat contributors, right? We do a KYC on them. We know their name, we know their IC number, we know their address, we know their phone number. But unfortunately, under Waqf, right, there are so much of anonymity that there is no central database of Waqf donors. Okay, so registration of Waqf donors and investors is the first component. Second component is the registration of the Waqf assets as portfolios, right? So under investment, I'm sure the investment bankers will understand the terminology in portfolio management. Portfolio is basically an investment product which is structured as a Islamic instrument, whether it is a mudaraba, musharaka, sukuk, or whatever, right? It is a structured product to raise fund and to deploy fund into certain activity. So to develop the Waqf assets into portfolios, right? And to make those portfolios available to the community to have a look. So example, that there is a plantation, right? And it is based on a Waqf land. And this plantation, part of the profit goes to Waqf charities or Waqf activities. So this is created as a portfolio prospectus published for the community to look at and also to invest or contribute into. The third area is the fund management part or the project management part. So once the funds are raised against the instrument, they must be managed by a financial institution, professional body that manages the fund, or a project manager that manages the project, whether it is a property development or a plantation development, a specialized entity that manages that project to derive the revenue. And ultimately, the beneficiary part. So the beneficiary could be, if it is structured as a profit for instrument, then part of the profit goes back to the donors or the investors, and the other part of it goes to certain charities. So this is the model that a fintech creates. Now, what Fintera was able to achieve was to create the same model onto a blockchain platform. So what blockchain additionally is bringing as value is things like the instrument, the Islamic instrument, mudaraba, musharaka, or sukuk, is created as a digital asset, okay? Is created as a token. And that token is, what is purchased by the donors or the investors. And at any time, they're able to see where the funds are going in terms of, traceability. And also it provides total transparency because there is traceability. Okay, so this is the key benefit of putting it on a blockchain. Secondly is that in the future, if there are enough assets tokenized, we could have a secondary market to exchange those tokens in, where we could create liquidity in the secondary markets. And of course, there are many other benefits that we can talk about: decentralization, we can talk about self-governance and peer-to-peer exchanging and all of that. That's just the benefit of what blockchain brings. Lastly, I want to share with you, so this model seems very nice as a theoretical model, as an academic model. But what Fintera was able to do in 2020 was to put this model into practice in 2 different use cases that are operational at a very large scale today. The first use case I would like to share with you is called the Fintera Global Plantation, which is a timber plantation project structured in Malaysia and given a Sharia certification here in Malaysia. And it is structured that the landowner, so there is a very large listed company, landowner in Malaysia, they contributed the land. So about 2,500 acres is being contributed on an annual basis, and it will go on until 10,000 acres over 4 years. So there is a landowner. Landowner leases this land into a SPV. SPV then gets a plantation manager, that is a specialized role, into the SPV, who is going to plant, maintain, and then harvest and sell the crop. So in this case is timber crop. And what the SPV does is it structures a Islamic instrument to raise the capital for the development of this land. So it is structured as a musharaka. And this musharaka, or it is a Islamic redeemable preferential share or a musharaka. And this musharaka raises the funds. The funds are collected by a trustee. So in Malaysia, an Islamic bank is the trustee that collects the funds and then deploys the funds with the planting partner based on the project milestones. Over the period, as the harvest happens, then dividends are paid out because it's structured as a musharaka for profit, are paid out to the investors, contributors, and upon maturity, certain percentage of the profits are then deployed into identified charities. So things like mosque, orphanage, and education institutions. So this is the first project that is running since October of 2020. And so far, about 2,000 acres have been completed. And the location of this project is in Kedah, in Kulim, Kedah. The second project that I would like to share with you, and bringing again this fintech into perspective and Waqf into perspective, is lending and leasing. So under Islamic finance, lending, right, can be in many different forms. The form that we went into was commodity murabaha, where funds, Waqf funds that are raised are used to finance SMEs, because SMEs are unbanked. SMEs have no access to capital through institutional financial institutions. So a system was created where SMEs can register onto the platform. They can look at catalog of different goods that they would like to order. Upon ordering, they are given choice of whether they want to pay cash or they want to take financing. If they take financing, then a commodity murabaha contract is open, and the financing or the funds are paid directly to the supplier. Supplier then supplies the goods to those SMEs. SME then sells the goods and return back capital plus profit to the financing platform. So we were able to launch this platform in Kenya and Tanzania beginning of this year. And alhamdulillah, so far, few thousand SMEs have registered on the platform, and it is operating seamlessly. So these are two very good examples of how cash Waqf was structured in a investment scheme, whether it is a musharaka or whether it was a commodity murabaha, and where the cash Waqf funds were utilized to grow the fund further, as well as benefit the community at the same time. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share, briefly what Finterra has done in the space of fintech and the use case 2 projects that are operating here in Malaysia and East Africa. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother, for your interesting elucidation of the journey of fintech, blockchain, and Waqf in the world of asset management and also fund regeneration. What I think we have here before us is the imagination and the creativity involving of furthering the modernization of Waqf into the new digital economy. And therefore, institutions, similarly with the researchers and academicians, but also fraud practitioners coming together, because the funds of the Muslims are lying idle. For the fact, in Malaysia, for the matter, we have a history of 50 years of wealth distribution under the new economic policy. And we see them manifested in the funds that we saw as the numbers come in today. For a fact, the Tabung Haji has 8.3 million depositors. And also in ASB, and also a new phenomenon where the Quran time has come into generating a new interest in the place of Quranic injunction in the master plan of the Muslim community through understanding the Quran itself beside recitation. For a fact, today, we have nearly more than 9 million visitors on Waqf time. I can imagine, Mr. Rashid, how we can fathom and use these platforms where the Muslims has already embraced technology for the sake of Quranic injunction, but more so as what my fellow president of UIA mentioned, how the mindset plus, more importantly, our spiritual journey of reviving Waqf into our way of life. So we will have your questions after the panel. So our next presenter is also and our colleague of mine is Dr. Rizwan Bakar. Dr. Rizwan Bakar has been a gentleman, and he has with him 3. He's a professional accountant. He has also been an academician, and he's also been a Waqf development expert. From my short association with him, and therefore it is interesting today, what you have before you is imagination of a new city in the state of Pahang, and his capacity to imagine to draw a city based on a Madinah model, it is important. Now, let us know who this gentleman is. Brother Rizwan Bakar is a chartered accountant. He holds a CA, CPA, FMCA, Sharia, RFP, and a practitioner of Islamic finance and Waqf. He's a board director and advisor to various institutions as Waqf Center, Wilayah Kuala Lumpur, the State Religious Council of Malaysia, the Alka Holding Berhad, the Juliet House, and the Fin World Sinan Berhad. He is a key player in the establishment of the project that he's going to share with you, the Madinah Mawaddah Waqf City, Pahang. He's also a technical expert of Baitul Mal Selangor State Religious Council, MAIS, and leads several Waqf initiatives in Malaysia. It is currently served as advisor to the Yayasan Multimedia and also the Professional Academic Faculty of Management Multimedia University. He has more than 21 years of corporate experience prior to joining the academic world, and more than 15 years hands-on with practical Waqf and Islamic social finance issues. He is a frequent speaker and trainer at international and local conferences on Islamic social finance, Waqf, Islamic accounting, and Islamic finance, and also has active providing advice to government, public agencies, and corporate institutions on Waqf and social business. In fact, one of the key institutions that he has singly helped is to bring Waqf to the mainstream to the previous administration, which I am associated through his goodwill. And plus, he's also doing what many of us may not know, trying to have the new Waqf auditing and accounting system. I hope he handles the Islamic banking, but I hope through his initiative, the government of Malaysia will take the leadership to allow Waqf has a new enterprise in the corporate world too. With that, we welcome Dr. Rizwan Bakar to have his floor. Thank you. Dr. Rizwan, we have enjoyed the presentation. Please take your turn.
Okay, I will upload the slides.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. Innaka antal alimul hakim. Wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. First of all, thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ghazali, for the introduction. And I'm very pleased and very proud to be invited as one of the guest speakers in this Global Waqf Conference. The Global Waqf Conference is not new to me. I have been involved with the GWC since the second GWC. And Alhamdulillah, today I will share 3 areas for us to explore the potential of Waqf City. The three scope that I would like to address is the background of the Madinah Mawadah Waqf City, and second, the mission, the smart civilization, economic empowerment and sustainability, and what are the challenges that we have faced so far. Now, the idea for this Waqf City Madinah Mawadah was actually proposed by Yayasan Pahang, the Pahang State Foundation, as part of its mission to develop equitable society and economic development. There are 3 key objectives of the Yayasan Pahang, which is first, focus on education, second, community development, and third, economic generation. So I would like to congratulate the leadership of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mahmud, the CEO of Yayasan Pahang, as well as Al-Fadhil Ustaz Tuan Guru Abdul Razak, who is the Chief Operating Officer, who are really keen and very serious in discussing as well as in planning the development of the Madinah Mawadah Waqf City. Now, the idea creation for Yang Berbahagia Datuk and all the participants, the idea creation is actually the impact from Global Waqf Conference. Whether we are aware or not, Global Waqf Conference has big impact to the society as well as individual. And from the Global Waqf Conference, we gather certain information, and we notice that there is not much effort to develop Waqf City. There is not much effort to discuss on Waqf City. As a result, in February 2017, we assembled in Putrajaya. We gather, the idea creation is actually, we gather from our scholars, the Ulama Pondok, professionals, as well as the Pahang State of Religious Council and Malay Customs Council, MUIP, Multimedia University, individual philanthropists, practitioners, and business chambers, council members, in order to come up the idea on how actually the Waqf City should be. So from that, February 2017 workshop, we come up with some resolution that we need to develop a city in which we will provide community a good quality of life. The city will be named as Madinah Mawadah, the city of love and caring. Madinah Mawadah will embrace the concept of Islamic teaching of Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all creation. We will establish a foundation or corporation in order to administer the city. And finally, the most important in our discussion today is Waqf will be the anchor and economic powerhouse of the city. So this is the location of the proposed city. The location will be in the Mukim Penuh in Kuantan, Pahang. We estimate the population will grow up to 515,000. And the land area for the first phase is 187 acres. The total planned development is about 1,000 acres. What actually we want to achieve? We want to create a role model community that lives the life of the Salafus Saleh. So there are 5 things that we want to achieve. First, to create platform for perpetual amal jariyah, the medium for ukhrawi investment. Second, to develop what we call Islamic civilization and lifestyle based on knowledge and Islamic values which are being practiced, resulting in excellent pool of human capital and caring community. Third, we want to explore the combination between Islamic architecture and Malay architecture with the latest ecosystem and technology. Number four, we want to revive the Islamic civilization through learning institutes, producing professional ulama and exemplary community based on rahmatul lil alamin. And number five, we hope that this city will be the role model for future Islamic cities based on the development of human capital as well as economic development. So we have three missions here. First, to develop modern city. Second, focus on knowledge and civilization. We want to produce future intellectuals and leaders of high moral, akhlaq and integrity. And number three, we want to introduce what we call platform ukhrawi investment and sustainable Waqf economic powerhouse, an opportunity for everyone. So we have three, basically, this is the strategic trust on social component, education component, and Waqf economic component. I will explain this later.
Your slides, that's the reason the slides are not moving. Can you check?
Maybe I can go out from.
Can you do it? Yes, we have.
Is it okay?
Yeah, can you try? Because we only see your cover slide, the front one.
Is it working? Is it working?
Can you share? Just. Okay, all right. Okay.
You want me to repeat at
No, it's okay. I mean, I think they grab your picture, but you can start now with your current slide. Slide
maybe
11.
Maybe I cannot share the slides full screen. So
Sure. But it's good enough. We have seen it. Now it's big here.
Right. Okay.
Excellent.
I repeat this one.
Yes, please.
We have three missions. Number one is to develop the modern city based on Islamic values.
Right.
And second, to enrich knowledge and civilization, to produce future intellectuals, future ulamas, leaders with high moral integrity. And third, to give the opportunity, what we call platform for ukhrawi investment, as well as sustainable Waqf economy powerhouse. So basically, there are three components in our potential Waqf city. So mission number one, smart civilization. What is the meaning of smart civilization? We want to incorporate world Muslim civilization in the city with a combination of Islamic architecture and Malay architecture. We have already also benchmarked few other cities such as Makkah, Medina, Istanbul, a few cities within Malay Nusantara. The objective is to achieve environmental friendly and modern mosque will be developed, surrounded by Sharia-based park, knowledge open square, Waqf, mat, clinic, business center, etc. So in other words, this city is not only a physical city, it is meant for more than that. So it comprises of many what you call these items that we need to focus on. First, the concept of Islamic city will focus on education and religious institutions, community interactive space, up-to-date road facilities and access, housing, service and public facilities, population, networking, as well as communication, as well, and finally the transportation facilities. So the Waqf city is the place where we always remind Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There is the spirit of Waqf and the power of giving in this particular city. We want to ensure that the people who are practiced when we talk about civilization, we want to have good relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, relationship with the creator, relationship with the human being, as well as relationship with other creatures. So in other words, in short, the first mission is to revitalize arts, culture, entertainment, architecture, and anything that is related to Islamic civilization. The second mission is to enrich knowledge and civilization through innovative tarbiyah, education, as well as da'wah bil hal, propagate good da'wah values to people from all walks of life with the aim to produce future intellectuals and leaders of high moral and integrity. So this city will benefit not only the people who stay in this particular city, but also the surrounding areas. The environment is created to remember Allah all the time. The spirit of seeking knowledge, trusted murabbi, and skill in propagating Islam through good example will be the key success factor of these future leaders, intellectuals, professionals, and etc. So this city will be a center of gathering. The center of gathering, we recall this history of Islam. The center of gathering in the history is the mosque itself. So the mosque will play an important role to gather not only people who go for prayers, but also in daily activities, daily economic and community activities. This will be a caring society to remember that this caring society is not only meant for Muslims, but also to non-Muslims. This is the beauty of Waqf. The city is melting pot of multiracial and multicultural society, all living under one umbrella of Tawheed, Lillahi Ta'ala. The stakeholder of this Madinah Mawadah city is first the senior citizen. Our focus first is on senior citizen for your information. The program for senior citizen are actually running at this point of time. We have special program for the elderly by the name of Tafaquh Fid Din all over state of Pahang. And it has been extended to few masjid in Wilayah Persekutuan for this Tafaquh Fid Din. Second stakeholder is the underprivileged community. Third is residential community, and third, the academic community. So the education, we will focus on the Tahfiz schools, started already. We do have preschools. We are going to introduce secondary and primary schools. We do have also Tahfiz schools for the SPM level. And then will introduce future, the diploma TVET specifically on technical certificates in higher education. And mission number 3 is the ukhrawi investment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, أعوذ بالله من السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم لن تنالوا البر حتى تنفقوا مما تحبون وما تنفقوا من شيء فإن الله به عليم. Which means never will you attain the good reward until you spend in the way of Allah from that which you love. And whenever you spend, indeed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows very well whatever you have contributed. So our ukhrawi platform will give opportunity to individual corporations, international partners to contribute for the development of the city. So we want to change the mindset of the people. We want to introduce what we call Waqf-based economy in this city. We want to move from traditional Waqf into Waqf-based economy with proper governance and integrity. This city will be managed by professionals with the close supervision from the Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang and relevant laws. And for your information, Alhamdulillah, early this year, the Waqf city, the Madinah Mawadah Waqf city has been recognized and given mandate by Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang as a Mutawali institution, the only Mutawali institution in state of Pahang. Number 3, we will develop what we call effective economic value chain, halal help for Ummah. This is a progress. And we will give opportunity for Waqf investment for public to subscribe. So Waqf economy powerhouse will be developed based on Maqasid Sharia. So there are 2 components here. The first component for ukhrawi benefits is Waqf consumption. What is the meaning of Waqf consumption? We know this is a traditional Waqf investment for traditional, what I call this, for example, the mosque and school. This is for the phase 1 of the Waqf project. Our phase 1 of Waqf project will focus on Waqf consumption for public use, which is basically for the masjid, the mosque, and community center, and retirement village. Waqf unit for retirement village, for example, an elderly complex consisting of semi-D and terrace houses are now on sale. Currently, 80% of the units are sold out. So anybody can buy actually. It's not limited to Pahang citizen, but it's also open to everyone, including internationals, friends, and so on. So we do only have another 20% units to be sold. And second, in future, we have yet to develop a proper, what we call this model for Waqf economy investment in the city. But we plan that the Waqf economy investment of this city activities will be implemented with incubation process of Waqf entrepreneurs. We are currently progressing. We have identified few potential asnaf to be future entrepreneurs based on Waqf. We will be given opportunity, a priority for this asnaf and B40 to start their own business in this city. And this is supported by few business players, Waqf players outside, in order for us to groom this young generation to be Waqf entrepreneur. So in summary on the Waqf economy, we will focus on agro-business, healthcare and hospital, properties using, maybe we will introduce real estate investment trust, the mall, hotel, Waqf shares, and we are also in discussing to develop what we call digital Waqf for the city. So our focus area of Waqf based economy will be food security, properties, healthcare, and halal hub. And the stream of income, the challenges question will be how to sustain this city. And we know that it's not easy, but we have come up with some idea on how to ensure that this city will be sustainable on its own, not much dependent on the government, etc. The stream of income will first come from palm oil. Currently, we do have some palm estate, outsourcing of certain projects, joint economic development ultimately will benefit the Mawquf Alay and profit from future business. So where we are heading, this is our roadmap. We have started actually in the year 2019. However, due to MCO, COVID-19 has stopped, all the construction project has been stopped. But we have given what we call this green light to continue with the constructions. This is our master plan, the education zone. Number 1, Paradise Park, shop lot and hypermarket, Karya zone, social activities. Complex Madinah Mawadah, Sharia compliance hotel, retirement village. And this is the development phases. The phase 1, the complex Madinah, the whole complex will be, for example, the component of the complex Madinah, the first phase will be hostel for the orphans, preschools, the Mahad for diploma students, languages, TVET, skill-based education, etc. And also, we will develop in phase 2 the commercial area, whereby the businesses can be in halal hub can be run smoothly in this plan. So challenges and current progress. Structural retirement village phase 1 in progress. KIV 2019 until September, October this year. The project is currently progressing. Target complete in December 2022. We already got the Mutawali status approved by MOIB. The Sirah and Mutawali documents has been finalized and will be signed soon. The Waqf consumption, the cash has begun selling of semi-D and apartment for retirement village, as well as the mosque. Waqf economy is still in infant stage. We are still discussing with few business partners and for the strategic collaboration. And programs such as Tafakuddin, Smart Tahafis, community outreach, homeless retirement houses are progressing. So some of the challenges that we faced for the last 2 years is the sale itself. The sale, the intention of the Waqf is very challenging, although it's look like simple, but it's actually very challenging to determine what are the components of the sale. Second, the Mutawali status, we take quite long time to address this and to convince the Majlis Agama Islam Pahang to give the Mutawali status to the city. And Alhamdulillah, thank you so much to the CEO of the Majlis Agama Pahang for giving this Mutawali status. Some of the challenges are to determine the component of the city and how we can make it sustainable. And also we face some challenges for project generating income project, via strategic partnership. And finally, of course, the sources of fund. But the impact is very clear here. When we introduce this project, there are many of the Muslim community especially contribute to this fund, and also the demand for the phase 2 of the retirement home is very good. So we can see the impact to make people Muslim understand what is going on. But not only Muslim, the non-Muslim also would like to contribute in this city development. And the next impact will be the economic activities where we will create it. Maybe the impact will be long-term, but retirement homes, especially as well as spiritual development program, is on track. So way forward, of course, the most challenging part is the funding initiative. We get grant from the Yayasan Pahang worth RM 30 million for the first phase of the project, Alhamdulillah. But we are also looking into public funding, corporate funding, as well as crowdfunding. And Alhamdulillah, also the center of Imam Shafi'i and the great Imam will be established soon in order to make sure the civilization, we talk about Islamic civilization, where we must have some ground on this Islamic civilization. And the center of is Imam Shafi'i, and the great Imam will be assisting us to make sure that the progress of the city is within the concept of Islamic civilization. The Waqf economy in progress, collaboration also in progress. And finally, we will welcome experts and donors outside to help us to develop the city. So be part of us, join our donation and as well as Waqf funding. And in conclusion, this city is not only a physical city. As we know, this city is a place to live. This city is a place to learn. This city is a place to enrich the soul. And this city is the place to contribute to the community, to contribute to Ummah. I think that's all, Yang Berbahagia Datuk and all participants. Thank you so much for your patience. I pass back to Datuk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia, Dr. Rizwan Bakar. I think the distinguished participants today in this hall, plus all over in the virtual world, will be excited to find how the imagination and ideation of a Waqf city of tomorrow. We are fortunate indeed to have such a presentation in the first time in the history of the Global Waqf Conference. I suspect today the answer, the call of the keynote speaker, Tan Sri Daud Bakar, will find its answer in the conception of the city itself. Certainly, it will call all the ulamas and the umara together, plus the corporate world together, to think how a new city built upon the spiritual foundation, plus the intellectual stamina and the desire to pursue peace and happiness for all humanity of tomorrow, will find its meaning in this Mawadah Madinah of Pahang. Alhamdulillah, I must congratulate my dear brother Dr. Rizwan for this interesting venture of a city of the next civilization. Thank you very much. We'll keep the questions calling from all the young people or the new generation to find out how we design a new city beyond Putrajaya or Cyberjaya. And now we have another city called, my dear friend, Mawadah in Madinah. So now we come to the third panel speaker, another colleague whom I have the pleasure to know him himself from my attachment with the Islamic Development Bank in Jeddah is none other than a practitioner of Waqf, Brother Zainul Abidin Saji. I have visited South Africa for twice in my tenure at the bank, and I'm sure we have met him many times at the World Islamic Economic Forum and plus in IDB itself. Now let us introduce our young gentleman. He was here, not young at heart in Waqf development, though age is with me. Mr. Zainul Abidin Saji is the founding CEO of the National Awqaf Foundation of South Africa, Awqaf South Africa, founded in 2001. He's a consulting partner in the firm of chartered accountants, Sajid Razak and Associates. He participated in the first management of Waqf property course in Jeddah in 1984 and has written and presented several papers on the various Waqf-related topics, including investment, corporate governance, Islamic civilization, community empowerment, estate planning, and history at the various international conferences, seminars, and workshops. He's married to Madam Amina, who has been a pillar of strength and partner throughout his work. He has been graced by 3 sons and 7 grandchildren. We pray that Brother Zainul Abidin will have virtuous children in the next world. So with that, my dear brothers of Africa, we will have a recording of his presentation. I think so that all of us will know how Africa and South Africa is leading in Waqf development in the year 2021. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Honorable Program Director, guests of honor, Professor Dr. Farid Sultan bin Shuaib, Tun Ahmed Fuzi Abdul Razak, Tan Sri Dr. Dawood Bakr, and Dr. Hisham Daftar Dar, our dear friend, and the Honorable Moderator, Dr. Muhammad Ghazali, and fellow panelists and esteemed attendees to this important 9th Global Waqf Conference. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor to participate in this august gathering and to share a few thoughts with you. Now, my topic today will focus on estate planning and its components of wills, hiba, waqf, and wasiya. So, in terms of the agenda for today, the topic for today, and the agenda, we'll very briefly talk about the South African context, the rationale and importance and benefits of estate planning, the elements of Sharia estate planning, that is the will, hiba, the waqf, wasiya, and we'll talk a little bit about taxation, and if we have time, we can talk about some of the case studies. But just so that we have a context of where we are and in terms of South Africa, we look at South Africa as a minority Muslim country that has got approximately 2% or 3% of the Muslim population made up of immigrants, made up of established Muslim communities dating back 300 years and so on. And of course, recently, during the democratic era, we have a large number of also indigenous African Muslim communities that are emerging. So with those few words, in terms of just our preliminary remarks, as part of a worldwide revival of the Waqf system, it is appropriate that we include estate planning within Waqf discussions. I think this is quite an important area because it will help us in encouraging people in making these waqfs or giving in the form of charity and hiba and so on. So our primary interest in estate planning stems from the idea that we need to encourage giving our infaq and sadaqah in the forms of waqf, hiba, and wasiya, both during our lifetimes and upon death. Many Muslims are not aware of the intricacies of estate planning, both from a Sharia as well as a local legal systems, for example, South African law. Though through carefully thought out plans, inclusion of hiba, waqf, and wasiya are important tools with the overarching values of justice, equality, and compassion. So before we continue, let's take a listen to the short Quranic verse.
كتب عليكم إذا حضر أحدكم الموت إن ترك خيرا الوصية للوالدين والأقربين بالمعروف حقا على المتقين.
This verse comes from Surah Baqarah, and it's verse number 180. So this verse talks about planning, compassion. It talks about the fairness that is emphasized, and how this is to be done is left open. And of course, several verses in Surah Nisa talk about how our estates are to be distributed upon death. So if we were to look at the rationale, importance, and the benefits of estate planning, essentially, we're looking at the effective distribution to Fara'id and non-Fara'id heirs during lifetime and or upon death. So if we were to look at, first of all, the importance of estate planning. So one of the areas of estate planning is, of course, that we avoid family conflict, we ensure justice in distribution, there's equality and equity in our distribution. I mean, there are various hadith to this effect as well, that we, during our lifetimes as well, we distribute equally to our children, whether they're male or female, to consider vulnerable and incapacitated persons, relatives, employees. There's adequate tax planning, the appointment of executors or trustees or guardians. Then, of course, the important thing is about the provision for waqfs, hibas, and wasiyas. Then, of course, protection of family assets from untoward predators. And then there must be adequate documentation, a valid will, hiba, a hiba declaration, the waqfiyah, a power of attorney, and so on and so forth. So those are some of the important aspects of estate planning. Now, if we were to look at the elements of Sharia estate planning, we would look at, first of all, the will itself, the waqf, the hiba, the wasiya, taxation, asset structuring, and the redistribution possibilities. Let's look at the South African law first. First of all, in South Africa, there is total freedom of testation. In other words, we can literally put into our will whatever we want to do. If we wish to distribute all our assets to one person or to two persons or to our spouses, we are completely free to do that. Of course, we are limited in terms of Sharia to what we can distribute as well, and we'll come to that. The second aspect is that there is a law in South Africa about intestate succession, which means that if a person dies without a will, then the problem is, of course, that the state takes over and the state decides on how your inheritance is to be distributed. If you haven't distributed during your lifetime, upon death, the state takes control. If you, for example, die without a will as well, and you don't have any heirs, it's possible that the state may take over all your assets. So in terms of just the requirements for a valid South African will, people must be over the age of 16 years. The will must be in writing, it could be typed out, or it could be handwritten. And importantly, it's got to be signed on each page by the testator or testatrix, and it's got to be signed in the presence of witnesses at the same time. So I think that's quite an important issue when one looks at wills. And by the way, it's recorded that about 75% of South Africans die without wills, without proper wills. So if we don't know exactly amongst Muslims what that percentage is, but I think it could be a large percentage as well. So if we look at then look at the Sharia elements of the of a will, there are various aspects to it about how we should be distributing in terms of our debts. If we've got unpaid mahar, if we've got unpaid religious debts, and then of course there's this important hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which talks about that it is not permissible for a Muslim to let 2 nights pass over him or her without actually making a wasiyah and having this wasiyah written down, so that at least people after we pass on know what how this wasiyah is to be distributed. So the important point here is that this hadith is talking to the wasiyah, and that is the freedom that we have about the 1/3 of our estates, where we can actually distribute as we wish. Whereas on the other hand, you have the Islamic intestate succession, which is actually governed by the Quranic verses in Surah Nisa, where irrespective upon death, those are the shares that need to be distributed to Faraid heirs and to non-Faraid heirs. So if we just go quickly onto the issue of hiba, the hiba is really one of an important kind of gift, and various types of verses in the Quran and the Hadith talk about giving charities and giving gifts among Muslims. And this is a gift of love and benevolence that we are giving to our friends, our family, our spouses, our children, relatives. And we have different types of hiba. For example, the hiba umrah, hiba rukba, and hiba amana. This hiba needs to be done in a properly documented deed, a declaration, and of course we need to ensure that the hiba is actually in terms of its the way it is actually constructed, the written down word is actually done in a very proper way. For example, the hiba umrah is about giving a gift to a spouse and having it constructively transferred into the spouse's possession at the time of giving. So it's not deferred in any way whatsoever. However, one can always, in the hiba rukba, do the gift now, but have it transferred perhaps upon death. And here we have a difference of opinion from different scholars. Obviously, the hiba amana is about ensuring that gifts given to children or to incapacitated persons are held in trust by somebody. And all this is to be documented in the hiba deed or hiba declaration. How we can actually use the hiba, that depends on our personal circumstances. For example, where couples have a major asset that's in the name of one of the spouses, there may be childless couples that you may want to give this as a gift to somebody, to an organization, or to an institution, or to relatives. Where you have couples with daughters only, and you want to ensure that they have an equal distribution during your lifetime, this is the way to go about doing it. Where you have mentally disabled children, or you may have incapacitated children in some way or the other, then you need to make provision for this. Even if you have minor children or couples who bought properties using a joint loan, if there is a polygamous husband, and I think there are quite a few other aspects, circumstances, and each one needs to look at their own circumstances. We would look at the difference between a hiba and a waqf. Principally, the waqf is a gift to Allah, whereas the hiba is a gift to a person. And the waqf, obviously, while it is a capital gift to Allah, the usufruct may be given to various institutions or children or relatives or so forth. And depending on whether it's being done during your lifetime or during or after death. So there also we look at the issue about the waqf and the hiba in the wasiya. So if a hiba is done during one's lifetime, one could also do it during at a point of death, as in our wasiya. If we're doing a hiba during our lifetimes, we must also make sure that that hiba is recorded properly in our wills as well. So if we look at the waqf, I think most of us in this audience know that there are different types of waqfs, a waqf khairi, a waqf mushtarak, and a waqf ahli. And that this waqf is actually documented in the waqf deed. And we obviously looked at the difference between a hiba and a waqf. And obviously the waqf now becomes a very important tool in estate planning. So the waqf can be done during our lifetimes, and of course it can be done through at point of death. If, for example, we don't have any heirs, we could make our entire estate into a waqf. If we have, we are limited to 1/3 of our wasiya in terms of what we can do with a waqf or with the hiba as well. And of course that we need to look at, if we are to make a waqf more than 1/3, then of course we need the consent of various inheritors as well, the fara'id heirs. If we go to the wasiya, as I've just mentioned, that there's a maximum of 1/3, and we need to look at if there are waqf to heirs, the fara'id heirs, then of course we need to get the permission of and the consent of the fara'id heirs, generally after the death of the person. And then the waqf to non-heirs is also limited to 1/3. And also, if it is greater than 1/3, then we need the consent of various fara'id heirs. As far as inclusions and exclusions are concerned, I think an important point is about religious debts, and this depends also on the madhahib or the madhab that people follow. Generally, in the 1/3, the Hanafi ruling is that the religious debts are included, and the Shafi ruling is that they are excluded. An important thing about wasiya and hiba and your waqf is, of course, that we ensure that there's adequate tax considerations as well. Now, if we look at tax considerations, then we're looking at various taxes in South Africa, looking at estate duty, we're looking at donations tax, we're looking at donations that can be deductible from our income that we declare to the receiver of revenue or revenue authorities. There's estate duties to be considered. So if one looks at donations, hibas, waqfs to one's spouse, generally there's no estate duty, there's no donations tax. If one donates to one's other than one's spouse, then there's a 20% donations tax. If we donate to a non-profit organization such as Waqf South Africa, then one is actually exempted from estate duty on that donation, and also exempted from donations tax on that donation. So this actually indicates that giving our donations to charity organizations, giving donations to our spouses, and especially where there seem to be some kind of disadvantage to them, it's important to consider this tax implication so that we are we adequately cater for their needs and so forth as well. So I think we've covered most of it in terms of the taxations, and there's also a transfer duty that we can save on if we donate, particularly to a public benefit organization or NPO such as Waqf. So what are the kind of benefits if we were to use these tools, the hiba, the waqf, and the wasiya? So there's obviously the thawab jariyah, there's tax benefits, elimination of family squabbles, there's peaceful and seamless distribution of our estate, justice prevails, and this is the core of what we really want in terms of the distribution of our estate. We are looking at encouraging giving. We are looking at encouraging the notion of hiba. Very few people really know about hiba, especially in South Africa. Very few people know about waqf as well. And if we start integrating these concepts into the estate planning, it will actually help us to proliferate the whole concept of waqf, inshallah. So with those few words, and with that, I would just like to say thank you very much. Shukran, barakallahu fiqh, to the organizers for organizing this 9th annual Global Waqf Conference. It is really a welcome event, and inshallah, we wish you all the success with the rest of the program. Barakallahu fiqh, jazakallahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, Zainal Abidin Keji from South Africa. You have introduced a new concept in the discipline of World Waqf Conference. I'm sure estate planning for Muslims today has to include Waqf and hiba as matter of imperative for generational succession of our assets. Now we come to the question and answer session. I welcome my colleagues in the virtual world. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're very proud to announce that our numbers have hit over 1,000 around the world. So alhamdulillah, I should thank Fintera for their ability to have this crowd expansion of our program. And furthermore, the combination of the 3 sessions today give a new chapter of the journey we are moving on. They are very practical, they are very imaginative, they are also very futuristic. Therefore, in our joint journey together, the ideal of the work of this Global Waqf Conference, as you may recall over the last several years, have been the development of the global development Waqf gateway, actually. That is our dream, to have the realization that Muslims today must be an active partisan in the realization of the faith that has been universal, that has been dynamic, and has been futuristic all the time to the day of judgment. As what Brother Rizwan and Brother Hamid have mentioned, and also my dear brother from Zinal, the difference and significant game changer, and also our niche has been the infusion of spirituality in the dimension of our framework. And that is important because we are unifying the 2 worlds together. And I have said earlier before, when we are engaging the new direction of Waqf in Malaysia, as when we acquire, or rather we request for the first Waqf digital bank to Bank Negara, through my colleague, Dr. Barjoyai on my right here, we share to the government that Waqf should be called the Akhirat enterprise. have been the significant need, and we have, and what you have said, we lost our own legacy, and we are giving humanity a new insight as we move into the next millennium, actually. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for today, we are fortunate to have two questions. I will ask as expected, Dr. Rizwan, you have raised a new framework and you have questions which comes with it. The first question, brother, is what is the risk management strategy and vision for this initiative? All right. Second question is how affordable is the project? How is it accessible to the low income in terms of price? These are two questions received for the moment. So my friends all over, shoot your questions to my friends. Those are the fintech community, plus those who wants to live for tomorrow. Get ready for South Africa to give you some answer. I'm joining the group. I'm 70 already. With my dear brother, we are already that group on the way out. So we have to think for the next world too. All right. So Dr. Rizwan, shoot. We are building the new future. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Dato'. I think the first question is regarding the risk management strategy. At this point of time, we have not developed a full-fledged framework for the risk management. Our focus right now is on the relationship with the Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang. It is very important because I was told that MMWC is the first institution given Mutawali status by Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang. Indeed, we are assisting Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang to finalize the Sirah document as well as the Mutawali document. So in other words, everyone is learning. This is a learning process. Yeah, everyone is a learning process. Not only we who want to develop the city, but also the Majlis Ugama Islam Negeri Pahang. So if you talk about risk management, for example, there are 5 components of risk management. First, pertaining to governance, we have already established the governance. Even we plan to have what we call perbadanan, if approved by the authority. We will need to have one institution to administer and manage the city. There's number one is on governance, second on reputation. We want to make people know that not only we develop the city, but also it needs some guidance from the authority. And in the case of Pahang, it involved, for example, the Sultan of Pahang as the what we call the sole authority for the Waqf activities, Waqf and Zakat activities in the state. And third, if you talk about risk, the point is on the financial. This is very challenging. How to get fund and how to manage the risk as far as the funding is concerned. Maybe, for example, if the participant asks me, maybe I need assistance from, for example, from my friend Hamid Rashid for the blockchain, or even I need assistance from our brother Zainul Abidin from the South Africa on how to combine this, not only for raising fund, but also to establish and produce entrepreneurs. This is what Mr. Zainul Abidin mentioned about the SME. How to assist SME, how to assist young generation, the Asnaf people to become entrepreneur, future millionaire in Malaysia. And the other two, as far as I'm concerned, the other two aspects of the risk management is the operational risk, and the other one is the stakeholder risk. So we need to manage the stakeholder as well, including those who are in our, what we call these, in our house. We have quite a number of poor and needy people to serve, and they are also our stakeholders. We need to manage them as well. So we cannot run alone. We cannot work on our own. We need collaboration. We need cooperative from all individual corporates as well as the government. There's the first question on the management, the risk management. Second question, I think Dato mentioned accessible to the low income. For information, the first phase of the project involved 2 types of housing. One is semi-D and the other one is terrace house. The small semi-D and terrace house. The cost is to me, it's very cheap. The semi-D costs only 60,000, RM 60,000 is very cheap. Why, when people ask why cheap? Because the land is Waqf land. And who actually buy this, the house is we. For example, myself, maybe I subscribe to one house. I mentioned this is my Waqf, personal Waqf. Anybody can stay in that particular house, especially for the retirement village and the elderly programs that we want to develop. And the terrace house is cost only 40,000, so it is very affordable as far as the first phase is concerned. However, I was told that the construction industry in Malaysia face some challenges due to the increase of the materials, construction materials. Then this cost may go up in the coming months or in the coming years. So that's all my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rizwan. You're very fortunate. We have more questions for you, right? Because they love you, definitely. Okay. I'm going to post you the questions. All right, 1 minute. The next question is that, how long did it take to get the Mutawali status from the Majlis Agama Pahang? Third question. Where exactly is the location of the nice city? And the fifth question is, how will this project be linked with other poor persons in the country? I mean, will it cover the other B60 in the nation? When I'm surprised at the price, actually, 60,000, 40,000. And they mean the price of land has been already subsidized by the government on the concept of Waqf. It's mystery to all who yet to understand. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Dato'. I think the first question is about location of the city. The city is located in Penor, between Kuantan and Pekan Pahang. Penor, which is between Kuantan and Pekan in the state of Pahang. And what is the second question? Long term. Oh, what is the time taken to get approval, Mutawali status? Now, as I mentioned, it is very challenging for us to get to convince the stakeholders, especially the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Pahang, on the intention to establish to construct a city. And Alhamdulillah, throughout the challenges, we got the status of Mutawali, and it took us almost 1 year actually. With the assistance from a few expert scholars, we need to present to the Sharia Committee of Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Pahang so that they understand what actually we are doing. So it's not easy. In other words, it's not easy to get Mutawali. And after I'm so confident, I'm very positive. When we first got this Mutawali status, I believe the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Pahang will give more Mutawali to other institutions. So we open big door to other Mutawalis to come in. In the future, as I mentioned, this project is not merely a state. It's not only a city, constructions or buildings. It is more than that. We want to establish Waqf economy, Waqf-based economy, with the integration of IT, the technology. So I believe, and I'm confident, there will be more Mutawali to be granted status by the state of Pahang. So in other words, in short, it takes almost 1 year to get the Mutawali status.
Thank you. The third question.
The question whether how this benefit the poor person.
Yes.
I would like to extend this note by sharing that this city is not only meant for Muslim. As I mentioned, this is Rahmatul Alamin. It should be benefit the non-Muslim as well. But however, we need to be cautious on this. The non-Muslim who want to stay in this city, they must fulfill some conditions because we want to establish the Islamic civilization. They need to understand what is Islamic civilization, which is fair to all. Therefore, if we can manage, or if we have intention to get non-Muslim as well in our city, of course, we will take care of our Muslim poor and needy, the Asnaf, Fakir, and Miskin especially. And it is very important and critical is for us to establish or produce professional tahfiz. We are in progress actually. There are so many students, about more than 100 students currently in the Mahat Tahfiz Negeri Pahang, the state of Pahang. And some of them, inshallah, they will not only memorize the full Quran, but we plan to produce them as professional accountants, doctors, engineers, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. I still have questions for you. Because you have struck the mind of the future of tomorrow. And
Yes.
that's what. Okay, first, next question number 7. How does the Nazir discharge the accountability in the new concept city? Second question, next question, how can the international community join this program? I'm sure that's where Fintera joined with you. All right, brother Sharashid, you got business there. Last one, the same question, I think you may have covered it, whether the benefits are only for Muslims. Huh?
Okay.
Okay. Please.
Okay, thank you, Dato'. Very interesting question.
Hmm.
Nazir accountability. At this point of time, when the Majlis Agama gives mandate as Mutawali for us, we have established the steering committee and advisory committee, which I am one of them. We manage the city based on this platform at this current stage. In future, in the coming months, if approved by the authority and the stakeholders, we plan to establish what we call Perbadanan to manage all these, we call this the city, the management, as well as the execution of the projects. And when the question is about Nazir accountability, the Nazir accountability will be lies on the board of directors of that particular institutions. At this point of time, the accountability is lie on the steering committee or the advisory panel of the city. Once we establish Perbadanan, then we transfer the accountability to the Nazir to the Perbadanan that we want to establish. So that is the question on Nazir accountability. Second, on international community, of course, Alhamdulillah, we welcome international partners, international friends. Even I before COVID-19, I also had do informal visit to a few countries. For example, in Brunei Darussalam, Singapore, Indonesia, Turkey, for example, in order to participate in our activities, in our plan of action for the future development of the city. And of course, as I mentioned, it's not only for Malaysians, it's not only for Muslim. The city should be holistic view of city, whereby we serve, inshallah, we serve Muslim, non-Muslim, all the creatures, cats, dogs, for example. Yeah, we will organize programs with, for example, the poor and the needy, the homeless, the elderly programs, including the non-Muslim as well as international community. And when we establish, inshallah, when we establish the center of Imam Shafi'i and the 4 mazhab, all scholars will be invited to this, for example, annual gathering in this city, inshallah. I mean, thank you, Dato'.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rizwan. Now, we have yet to receive more questions in the chat box. I don't know, we are chatting or we forgot to write the question. Come on, 1,000 people are hearing. I like to have more questions for FinTech. And also to my brother from South Africa, because I think what you are doing now, we can be futuristic, we can plan estate planning already into the new city, so that we don't do a matter of the fact, the new generation coming into. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will take the opportunity also to recognize all those who are here on on this morning session. I have invited many groups, so I like to recognize of them. Some of them are international colleagues from IDB, those who are already in the Wilayah Persekutuan Pusat Waqf, which I'm the chairman. We have the Mawi community, we have the Waqf community, we have the Serana community, we have also the community from Indonesia. I like to recognize my brother Papa Ardan from Kambaru, our brothers and sisters in Bangkok, in Sungai Petani, in Indonesia, in Singapore, in Brunei, in Philippines, also in Canada, for all of you that we are here gathered today. So, without it, we have any more questions, madam? We are waiting one person. No problem. In the meantime, I shall move in as a moderator to enjoy the session, because we are not here free for time, but free for thought. The time is another 20 minutes for lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have heard today is really providing answers for the future. The question is the challenge for ordinary Muslims those who have taken Islam as the face of life, and those who see Islam as a way of life or from their life. My question to all of you today, in fellow Malaysia, we are one unique nation that has the combination of civilization, both in Western, Eastern, Middle Eastern, and Islam. We have also all the communities of the world in this country. My question to us of you, how enigmatic and magnanimous it is in terms of understanding the place of civilizational building destiny. This is a very important question. Today, we are being hammered with what called the new normal. But the new normal is actually the reinforcement of yesterday's normal. What we are trying hard is to have an opportunity again in terms of the diversity of ideas and the way of life. And therefore, Muslims in particular are responsible to make realize that Islam has an answer to humanity. And what Dr. Dar and my brother Tanzi Daud Bakar challenges every Muslim community in Malaysia and the rest of the world, plus fellow brothers of similar reasoning in the West, to answer how does technology in its new facet of the nature of his creation. Now, before I go continue, we are lucky you got 2 patients on the chit chat. So very good. Come on, more patients. You will not go before your lunch unless more patients are coming in. All right.
All right. I have 2 questions with me. One regarding wasiah to our brother from South Africa. How is the Sharia regulation if the bequeath Waqf exceed 1/3 of inheritance? So that this question for Mr. Zainal Abidin from South Africa. And I would like to read another question for Fintera. Okay. Yeah. Maybe Fintera can take note of this question as well. There seems to be a very low level of awareness of the importance and benefits of fintech to drive Waqf operations, especially among Islamic faith-based organizations. How can we improve this situation? And secondly, what is the average cost implication of adopting fintech to drive Waqf operations? Very popular question. Okay, so we would like to invite Mr. Haji Zainal Abidin first.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you for that question. I think it's a question that everybody wants to know, and it's also a question that intrigues many people as to what they can do with this freedom of testation, this freedom that they have of the 1/3 that we are allowed to actually distribute according to our own whims and fancies, or according to our own passions, or according to our own desires. So generally, the ruling is that a maximum of 1/3 may be distributed from our worlds. But does this actually prohibit us from exceeding this 1/3? So if we're making a waqf, for example, that exceeds 1/3, it depends also to who this waqf is actually being made. If it's being made to one of the faraid heirs, because the waqf is actually made to Allah, it's not actually made to a faraid heir. It's actually only the usufruct may be made to a faraid heir. So the general rule is that if the 1/3 is exceeded, then one needs to get the consent of all the faraid heirs. Those and that also after one's death. So it becomes quite an important avenue for distribution, but one just needs to be careful about the rules regarding the wasiya, whether it is within the 1/3, whether it is a waqf, whether it is a hiba. If it's just a hiba that goes to a faraid heir, then you definitely need the consent of the other faraid heirs. If it's a waqf to a faraid heir, remember the waqf is a gift to Allah. It's not a gift to the person, but there is a guidance from the Prophet ﷺ that there are no heirs in the wasiyah. There are no faraid heirs in the wasiyah. So one just needs to keep those points in mind. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Brother Zainul. May I now invite Brother Hamid, please?
Thank you, Dato. Islamic fintech, like I said, is about 5-6 years old. And the awareness around Islamic fintech is growing, day by day. A good, yardstick to test that is if you look at the 2017 IFN Islamic fintech reports, there would be hardly 17 Islamic fintechs registered globally. And if you look at the current, the latest report that just came out, is 277 Islamic fintechs registered globally. And of course, these are registered and recognized. I'm sure there are many entrepreneurs and many fintechs that are Islamic in different various countries and regions which are not recognized as well. So the awareness is growing, right? Awareness is growing from platforms like this Global Waqf conference platform. There are so many other platforms where entrepreneurs are taking their conventional fintechs and looking how to address and how to serve the Islamic community by bringing in Sharia compliance, by getting certain certifications or modifying the service. So it is a very fast growing space. If you compare it to the last 3 years, it is extremely fast growing space. Agencies like MDEC, the Multimedia Super Corridor here in Malaysia, agencies like MAGIC, agencies like Ministry of Science, Innovation, MOSTI, and many other agencies are promoting specifically Islamic fintech. Okay. Now, the question around what is the cost, right? It is same like any IT cost. If you are planning to develop and adopt a fintech solution, then of course, as any IT cost, there has to be an IT budget. There is a cost for the servers or the cloud servers, the software development, and then the resources to manage those, right? But of course, the other model is the SaaS model, which is cloud-based, software as a service model, where there's so many Islamic fintech solutions available to you, which you just subscribe into. Whatever you use online, you just pay for that. So things like, say, example, crowdfunding solutions, right? There are various crowdfunding solutions coming out from the United States, UK, Malaysia, Singapore, which are Islamic crowdfunding platforms where you can go and create a prospectus, purpose for which you want to raise funds, how much do you want to raise, and you publish it through that platform. That platform already has captive audience that will look at your cause and will contribute into. So most of those platforms are servicing is Sadaqah, Zakat, and maybe a small component of Waqf. I've seen some Waqf-based causes as well. So the cost is very, negligible or minimum. Anywhere in between 5 to 10 or 12% of the funds that are raised are taken as a success fee for allowing you to use the platform, but there is no upfront cost. IT is such a thing that over time, the cost just becomes minimum and minimum. But if you're looking to adopt and implement a whole system for yourself and customize it to yourself, then the cost is still quite heavy. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Brother Hamid, for your question. Sorry. Thank you very much, Brother Hamid, for your question. I'm sure what was raised by the colleague today is the challenge of the Muslim world becoming in tune with the development of technology and science and technology. We part of the rise of any civilization. And therefore, it's imperative for all Muslims today to master the knowledge itself, the technique, and the processes that we can acquire the best benefit that Allah has given through the element of light technology. For those who understand science, Allah has created in the past, man understood it was land, water, fire, and air, but today it is light technology, the miracle that He created today to understand. Therefore, Muslims have no alternative but belief. And last question is, why a blockchain in your venture? Thank you.
I think that's the most common question, that why did we implement this on a blockchain versus just doing a cloud-based software? See, blockchain brings certain advantages which did not exist previously. And I'll just like to point out two of those advantages. Number one is that whatever is registered on the blockchain is immutable, meaning the data can be trusted, right? So any contract, let's say for Waqf or for Islamic finance that is created like a Musharaka, Mudaraba or Sukuk, can be converted as a smart contract registered on the blockchain and distributed over the blockchain network. Now the contract itself, right, will become immutable because it becomes like a digital asset. Now the same thing, if it's done in the conventional or normal world, I would have to create a Sukuk contract as a PDF, right? Print it out, sign it, scan it and send it out, right? No harm in it, but then there are a lot of cases of forgery. You don't know whether the right intended person actually sent out or someone else sent it out. Also the duplicate copies of it, and then the enforceability, whether a scanned copy, digital copy is enforceable in a court of law. With all those issues, a system like blockchain, when it creates digital assets, right, they have become immutable. The only source who is who is meant to create it can create it. Only that person can distribute it to whoever he wants or she wants to distribute it. And the recipient only receives the original copy. No duplicates can be created. Okay, so that makes it immutable. And because of this, that network where this transmission of all these digital assets is happening, the blockchain network, it becomes very, very secure. Unlike normal systems getting hacked or files getting copied without a trace, how many copies exist of it. On the blockchain, the number of copies or the source of the copies and the original origin as well as the destination is always controlled. So it is very, very safe. And then lastly is that it is a distributed environment. Distributed environment is because of democratization that I was speaking about in my talk. Democratization is that for anything to exist, the community must agree that it exists, right? So if we say are doing crowdfunding and there is a sukuk or a musharaka contract that we are using, then the number of users on the network must agree that this is real, this is true. Only then that digital asset for crowdfunding will exist within the network. But if majority of the users say that this is fake, this is not true, then what happens is that the ecosystem, the network itself, the blockchain network kicks out or throws out that digital asset. So automatically it creates a democratization of truth, of fact, right, and of assets within the network. So these are the two key reasons which we thought creates a very credible environment for us to launch Waqf-based investment or Waqf-based charity tokens or contracts to be distributed over.
All right, there is a two questions to you, brother. One is that first question is, what blockchain platform can we use? All right, now first question. Second, is the Waqf company with 100% investor automatically a fintech?
So what blockchain platform is just like asking what operating system should I be using? Today in the world, there is Microsoft operating system, there is Linux, Unix, and so many. So like that, when blockchain was created many years back, there are many different companies that created their versions of blockchain. So today exists, the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum network, there is the Stellar network, EOS, Trezos, and like that, there are hundreds of different blockchain platforms. Now, as a technology person, I would say that you should look at the platform based on your specific requirement. If you're looking at mass market distribution, you need very high throughputs. So there would be a very specific blockchain like EOS, Polkadot, or any other platform that has very high throughputs for very large user base and very large community. But if you're looking at, say, a very specific closed environment, because we have done few projects in the Middle East where the Waqf wanted secure data within their network and only visible to them. They don't want to open up that data to the public. Then we used platforms like the IBM Hyperledger and a few other platforms where you could create a private network for that Waqf, where they create tokens and contracts on the network, but it is close to their users and they don't expose it out to others. So technology selection is a due diligence process, and blockchain selection also has a checklist that you can find, you can Google and find, and you can see based on your specific requirement, what you're trying to achieve, you will see that there would be a blockchain platform that you can adopt. The second question is not very clear to me, what's being asked here. Maybe Dato, if you understand it, you can explain to me, but I'm not very clear on the second part of the question.
1 minute. Just hold on. Is the assumption made whether a company,
whether a company with 100% share will be considered as a fintech company?
Okay.
Something, yeah.
So the question is not very clear, unfortunately. So shareholding doesn't make any company to be fintech. To be fintech, you should have a solution or an offering which is financial in nature, but running on a technology platform. That is what will make you a fintech. Having shareholding 100% or 50%, that's just only the ownership of the company. It doesn't, have any impact on what you're offering.
Mr. Hamid, let me rephrase the question again. Is the Waqf company with 100% investor automatically a fintech?
No, again, my answer would be the same. Firstly, there is no Waqf company as such. There could be a company that has Waqf related activities, and the shareholding has no bearing on being a fintech or being a Waqf-based company.
Please. All right, we have come to the end of the session, my dear brothers in UAE, plus my distinguished participants and also speakers. Today has been a very interesting day. I'm very glad to chair this session of practitioners that has a new dimension to our conference, and they fully answered the theme of the conference itself. On behalf of all of you, those who are outside in the world, listening from all parts of the world, in Africa, in Asia, and also in Canada, Europe, I'll take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to Brother Abdul Hamid Rashid, the founder of Fintera, and Brother Zainal Abidin KJ, who is online from South Africa, and of course, my colleague, Dr. Rizwan Bakar from Malaysia, for sharing their intellectual insight and their experiences and their hope that all of us in this room and the part of the other world will adopt a new dimension of Waqf. Indeed, Waqf today has been met, ladies and gentlemen, from a very transactional or technical or institutional framework. I like together to mention to you that, have fellow Muslims, the first 3 verses of the Quran, Al-Baqarah 1 to 3, our Creator offers the answer whom he characterized as those who are bertakwa. That the third element is that those who share what bounties has given for mankind. And therefore, there must be a significant shift in our understanding why great Muslims of yesterday believe they are the custodian of the wealth of the heaven and earth. And therefore, they do what mankind needs necessarily. Not because it's the pull of the market, not because of individual evolution of wealth or self-realization, but their humanity in the service of justice and mankind. And that is why great civilizations are built. I hope today our Global Waqf Conference will contribute to a reversal of how mankind plays humanity. Today, we are faced with the COVID-19 that displaces nations and communities and the corporate world. And therefore, today, Waqf has an answer. And Muslims must rise today. They must fulfill their obligation that we have forgotten for the last 100 years. Indeed, we are contributed in a small way to that consciousness of accountability to the divine master plan. And though we have talked about technical plan, but Muslims and fellow human beings will realize where their purpose of existence on this earth. And Waqf to us one key framework to consider for our own self-salvation and soul understanding of what our existence. With that, I thank again all of you for your kind intention. I recognize the presence in this hall and all of you around the world for sharing with us. Now I shall pass over to Madam Azura Razak for the next part of the program. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome, salam.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, Dato.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghazali. So for now, we are going to take a break until 2 p.m. But inshallah, after 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a parallel session simultaneously with the practitioners panel session, which will be conducted in Bahasa Melayu. And the links to those sessions are now available on our website. So please do not miss out on that. Thank you so much. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, inshallah.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary dust. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trust, from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Finterra simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Finterra's Waqf chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah Flaws International Islamic University Malaysia to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the course of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Our mission is to produce graduates who are outstanding in their knowledge and technical competence and are committed to participating in socio-economic development processes. It seeks to design and deliver social justice promotion and training programs aimed at facilitating social service delivery and undertake legal research. Our vision is to be a center for continuing legal education in Malaysia, Asian regions, and the world, renowned for outstanding teaching and intellectual rigors for bridging the discipline of law with other professions, governance, administration, and management, driven by commitment to the pursuit of justice and service to humanity. Here in Harun M. Hashim Law Center, we offer master's programs such as LLM in International Law, LLM in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, LLM in Business Law, LLM in Administration of Islamic Law, Postgraduate Diploma, Diploma in Sharia Legal Practice, Diploma in Administration Islamic Judiciary, Certificate Program, Certificate in Company Secretarial Practice, Certificate in Islamic Banking and Finance Law, and Certificate in Competition Policy Law. Log into our website at www.lawcenter.iium.edu.my or give us a call at 03-6421-4273 or at 03-6421-4374.
Billions of people in the world have no access to financial assistance. Borders in the system are designed to create barriers. Trusted establishments, they've collapsed over and over again, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. So, what's the solution? Today's world is riddled with new initiatives, all produced with the intention to deliver a solution, from the grassroots startups to the multi-million-dollar organizations to unicorns. Charities aim to make a difference, to uplift mankind, to rid the world of hunger, poverty, and unnecessary deaths. Trillions of dollars are poured into charities worldwide. But where do our donations go? Think about it. Finterra introduces the Waqf chain, the future of Waqf. Blockchain technology harnessed to crowdfund the development of Waqf initiatives. Waqf chain delivers you total transparency, security, and immutability for all of your transactions. For centuries, Waqf has been an integral part of Islamic society. Finterra's Waqf chain is designed and built to serve over 700 million people living below the poverty line. This allows the tracking of contributions made by users, institutions, and trusts from the act of giving to the realization of its benefits. Recognized as the world's first Waqf on blockchain, Fintera simplifies the act of charity, paving the way to a new world order. A world where generosity and voluntary giving is automated and trustable, where Waqf brings hope and optimism to the lives of billions. Waqf Chain is a global community of inclusion for the greater good of humanity. Join Fintera's Waqf Chain. Visit mywaqf.com and be part of the future of Waqf.
Assalamualaikum.
Tapi tak share. Buat 100% test. Okay.
There's a change in the title, right?
Oh no, I don't know.
Title. Datuk. This one is reality Waqf this one.
Oh, yang ni kena cakap dekat Professor Emeritus. he is the one who will be.
Oh yeah, you won't be.
Okay, all right.
So the first, okay, so you won't be
No, I
admitted.
will introduce to Professor Emeritus. Going back. All right. So I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, drive safe.
I think we'll be fine.
Inshallah.
There's only one this session.
Yeah,
after
that's
his,
right. That's right.
All right.
Okay, you take care. Okay, see you again. Okay, inshallah.
Assalamualaikum. 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 Assalamualaikum.
Who's he talking to?
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okey, boleh dengar sound dari sini daripada
Yes.
Sarawak?
Boleh.
Clear, tak ada masalah.
Okay, very clear.
Okey. Satu lagi kita akan guna untuk slide yang bagi Datuk kita tak akan guna share. Kita akan guna melalui daripada visual ni lah. Boleh nampak jelas tak dia punya slide sekarang ni?
Boleh. It's like the face, is it? Is it the face, is it?
Yes. You can see now slide?
Boleh nampak.
Okay.
Where's everybody else?
Okay. Kating.
Okey, ambil gambar yang perlu belajar. Okey. Right.
That video.
Oh, video.
Okay, boleh. Oh Allah. Ini dah tak nampak hidung.
Boleh ke nak tengok aku?
Oh.
Ni tak letak sesuatu keluar nak ni nak biar orang masuk tanpa sign in. Ya tak? Oh, kena dekat tidak dia je. Slot ni, slot panel tak kena masuk.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. We are a bit delayed because of some technical difficulties faced by some of the panelists. So give us some time, maybe around 5 to 10 minutes. Inshallah, we'll get back to you as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Hey, mana tanya kutip? Okay, ada problem. Kami tu problem. Baik, tak boleh masuk.
here. I welcome you back to the afternoon session of our program. Alhamdulillah, we notice that we now have over 1,000 participants joining us today, which is truly a remarkable number indeed. For this afternoon, we have two sessions for you. One will be the Waqf Practitioners Panel session, which for the first time ever will be conducted in Bahasa Melayu, moderated by Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoy Bardai. There will also be 5 parallel paper presentations for you to choose from in 5 different virtual rooms. The links to the presentations are available to you via our website, and these parallel presentations will be brought to you by our esteemed speakers from WASIDS, Uniraza, Fintera, IIUM, and IUB. For our Waqf Practitioners Panel session, we have the honor of having Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoy Bardai as the moderator. Professor Barjoy graduated in Economics Accounting from the University of Malaya in 1975 and was appointed as tutor in accounting at University Kebangsaan Malaysia in June 1975. He then furthered his studies at the Aston Business School in Birmingham and was awarded with a Master's of Science in Industrial Administration in 1977. He was then appointed as lecturer in accounting at UKM in the same year, before pursuing a professional diploma in accounting at University of Malaya, which he obtained in 1978. Professor Barjoy then pursued a diploma in international taxation at the Harvard Law School, Harvard University in 1979, under the fellowship from the Bank of Tokyo, and was awarded a diploma in 1980. He was then appointed as head of accounting department at UKM in 1981, before becoming the deputy dean in 1984. He then served as general manager of Compuform Sendirian Berhad and as a consultant at Brunei Shell Petroleum in Syria, before being promoted as the dean of the Faculty of Business Management at UKM in 1986. In 1988, Professor Barjoy pursued a PhD program at University College London, University of London, under the fellowship of the Commonwealth Universities Association, and was awarded a degree in 1990 and was appointed as Professor of Taxation and Accounting in 1994. He has also been a Senate member of UKM, Malaysia University of Science and Technology, and Al Madinah International University. For this session, the panelists are Professor Dr. Ismail Lutfi Japakia, Rector of Fatoni University, Thailand, Yang Berusaha Tuan Syahrul Azam Mishari, CEO, Majlis Agama Islam Perak, Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi bin Bidin, CEO, Majlis Agama Islam Terengganu, and Yang Berbahagia Datu Haji Abang Muhammad Shibli bin Haji Abang Muhammad Naili, General Manager of Tabung Baitul Mal Sarawak. Professor Emeritus, I hand the floor to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih pengurusi majlis. Yang amat berbahagia, Tuan Yang Terutama Tun Datuk Seri Utama Ahmad Fuzi Abdul Razak, Yang di-Pertua Negeri Pulau Pinang, Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, Presiden International Islamic University Malaysia, Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Maknur, Convener Global Waqf Conference dan juga pengerusi pusat Waqf Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan Sendirian Berhad, Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Farid Sufyan bin Shuaib, Dekan Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law di IIUM, Yang berbahagia Profesor Puan Dr. Nur Aisyah Muhammad, Pengarah Global Waqf Conference ke-9, Yang Arif, pembentang ucap utama dan pembentang kertas kerja, wakil-wakil daripada rakan strategik Global Waqf Conference, ahli akademik, pentadbir universiti dan penaja-penaja Global Waqf Conference, semua partisipan, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Selamat datang ke sesi yang kedua dalam Global Waqf Conference. Alhamdulillah, ini kali pertama Global Waqf Conference setelah 9 kali untuk mewujudkan sesi khas dalam bahasa Malaysia. Dan ini adalah atas permintaan banyak daripada peserta. Dan alhamdulillah kita memperoleh juga beberapa orang pembentang yang juga sanggup membentangkan dalam bahasa Malaysia. Dan dalam petang ini kita akan bertuah mendapat beberapa orang ahli practitioner, pempraktik wakaf yang akan membentangkan pengalaman dan idea-idea mereka tentang praktik wakaf di seluruh dunia. Okey, tanpa membuang masa, saya akan memulakan sesi ini. Sesi yang pertama ini akan dibentangkan oleh Yang Berbahagia Tuan Syahrul Azam bin Syari. Beliau adalah Ketua Pengarah Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Perak. Dan beliau akan membentangkan kertas kerja bertajuk Meleraikan Belenggu Demi Kelestarian Wakaf. Elok saya bacakan sedikit latar belakang beliau sebagai panduan kita dalam menghayati ucapannya. Beliau memulakan kerjayanya dalam kerajaan pada tahun 2005 sebagai penolong setiausaha di Pejabat Setiausaha Kerajaan Perak, ditempatkan di bahagian kerajaan tempatan. Pada tahun 2007 dilantik sebagai pegawai daerah dan ditempatkan di Pejabat Daerah dan Tanah Perak Tengah. Kemudian dilantik sebagai Ketua Penolong Pegawai Daerah, Pejabat Daerah dan Tanah Kampung Gajah, Pentadbiran Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Perak pada tahun 2009. Tahun 2016 beliau dilantik sebagai Ketua Penolong Pengarah Institut Tanah dan Ukur Negara. Pada Februari 2019 dilantik sebagai Ketua Penolong Setiausaha di Institut Tanah dan Ukur Negara (INSTUN). Dan kini menyandang jawatan sebagai Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif di Majlis Agama Islam sejak tahun 2019. Okey, insyaAllah kita akan mendengar pembentangan beliau tentang kelestarian wakaf ini. Dengan sukacitanya saya menjemput Yang Berbahagia Tuan Syahrul Azam Syari. Silakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalam syaraf yang biar wa bermusalim. Terima kasih yang dihormati Profesor Emeritus Dr. Barjuai Bardai selaku moderator dan Div Kehormat. Salam perjuangan wakaf kepada rakan-rakan ahli panel, Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang sudi menyertai sesi panel pada petang ini. Syukur alhamdulillah kepada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala hingga ke saat dan ketika ini, dan insya-Allah akan dipanjangkan. Kita terus dikurniakan kesihatan agar kita dapat melaksanakan ibadah dan amanah yang terus dipertanggungjawabkan. Di ruang ini saya bersyukur diberikan kesempatan di dalam platform Global Waqf Conference untuk berkongsi berkaitan dengan skop pentadbiran urus perundangan tanah wakaf. Lebih spesifik, apakah kekangan-kekangan dan cabaran yang dihadapi untuk membangunkan tanah wakaf, dan lebih inklusif adalah untuk meleraikan belenggu ataupun ikatan dan juga kekangan demi kelestarian wakaf secara keseluruhan. Terus, sejak mutakhir ini, kita amat teruja dan juga berbangga apabila pengembangan konsep wakaf itu sendiri sebenarnya terus berkembang dan diberi perhatian oleh pihak-pihak berwajib. Yang pihak yang berautoriti. Sebagai contoh, di peringkat persekutuan, agensi yang bertanggungjawab untuk melaksanakan amanah tersebut daripada pihak Jauhar, daripada pihak Yayasan Waqaf Malaysia dalam proses untuk memperkasakan agenda wakaf. Dan di peringkat negeri juga, Majlis Agama Islam Negeri-Negeri dan juga Perbadanan Wakaf melalui program-program wakaf untuk memberi manfaat kepada keseluruhan masyarakat. Namun begitu, terdapat beberapa perkara yang berkaitan dengan pertembungan perundangan, the clashes of law, antara perundangan sedia ada dengan perundangan yang berlandaskan enactment wakaf, enactment pentadbiran agama Islam melalui hukum syarak. Dan juga garis panduan yang telah ditetapkan oleh agensi-agensi teknikal yang masih membelenggu kelestarian konsep wakaf itu sendiri. Kita pala kepada tajuk. Berkaitan dengan itu, beberapa isu pertembungan perundangan ini sebenarnya telah dikaji dan telah dimasukkan di dalam kajian-kajian ilmiah di peringkat institusi pendidikan dan juga di dalam forum-forum perbincangan. Namun penyelesaian secara konkret masih lagi belum dapat kita selesaikan secara keseluruhan. Dan oleh itu saya ingin mengajak dan menarik perhatian saudara dan saudari berkaitan dengan belenggu ataupun kekangan yang dihadapi di peringkat di negeri Perak dan juga cadangan-cadangan penyelesaian yang kita boleh terokai bersama. Okay, terus. Oleh itu, pembentangan saya dibahagikan kepada 3. Yang pertama berkaitan dengan embracing the present and preserve the past. Yang kedua berkaitan dengan cabaran yang dihadapi. Dan yang terakhir sekali adalah penambahbaikan. Untuk part 1, embracing the present and we preserve the past. Ini mempunyai hubung kait dengan pemeliharaan kepada yang terdahulu. Jadi sepintas lalu kepada pelaksanaan wakaf di Malaysia dan khusus di negeri Perak. Sejak daripada zaman Kesultanan Melayu dahulu, masa pegang tampuk kepimpinan kerajaan, perundangan yang diwujudkan banyak dipengaruhi oleh prinsip yang berasaskan hukum syarak, terutama berkaitan dengan undang-undang tanah. Namun perundangan wakaf secara rasmi yang termaktub bermula sejak daripada 1911 di Johor diikuti dengan negeri Perak. Ini menunjukkan bahawa pihak pemerintah ataupun pihak berkuasa pada masa itu memandang berat ataupun memandang serius ke atas ibadah wakaf sebagai salah satu daripada sumber pemerkasaan sosio-ekonomi masyarakat. Terus, jejak wakaf di Perak. Walaupun enactment wakaf di Perak telah dikuatkuasakan bermula pada 2015, tapi di Perak terdapat perundangan khusus yang lebih awal. Sebagai contoh, pada 1917, Sultan Idris Religious and Charitable Trust Enactment Perak. Dan selepas itu, wakaf daripada individu yang paling awal pernah direkodkan pada 1894. Dan seterusnya, wakaf irsad daripada pihak berkuasa negeri pada 1900. Terus, okay. Seperti negeri-negeri lain di Malaysia, pentadbiran dan pengurusan wakaf di Perak adalah lebih tersusun dan sistematik setelah Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Perak ditubuhkan secara rasmi pada tahun 1949. Dan ini dinyatakan khusus dalam Undang-Undang Pentadbiran Agama Islam pada 1965. Terus, ini sepintas lalu berkaitan dengan kuasa mengenai agama dan undang-undang Islam. Dinyatakan dalam perkara 3 dalam Perlembagaan Persekutuan, perkara 74/2 dan senarai 2 jadual ke-9. Yang diamanahkan kepada Majlis Agama Islam Negeri sebagai satu badan otoriti untuk menguruskan pentadbiran agama Islam termasuk wakaf. Seterusnya. Sekarang saya masuk kepada bahagian kedua iaitu challenges of the present. Inilah cabaran yang dihadapi untuk menguruskan dan membangunkan harta wakaf. Walaupun perundangan wakaf sama ada secara lisan ataupun yang sudah termaktub dalam enactment, ada yang wujud lebih awal sebelum daripada pembentukan daripada negara kita sendiri. Namun, kita perlu akur dan kita tidak boleh elak sebenarnya daripada evolusi perundangan konvensional, perundangan berkaitan tanah yang lebih bersifat menyeluruh kepada semua pihak di dalam masyarakat majmuk. Di sinilah timbulnya pertembungan perundangan, terutama berkaitan dengan pengurusan tanah wakaf. Secara spesifik, berkaitan dengan pengurusan tanah wakaf, perundangan konvensional yang terbentuk adalah Kanun Tanah Negara 1965 dan juga Akta Pengambilan Balik Tanah 1960 dan juga garis panduan yang telah ditetapkan oleh GWC Tanaka, yang bertembung dengan hasrat atau semangat yang telah dizahirkan melalui inama wakaf yang dipandu oleh hukum syarak melalui jawatan kuasa syariah ataupun jawatan kuasa fatwa di negeri kita. Terus, saya akan pergi kepada skop kepada pengalaman Majlis Agama Islam dan Adab Melayu Perak. Terus, ini adalah kategori tanah wakaf, wakaf am dan wakaf as, statistik dan bilangan lot beserta keluasan, di mana jumlah keseluruhan di Perak sahaja berjumlah 6,493 lot bersamaan dengan 47,264 hektar. Terus, terdapat 3 isu perundangan yang memerlukan perhatian khusus daripada pihak berkepentingan, khususnya daripada pihak penggubal ataupun pembuat dasar. Isu pertama, pendaftaran tanah wakaf. Kedua, pengambilan balik tanah wakaf. Ketiga, pindah milik sebahagian daripada tanah wakaf sebagai memenuhi pembangunan oleh pihak berkuasa. Isu-isu ini, tiga-tiga isu ini, dia juga berlaku di negeri-negeri lain di Malaysia. Cuma, kaedah penyelesaiannya adalah bergantung kepada kapasiti perundingan dan juga pertimbangan daripada pihak-pihak yang berkaitan. Saya pergi kepada isu pertama. Terus, pendaftaran tanah wakaf. Telah dinyatakan dengan jelas dalam Seksyen 4/2 Kanun Tanah Negara. Dikatakan kecuali diperuntukkan sebaliknya, KTN tidak boleh menentu mana-mana peruntukan undang-undang buat masa itu berkuat kuasa berhubung dengan wakaf atau baitul mal. Namun hakikatnya, KTN masih diperlukan dirujuk sebagai instrumen yang membolehkan tanah wakaf didaftarkan secara rasmi. Terus, ini adalah 2 dapatan kes mahkamah daripada negeri Pulau Pinang yang menekankan kerelevanan Seksyen 4 yang digariskan dalam Seksyen 4 dalam Kanun Tanah Negara yang telah saya sebutkan tadi. Terus, untuk mendaftar tanah wakaf dalam Kanun Tanah Negara, ia ada 3 cara. Penyerahan balik dan permohonan semula, pemberi milik, peletakan hak berkanun dan pindah milik berkanun. Pelaksanaan untuk setiap negeri berbeza-beza. Di Perak memakai peletakan hak berkanun. Manakala untuk di negeri lain ada yang pakai pindah milik. Namun pelaksanaan sebegini, terutama yang berkaitan dengan pindah milik borang 14 ini, menjadikan Majlis Agama Islam sebagai pemilik harta wakaf tersebut dan bukannya pemegang amanah. Walhal, Majlis Agama Islam sebenarnya adalah custodian ataupun penjaga harta wakaf itu. Sebab wakaf bukan kepunyaan kepada individu, kepada satu pihak, kepada satu sekumpulan. Ia adalah manfaat untuk masyarakat keseluruhan. Seterusnya, sebelum tu, untuk part kedua, patah balik, status wakaf tidak boleh dicatat dalam dokumen hak milik. Ini ada diletakkan di dalam hak milik dan ada kalanya tidak diletakkan di dalam hak milik. Idealnya, sewajarnya, sepatutnya status wakaf ini perlu diletakkan dalam hak milik. Kerana mengikut hukum wakaf adalah perpecuti, berkekalan, tidak boleh dipindah milik, tidak boleh dihibah ataupun tidak boleh dijual. Implikasinya sekiranya status wakaf yang tidak dimasukkan di hak milik akan mendedahkan kepada implikasi pindah milik ataupun berlaku penjualan yang seterusnya melanggar hukum syarat tersebut. Yang ketiga, status hak milik wakaf yang berstatus pajakan 99 tahun. Apabila hak milik dikeluarkan melalui KTN adalah berstatus pajakan. untuk menselarikan dengan hukum syarak di mana wakaf berstatus kekal. Adakah wajar, adakah sepatutnya kita letakkan wakaf ini, hak milik wakaf ini seperti mana hak milik berkekalan, seperti mana Pesuruhjaya Tanah Persekutuan ataupun hak milik PTP perolehi. Ia memperolehi hak milik selama-lamanya. Adakah wajar hak milik status untuk tanah wakaf ini dia beri layanan yang sama, ya, supaya mendapat keadaan istimewa seperti yang termaktub dalam KTN. Okay. Terus, tanah wakaf irsyad. Ya, dalam KTN mengatakan tanah reserve, pemberian tanah oleh kerajaan negeri untuk tujuan wakaf adalah berstatus reserve. Ya, setiausaha kerajaan negeri, setiap negeri dinamakan sebagai pegawai pengawal dan Majlis Agama Islam sebagai penyelenggara. Dan ini sebenarnya bertentangan dalam subsection 27/1 Inama Wakaf, di mana Maib sebagai pemegang amanah tunggal, melainkan pihak berkuasa negeri meluluskan pemberi milikan terus kepada Majlis Agama Islam. Alhamdulillah di negeri Perak, pihak kerajaan negeri telah meluluskan, telah memberikan pemberi milikan terus sejak daripada kelulusan awal berbanding dengan 10-20 tahun yang lalu. Terus, kesimpulan untuk isu 1 berkaitan dengan pendaftaran tanah wakaf, seperti yang saya telah nyatakan bahawa tanah wakaf sebenarnya tiada instrumen yang khusus. Namun, hanya melalui kaedah KTN. Kerana pemakaian itu saja yang boleh dipakai buat masa ini, tetapi pemakaian melalui sistem tersebut sebenarnya tidak begitu selari dengan hukum syarak yang telah digariskan, yang telah dimaktubkan di bawah Inama Wakaf dan juga Inama Pentadbiran Negeri. Okay, terus. Isu yang kedua berkaitan dengan pengambilan balik tanah wakaf. Dari 3 sumber kuasa, cuma berbeza dengan pendaftaran tadi adalah Akta Pengambilan Tanah tahun 1960. Terus, hukum syarak berkaitan wakaf, ini seperti mana yang telah termaktub dalam enactment, seperti juga yang telah digariskan Jawatankuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan dan juga di negeri. Wakaf adalah kekal, perpetuity, dan prinsip hukum wakaf yang tidak boleh dijual, tidak boleh dihibah, dan tidak boleh diwarisi. Terus, Akta Pengambilan Balik Tanah, tujuan utama adalah untuk pembangunan masyarakat dan peruntukan pampasan disediakan bagi tujuan tersebut. Namun, pampasan ini hanya untuk tanah yang berstatus hak milik, bukan status reserve. Terus, dalam Inama Wakaf jelas menyatakan dalam subsection 4/2 dan juga section 2, apabila status wakaf itu dimuktamadkan, apabila telah memenuhi syarat dan rukun, sama ada untuk tujuan keagamaan, sama ada untuk tujuan syara'an khas, wakaf itu bersifat kekal, walaupun kelulusan itu dalam bentuk reserve ataupun hak milik. Jadi jika ada pengambilan balik tanah dibuat, haruslah melalui kaedah istibdal, di mana pampasan ataupun penggantian perlu dilaksanakan bagi tanah mana kawasan-kawasan yang telah diambil oleh pihak berkuasa berkenaan. Namun bagi APT, tanah wakaf yang berstatus hak milik yang boleh dibayar pampasan adalah berstatus hak milik. Tetapi jika berstatus reserve, tiada pampasan boleh dibayar di bawah APT. Walaupun dalam KTN mengatakan dalam section 4, mana tidak terpakai untuk mana-mana peruntukan di bawah KTN. Terus, ini adalah perbezaan yang menjelaskan maksud berkaitan dengan pengekalan wakaf itu sendiri. Ya, di bawah perspektif KTN, tanah berstatus reserve adalah milik pihak berkuasa negeri dan boleh pada bila-bila masa untuk membatalkan reserve tanah tersebut. Manakala dalam perspektif faktual ataupun dalam pandangan faktual dalam hukum syarak, mengatakan tanah-tanah pemberian kerajaan kepada Majlis Agama Islam untuk tujuan ibadat adalah dikira wakaf dan juga berkekalan. Terus, saya masukkan di sini beberapa statistik kes pengambilan tanah wakaf di Maib. Ada 13 kes pengambilan tanah dibuat oleh kerajaan negeri, ada 119 kes yang diambil oleh kerajaan persekutuan. Terus, dan di sini, saya masukkan di sini daripada aspek pampasan. Daripada isu tanah milik, tak ada masalah, mana pampasan dibayar. Manakala untuk status reserve, 114 kes tanah reserve, tiada pampasan untuk kes-kes yang terdahulu. Namun begitu, ada 3 kes tanah reserve. Alhamdulillah telah menerima pampasan. Sukacita saya maklumkan di sini daripada 3 kes tersebut, ada 1 kes pengambilan yang dibuat oleh agensi kerajaan persekutuan 2 tahun lepas. Asalnya agensi kerajaan persekutuan tidak bersetuju untuk membayar kerana pada mula mereka memasukkan Seksyen 4 untuk buat pengambilan. Secara teknikalnya, tanah wakaf itu berstatus reserve. Tetapi pengambilan itu tak dibuat. 2-3 tahun selepas itu, apabila telah menerima hak milik, memang sepatutnya menerima pampasan. Tetapi agensi kerajaan persekutuan beranggapan apabila mula-mula masuk untuk buat pengambilan balik tanah tersebut, statusnya adalah tanah reserve. Namun begitu, setelah beberapa siri perbincangan dengan pihak agensi persekutuan, alhamdulillah pampasan telah dibayar mengikut nilai semasa oleh Jabatan Penilaian. Namun begitu, keputusan untuk pembayaran pampasan bagi tanah reserve yang sepatutnya tidak boleh dibayar mengikut APT itu, keputusan membayar untuk kes ini tidak mengikat kes-kes lain sekiranya ada berlaku pengambilan balik tanah yang akan berlaku untuk tanah reserve di tempat lain, sama ada di Perak ataupun di negeri-negeri lain. Terus, di sini saya masukkan beberapa kes pengambilan balik tanah yang telah dibuat sebelum ini yang tidak ada pampasan untuk keluasan tanah masjid dan juga tapak perkuburan Islam. Terus, isu yang ketiga, pindah milik tanah sebahagian tanah wakaf untuk memenuhi syarat pembangunan oleh pihak berkuasa berkaitan bagi tujuan syarat kelulusan kebenaran merancang dan juga syarat pengeluaran sijil penyiapan pematuhan CCC. Terus, selain daripada KTN ataupun APT yang telah saya terangkan tadi, undang-undang perancangan daripada perancangan pembangunan, daripada agensi teknikal, daripada Plan Malaysia, daripada TNB, daripada IWK, dia ada garis panduan daripada kehendak agensi teknikal yang perlu dipatuhi sebelum pertimbangan kebenaran merancang dikeluarkan. Terus, isu yang timbul apabila pembangunan yang perlu dibuat di tanah wakaf ini, ada sebahagian tanah yang perlu diserahkan ataupun dipindah milik dan dipindah milik bagi tujuan untuk pembinaan substation ataupun sebahagian daripada kawasan itu diserahkan bagi tujuan untuk buat jalan. Ya. Sebenarnya kalau ikutkan dalam enactment wakaf di negeri Perak dan juga mana-mana enactment di negeri lain, sebenarnya enactment yang digariskan untuk tujuan wakaf ini tidak begitu rigid. Pembangunan boleh dibuat. Namun begitu konsep istibdal perlu diobserv, perlu diambil kira kerana ia akan mengakibatkan kehilangan manfaat ke atas keluasan wakaf tersebut. Jadi kaedah penyelesaian untuk berkaitan ini berbeza-beza. Bagaimana pihak negeri menyelesaikan adalah berbeza-beza. Ada yang berkaitan dengan cara penyelesaian, ada berkaitan dengan pajakan, ada yang berkaitan dengan sewaan dan seterusnya. Terus, di sini saya masukkan juga ketetapan daripada Muzakarah Jawatankuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan yang menjelaskan perkara ini bahawa tanah wakaf yang hendak dibangunkan hendaklah dikecualikan daripada syarat penyerahan tanah. Bagaimanapun kemudahan itu boleh dibina atas tanah wakaf. Namun sejauh manakah pelaksanaan ini dilaksanakan di negeri-negeri? Terus, di sini saya masukkan 2 contoh yang berlaku di negeri Perak bagi tujuan untuk penyerahan bagi jalan dan juga pembinaan loji rawatan pembentungan. Jadi di sini kita kena tengok apakah kaedah penyelesaian yang boleh mendatangkan situasi menang-menang. Adakah perlu kita masukkan sebagai kos pembangunan yang projek bagi kita nak menepati konsep istibdal yang saya masukkan tadi, sama ada pampasan ataupun penggantian tanah. Okay, terus. Dan yang bahagian terakhir berkaitan dengan enhancing the future untuk meleraikan belenggu demi kelestarian wakaf. Jadi saya masukkan di sini beberapa cadangan penambahbaikan yang juga telah dimasukkan dalam kajian-kajian ilmiah sebelum ini. Ya. Next. Okey, kita kena tengok balik semula pertembungan perundangan yang berlaku, ya, untuk memastikan perkara ini tidak berlarutan dan merencatkan pembangunan tanah wakaf. Terus, dan insya-Allah kita tengok mana-mana perbezaan yang wujud kita bawa dalam platform-platform yang bersesuaian. Majlis Tanah Negara, Majlis Negara Kerajaan Tempatan dan juga Pelan Induk Wakaf Nasional PWN yang sedang dibangunkan oleh Jawhar sekarang di bawah teras 2 pemerkasaan perundangan wakaf. Next. Dan beberapa cadangan penambahbaikan yang telah saya masukkan di sini adalah rangkuman yang telah saya sebutkan tadi, daripada isu pertama pendaftaran tanah wakaf, yang kedua pengambilan balik tanah wakaf, dan juga yang ketiga adalah penyerahan sebahagian daripada tanah wakaf bagi tujuan pembangunan. Next. Jadi oleh itu sebagai penutup, seperti yang saya maklumkan di awal tadi, pelbagai kajian dan perbincangan kita telah lakukan sebelum ini dan telah menyentuh sebahagian perkara-perkara yang telah saya maklumkan. Inisiatif daripada pihak kerajaan, daripada pihak berkuasa negeri, daripada pihak institusi wakaf juga sudah mula bergerak untuk kita memartabatkan konsep wakaf. Dalam konsep ini, pembangunan tanah wakaf. Di samping kesedaran masyarakat kita, masyarakat untuk berwakaf, ya, semata-mata demi untuk diredai Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Jadi penyelesaian kita perlu cari. Kita perlu cari penyelesaian yang lebih inklusif, yang lebih tuntas, agar pelaksanaan perundangan yang sedia ada dan juga perundangan yang berlandaskan hukum syarak perlu selari agar kita dapat melestarikan pembangunan tanah wakaf. Dengan itu saya berharap sedikit perkongsian daripada saya dapat memberi manfaat kepada semua. Saya sudahi dengan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof. Moderator.
Terima kasih Tuan Sahrul Azam Syari atas pembentangan yang menarik. Ada beberapa isu yang ditunjulkan, isu hak milik wakaf, isu pengambil alihan, isu reserve daripada kerajaan kepada wakaf dan sebagainya. Ini akan didebatkan nanti dan para hadirin peserta boleh mengemukakan soalan yang akan diambil kira nanti oleh semasa kita sesi soal jawab. Okey, sekarang kita pergi kepada sesi yang kedua. Dan sesi yang kedua ni akan dibentangkan oleh yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi Bidin. Beliau juga merupakan ketua setiausaha, ketua pegawai eksekutif, dan beliau adalah ketua pegawai eksekutif Majlis Agama Islam Terengganu. Dan beliau akan membentangkan kertas kerja yang bertajuk Pengurusan Wakaf Perkuburan Islam Raya Bunga di Kuala Terengganu, satu kes spesifik di Kuala Terengganu. Biar saya bacakan sedikit tentang latar belakang Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi. Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi memiliki ijazah sarjana muda syariah dan undang-undang dari Universiti Al-Azhar di Mesir, diploma undang-undang dan pentadbiran kehakiman syariah dari Universiti Islam Malaysia, dan beliau mula bertugas tahun 1997 sebagai penolong pesuruh jaya undang-undang pentadbiran keluarga Islam di Jabatan Hal Ehwal Agama Terengganu. Pada tahun 2000, beliau dilantik sebagai penolong pegawai agama daerah Pejabat Agama Daerah Kuala Terengganu. Kemudian bertugas sebagai penolong pesuruh jaya pembangunan keluarga, bahagian pentadbiran undang-undang keluarga, Jabatan Hal Ehwal Agama Terengganu pada tahun 2002. Dilantik semula sebagai pegawai agama daerah Pejabat Agama Dungun pada tahun 2005. Tahun 2006 beliau bertugas sebagai penolong pesuruh jaya pentadbiran dan perkhidmatan Pejabat Agama Daerah Kuala Terengganu. Beliau diberi kepercayaan untuk bertugas sebagai Timbalan Mufti Negeri Terengganu di Jabatan Mufti Negeri Terengganu pada tahun 2010. Setelah 5 tahun bertugas sebagai Timbalan Mufti, pada tahun 2015 beliau dilantik sebagai Timbalan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif di Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Terengganu. Dan kini bertugas sebagai Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Setiausaha Majlis di Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Terengganu, Maidam. Dengan sukacitanya saya menjemput yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi Bidin untuk membentangkan kertas kerjanya. 20 minit.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Terima kasih kepada Tuan Moderator Profesor Emeritus dan terima kasih juga kepada pihak penganjur Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia yang telah menjemput Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Terengganu untuk bersama-sama dalam konferens ini. Seterusnya, sahabat-sahabat ahli-ahli panel, Def kehormat, jemputan, para peserta, Tan Sri, Datuk-datuk, tuan-tuan, puan-puan yang saya hormati lagi saya kasih sekalian. Alhamdulillah. Pertama-tamanya syukur kepada Allah SWT kerana pada petang yang mulia ini dapat kita bersama-sama dalam satu program yang bagi saya cukup besar. Maknanya dalam konteks pembangunan wakaf di negara kita, dan Alhamdulillah saya bagi pihak Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Terengganu melahirkan rasa berterima kasih dan syukur atas jemputan untuk membentangkan pengalaman kita ataupun pengalaman Majlis Agama Terengganu berkaitan dengan wakaf. Dan sebelum saya pergi kepada tajuk saya yang khususnya saya akan membentangkan atas pengalaman kita pembangunan semula tanah perkuburan Islam Paya Bunga berkonsepkan wakaf. Sukalah saya nak melantarkan beberapa perkara atas pengalaman dan mungkin daripada konferens ini Maidam ataupun Majlis Agama Terengganu boleh mengambil atas pengalaman-pengalaman sebagaimana sahabat saya tadi daripada Perak. Banyak perkara yang saya perolehi dan Alhamdulillah. Dan kalau kita lihat akhir-akhir ini, kalau kita tengok, kita lihat banyak pihak yang nak melaksanakan wakaf baik dari segi individu ataupun NGO, badan-badan, agensi dan sebagainya yang sama-sama nak mengibarahkan wakaf, dan ini adalah satu perkara yang bagus daripada satu sudut. Tetapi walau bagaimanapun kita perlu melihat kepada peraturan-peraturan dan perundangan-perundangan yang termaktub dalam perkara yang berkaitan dengan wakaf. Dan saya melihat dalam menguruskan wakaf ini bukanlah satu perkara yang mudah. Ianya amat rumit kerana kita menguruskan harta ataupun melibatkan amanah orang ataupun amanah pewakaf. Yang mana kita perlu berhati-hati, di sana ada hukum hakamnya yang perlu kita teliti, perlu kita ikuti dan sebagainya. Apa yang saya nak sebut di sini adalah kalau kita lihat banyak sekarang ni, rata-rata ada NGO, ada syarikat menubuhkan NGO semata-mata untuk mencari dana wakaf. Ada syarikat-syarikat ditubuhkan atas asas modalnya modal wakaf. Tetapi adakah perkara itu dilihat, adakah ianya selari dengan peraturan-peraturan dan perundangan-perundangan yang sepatutnya? Itu perkara yang perlu diberi perhatian jugalah. Dan kita bimbang, takut-takut ialah kalau syarikat misalnya kata contoh menubuhkan satu-satu syarikat atas asas wakaf, dana daripada dana wakaf. Tetapi apabila untungnya bukan wakaf, untungnya individu, token syarikat, tapi apabila ruginya wakaf. Itu yang kita bimbang. Dan sekarang ini banyak pihak-pihak ataupun NGO yang menubuhkan NGO badan-badan sukarela mencari dana wakaf dengan hanya mencari ataupun mewujudkan satu pejabat sewa satu ruang, lepas tu bagi gaji kepada seorang kerani, kemudian berurusan untuk kutip dana wakaf, dan dari segi pengiklanannya cari freelance mana-mana yang boleh buat grafik dan sebagainya, kemudian terus mencari dana. Tetapi adakah ianya selari dengan peruntukan undang-undang dan juga peraturan-peraturan yang telah ditetapkan? Saya bercakap ni atas konteks di Terengganu lah. Pasal di Terengganu sekarang ni ada satu fenomena lah. kutip wakaf telaga di Kemboja. Contoh saya bawa ni. Kelulusan diperolehi daripada Kemboja, jawatankuasa atau badan berautoriti di Kemboja ada. Dalam iklan yang dikemukakan, yang disebarkan untuk mencari dana ni, cari dana daripada rakyat negeri Terengganu, orang Muslim di Terengganu. Kelulusannya hanyalah daripada kelulusan untuk mengutip dana wakaf untuk wakaf wakaf telaga ni daripada Kemboja ada, tapi daripada Terengganu tak ada kelulusan. Ini yang kita rasa sedih. Perkara inilah yang perlu kita lihat bersama, saya rasa, dan sebagai player-player wakaf perlu kita beri perhatian pasal kita kena ingat bidang kuasa wakaf ini. Kalau kita tengok Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Terengganu, kalau di peringkat Terengganu merupakan pentadbir wakaf di Terengganu. Dan punca kuasa wakaf sebagaimana telah disebut oleh rakan saya, sahabat saya daripada Perak tadi, memang kalau ikutkan dalam perlembagaan telah meletakkan bahawa pasal 2 perkara 74 dibaca bersama putaran 1 Senarai Negeri Jadual ke-9 Pelbagai Persekutuan wakaf diletak hak di bawah bidang kuasa negeri-negeri. Ini tidak boleh dinafikan oleh mana-mana pihak. Maknanya mana-mana yang nak melaksanakan wakaf ataupun nak menguruskan wakaf mesti mendapat kebenaran atau kelulusan pasal ini bidang kuasa sebuah negeri. Suka tak suka, rela tak rela, kita terpaksa mengikut dan akur kepada ini perlembagaan. Dan dalam manajemen negeri Terengganu telah jelas menyebutkan section 4 manajemen Terengganu, manajemen wakaf 2016 menyatakan bahawa majlis sebagai pemegang amanah tunggal bagi semua wakaf dalam negeri Terengganu. Dan hal ehwal agama ini adalah sepenuhnya di bawah kuasa sultan lah. Kita tahu bahawa termasuklah wakaf ini adalah di bawah kuasa majlis, dan perkara ini perlu dilihat supaya kita tidak sewenang-wenangnya melaksanakan wakaf, tetapi adakah wakaf yang kita laksanakan itu sampai kepada targetnya. Pasal sekarang ini memang banyak orang berwakaf oleh kerana nak tubuh pondok, nak tubuh madrasah, orang kampung pun wakaf tanah. Tapi tak nak wakaf ke majlis. Pasal apa nak wakaf ke majlis? Dia kata kita nak wakaf kepada pondok. Dan buatlah pondok. Kita bimbang, kita takut apabila berlakulah kalau kematian melibatkan kepada pewakaf, anak-anak pula tengok apabila matinya si ayah, tengok ada meninggalkan tanah seluas ini. Sedangkan tanah tu dah diwakaf tapi tidak ada bukti. Ataupun matilah tok guru, misalnya kata tok guru pondok, pengasas pondok. Ada tinggal anak-anak tengok tanah ni luas. Pasal anak tok guru tak semestinya tok guru. Itu kita kena ingatlah, kita kena lihat bersama. Jadi saya akan pergi kepada tajuk saya pada petang ini yang berkaitan dengan pembangunan semula tanah wakaf tanah perkuburan Islam Paya Bunga. Yang mana projek ini adalah projek yang kita laksanakan, dan di Terengganu ada beberapa projek yang sedang kita laksanakan. Ada yang memberi impak kepada kepentingan masyarakat Islam, ada yang memberi kembali manfaat kepada masyarakat. Ini antara contoh yang kita buat di Terengganu, iaitu satu projek pembangunan semula tanah perkuburan yang sedia ada untuk menjadikan kubur dalam taman. Yang kita laksanakan perancangan ini untuk kita guna semula. Maksudnya guna semula adalah peringkat awal perbincangan kita dengan kerajaan negeri pasal kubur ni asalnya di bawah kerajaan negeri, di bawah KTN 62. Peringkat awal mesyuarat ataupun perbincangan, kita cadang nak menggunakan semula tanah perkuburan ini untuk menanam ataupun nak mengemumikan jenazah, tapi dengan cara peringkat awalnya adalah kita nak alihkan jenazah yang ada ke tempat lain, tetapi oleh kerana melibatkan kos yang begitu besar, jadi ia tidak berlakulah. Itu peringkat awal. Walau bagaimanapun selepas beberapa kali kita bermesyuarat dan kita bersetuju, dan saya akan jelaskan nanti insya-Allah. Dan projek ini kita jadikan projek rintis di negeri Terengganu, dan kita jangka Maidam ataupun Majlis Agama merancang kalau projek ini berjaya berkonsepkan wakaf ini, insya-Allah kita akan panjangkan ke peringkat-peringkat daerah, sekurang-kurangnya satu daerah satu kubur, tanah perkuburan yang dalam taman. Dan tanah ini terletak, kalau tuan-tuan hadir ke Terengganu, dia terletak di tengah-tengah pusat bandar, di belakang Wisma Darul Iman. Itu Wisma Darul Iman ini kita tahulah pejabat menteri besarnya di situ, pejabat setiausaha kerajaan negeri pun di situ, dan pejabat-pejabat pegawai kanan negeri lah. Dan saya difahamkan Jabat SUK kalau ada lawatan-lawatan daripada pegawai-pegawai ataupun besar-besar negeri yang daripada negeri-negeri lain, bimbang ataupun takut sebelum ni, kalau bimbang takut tengok je daripada tingkat 16 daripada Wisma Darul Iman tu dia akan nampak kubur ni dengan tidak terurus sebelum inilah, dengan hutangnya dan sebagainya. Tapi alhamdulillah kita selepas melaksanakan projek ni, saya akan jelaskan nanti. Dan tanah perkuburan ini sebenarnya sebahagian daripada sejarah ketamadunan negeri dan perkembangan Islam, dan saya dipahamkan oleh pihak muzium tanah perkuburan ini dijangka dah berusia 300 tahun. Berusia 300 tahun dan ada sejarah-sejarahnya yang tersendiri. Ini keluasan yang melibatkan tanah perkuburan kita yang saya jelaskan tadi, iaitu luas tapaknya adalah 5.1832 hektar yang diletak di kawasan Paya Bunga lah, di belakang Wisma Darul Iman saya sebut tadi. Asal tanah ini kalau kita tengok di bawah tanah kerajaan diwartakan di bawah Seksyen 62 Kanun Tanah Negara sebagai reserve kegunaan awam bagi masuk perkuburan yang dijaga oleh Pesuruhjaya Hawal Agama Terengganu. Itu asal tanah ni sebenarnya, dia bukan tanah wakaf. Jadi sebenarnya tanah di bawah Seksyen 62 KTN 62 dijaga oleh Pesuruhjaya Hawal Agama Terengganu. Dan Pesuruhjaya Hawal Agama Terengganu yang bertanggungjawab di atas pengurusan segala tanah-tanah kubur yang digazet, direserve di bawah Seksyen 62 KTN, bukan di bawah majlis. Dan kalau kita merujuk kepada peraturan tanah perkuburan Islam tahun 1992 di dalam Warta Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu jilid 46 bilangan 10 perkara 5 menyebut dalam menjadi tanggungjawab Pesuruhjaya menyenggara semua tanah perkuburan Islam di dalam negeri ini. Itu adalah bidang kuasa ataupun diletakkan di bawah Pesuruhjaya Hal Ehwal Agama, iaitu Jabatan Hal Ehwal Agama Terengganu. Dan oleh kerana tanah perkuburan ini sebagaimana saya sebutkan tadi terletak di tengah-tengah bandar dan di belakang bangunan Sri Iman, bangunan Wisma Darul Iman. Jadi kita telah merancang untuk melaksanakan projek berkonsepkan wakaf. Dan sebelum kita laksanakan projek ini, kita dah melakukan perkara-perkara ataupun mengambil tindakan beberapa perkara. Di antaranya adalah kita melihat mengadakan lawatan ke tanah perkuburan Islam Raudatus Sakinah Wilayah Persekutuan. Yang mana kita tahu bahawa tanah perkuburan Islam Raudatus Sakinah memang dia tersusun, cantik, kemas, dengan dijaga, dan ini antara tempat yang kita lawat untuk kita jadikan sebagai kata rujukan untuk kita laksanakan di peringkat di Terengganu. Dan betul juga kita adakan satu lawatan kita dapat makluman dari pengurusan perkuburan di Singapura. Jadi kita pergi ke Singapura pada Januari 2019, kita melihat di sana memang adalah pihak yang menguruskan perkuburan. Dia di Singapura ni semua kubur-kubur tak kira Islam bukan Islam ke, semua diurus oleh satu syarikat. Dan apabila lawatan kita tu, antara yang kita dapati di Singapura ni dia lain sikit. Dia kubur apabila ditanam, satu-satu jenazah ditanam, selepas 15 tahun dia akan pindah. Daripada kubur asal dia akan pindah dan dia akan letakkan tulang-tulang jenazah ni di satu tempat yang lain, dan dalam satu liang ada 8 pula dia letak dalam satu liang tulang-tulang tu selepas 15 tahun. Itu antara tempat yang kita lawatilah bagaimana bagi tujuan untuk kita melaksanakan di Terengganu. Dan apabila kita dah bermesyuarat di peringkat majlis beberapa kali, jadi kita bersetuju untuk dapat pandangan fatwa bagi mengadakan cadangan perstrukturan semula tanah perkuburan Islam secara bertingkat. Maknanya dengan cara tanpa kita mengalih jenazah yang ada, dengan menggunakan semula perkuburan Islam ni, dan kita bawa kepada Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa, Musyawarah Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa Negeri Terengganu kali ke-6 telah bersetuju membenarkan cadangan kita untuk penstrukturan tanah perkuburan Islam secara bertingkat di tanah perkuburan Islam Paya Bunga, Kuala Terengganu. Dan apabila fatwa dah bersetuju, maka kita memohon daripada kerajaan negeri supaya tanah ini diwakafkan. Dan permohonan kita ini adalah sehari dengan keputusan Mesyuarat Majlis Kerajaan Negeri kali ketiga pada 17 Januari 2018, yang mana pihak berkuasa negeri bersetuju untuk membatalkan tanah yang dirizafkan dan atau diwartakan menurut Seksyen 62 KTN bagi tujuan awam, iaitu tapak masjid, surau dan kubur, setelah pembatalan rizaf dijadikan wakaf di bawah maidan. Maknanya Majlis Musyawarah Kerajaan Negeri telah bersetuju semua tanah-tanah yang direservekan di bawah Seksyen 62 bagi tujuan untuk tapak masjid, surau dan kubur di negeri Terengganu ini diserahkan kepada Maidam untuk dijadikan wakaf. Dan sekarang ini kita dalam proses menunggu dan ada dah tanah-tanah yang dah dibatalkan warta di bawah KT 62 dan kita mohon daripada kerajaan negeri untuk dijadikan ini sebagai wakaf. Ini kesemua tanah-tanah melibatkan tapak masjid, surau dan kubur. Itu bagi mana-mana tanah yang telah direserve atau diwartakan di bawah Seksyen 62 lah. Tapi bagi mana-mana tanah baru yang tanah-tanah kerajaan yang belum diwartakan, apabila nak dibuat sama ada dibuat tanah perkuburan ataupun tapak masjid ataupun tapak surau, Maidam ataupun Majlis Agama terus memohon daripada pejabat tanah yang berkaitan untuk diterus diberi kepada majlis atas nama wakaf. Itu keputusan kerajaan negeri lah. Dan pada 3 Mac 2019, Musyawarah Majlis Agama Islam bersetuju meluluskan pembangunan semula tanah perkuburan Paya Bunga apabila kita bawa ke Musyawarah Majlis Agama dan Majlis Agama alhamdulillah bersetuju dengan cadangan kita untuk membangunkan semula tanah perkuburan Paya Bunga berkonsepkan wakaf berdasarkan kepada keputusan fatwa tadi. Dan maksud berkonsepkan wakaf ni adalah segala kos projek menggunakan dana wakaf melalui kaedah membawa sumbangan dana wakaf tunai dari orang perseorangan, anak-anak syarikat kerajaan negeri, badan-badan korporat dan syarikat-syarikat swasta termasuk institusi kewangan. Alhamdulillah. Apabila kita melancarkan wakaf perkuburan ini bagi untuk dapatkan tunai, sambutan daripada orang perseorangan, agensi-agensi kerajaan ataupun anak-anak syarikat kerajaan negeri dan banyaklah membantu kita memberi dana secara wakaf tunai dan alhamdulillah kos bagi projek ini kalau setakat ini dah memang cukup. Dia masyarakat kita ni dia lebih suka kalau wakaf ini dia ada projek. Dia tak suka wakaf tunai. Pasal kita di Terengganu ni kita dah laksanakan wakaf tunai, kita dah lancar wakaf tunai bermula tahun 2007. Tetapi hasil ni tidak berapa pasal wakaf tunai secara umum. Jadi orang tanya, mau nak buat apa duit wakaf meminta ni? Jadi kita tak tahu nak buat. Jadi kutip je sekutip-kutip. Jadi tak ada apa yang dibuat. Tak boleh kerana dana hasil pun tidak memberangsangkan. Jadi kita bawa kepada majlis, kita nak ubah. Sekarang ni antara projek yang pertama kita adalah, ini yang kedua lah. Satu tu hemodialisis. Hemodialisis sekarang ni insyaAllah akan berjalan. Itu maknanya wakaf tunai secara by project maknanya. Ada projek, ada benda jadi orang mudah untuk wakaf. Itu yang kita amalkan sekarang ni lah. Dan sebahagian kos ini juga kita gunakan wan amanah istibdal tanah perkuburan lain yang mana kita di majlis ini ada tanah-tanah perkuburan yang lama-lama yang diambil oleh pihak kerajaan. Tanah-tanah kubur, tapi ada setengah-setengah tanah kubur tu tanah kubur yang belum lagi digunakan tapi dah digazet wakaf, diwakafkan oleh orang perseorangan dan ada yang belum digunakan untuk mengemudikan jenazah, jadi kerajaan ambil untuk buat pembangunan dan sebagainya. Jadi adalah wang-wang amanah istibdal ni, inilah sebahagian daripada kita gunakan untuk pembangunan projek. Dan kita lihat tujuan projek ini adalah tidak lain tidak bukan untuk mewujudkan pengurusan bersistematik di perkuburan. Kalau kita lihat sekarang ni, lebih-lebih lagi kalau kita lihat perkuburan di bandar ni tidak tersusun, ikut je orang nak tanam kat mana, bucu sana, bucu sini tanpa adanya tersusun. Dan alhamdulillah dengan adanya projek ini kita akan buat secara tersusun dan terjaga dari segi kebersihan dan keceriaan. Dan satu lagi nak menolak persepsi orang ramai berkenaan tanah perkuburan ada yang menakutkan dan suram. Dengan adanya cadangan ataupun projek kita buat ni, kita jangka insya-Allah ianya akan menarik minat orang nak ke sana. Tambah dah tak takut dah nak pergi ke sana. Mungkin dia akan pergi mana tengok alhamdulillah maknanya di sinilah tempat aku akhirnya. Jadi dah takut dah nak pergi ke sana. Ni takut nak pergi ke kubur. Pasal dengan pokoknya dengan apa ni, jadi insya-Allah orang tak akan takut. Mungkin dia akan cuk dah kira. Kalau orang kata cuk lah, tanda dah ni aku nak sini ni. Kalau boleh lah. Itu. Dan memberikan keselesaan kepada ahli keluarga yang menguruskan jenazah dan ziarah. Untuk tujuannya adalah untuk beri keselesaan lah kepada ahli keluarga dan menggalakkan masyarakat. Ini yang paling penting bagi kita adalah menggalakkan masyarakat untuk berwakaf. Macam saya sebut tadi lah, berwakaf by project ini dia lebih dapat sambutan lah daripada masyarakat kita. dan memastikan hartanah wakaf diurus dengan baik selaras dengan ikrar pewakaf lah. Itu di antara tujuan-tujuan projek. Apabila masyarakat akan melihat apabila dana diberikan ataupun wakaf diberikan, adakah kita laksanakan dengan sebaik mungkin. Apabila kita buat by project dengan adanya bukti dan sebagainya, insya-Allah untuk dapatkan dana-dana bagi projek-projek yang lain ataupun untuk perkara yang lain bagi tujuan wakaf, masyarakat tidak bimbanglah untuk berwakaf. Dan kaedah pelaksanaan ini macam saya sebut tadi lah, mana kita dapat pandangan fatwa dengan fatwa memutuskan adalah fatwa dia selain pada fatwa yang saya sebut tadi, tulisannya dia ada syarat-syarat dia dan pandangan-pandangan dia, antaranya lah penambakan tanah kepada ketinggian 3 kaki, yang mana kita tambak tanah kuburan yang asal tu 3 kaki, dan apabila kalau kita buat mengebumikan jenazah yang baru, dia tak akan sampailah kepada jenazah lama tu, dia 3 kaki. Pelaksanaan peraturan kepungan kuburan yang berseragam, kita dah tetapkan di sini semua kepungan ataupun orang panggil, ada setengah negeri, setengah tempat saya ni panggil kepuk. Ada setengah tu panggil dapur. Tapi kepungan kubur itulah dia seragam, kita nak pastikan ianya seragam, termasuklah nesannya sekali. Mengawal susu-atur pengumuman jenazah supaya ini tidak terabur ataupun dia tersusun, kita nak. Pasal kita dah tentukan dia tidak boleh nak tanam mengikut suka ataupun nak pengumumkan mengikut suka, dia kena ikut apa yang telah kita lot-lot yang tentulah. Dan satu lagi ni penyediaan data maklumat jenazah melalui sistem, kita akan bangunkan sistem pusara, dan sekarang ni pun sistem ni dah dalam proses dibangunkan, yang mana maklumat-maklumat jenazah yang dikemukakan di sini ada dalam sistem kita ni. Ianya bagi memudahkan kalau ada ahli waris untuk hadir untuk menziarahi makam pusara-pusara ahli keluarga mereka, mudah untuk ditahulah kat mana nombor berapa dan sebagainya. Dan kita mengekalkan beberapa kubur lama yang mempunyai nilai sejarah. Di tanah perkuburan ini ada satu kawasan yang memang, dan ada satu kubur pun, kubur lama yang dipahamkan oleh pihak muzium yang berusianya ratusan tahun, yang dikatakan ianya kemungkinan adalah pembesar daripada negeri ataupun Patani yang berlaku kalau kita tengok pada sejarah Kesultanan Terengganu ni pada tahun 1733, zaman Kesultanan Sultan Zainal Abidin I, semasa pertabalan Sultan Zainal Abidin I ni ada 80 orang Patani yang sama-sama bersama semasa majlis pertabalan Sultan itu. Jadi di Terengganu ni kalau berdekatan dengan tanah perkuburan ini ada satu kampung nama Kampung Petani, dan dipahamkan memang asalnya adalah orang-orang petani yang datang daripada petani, dia datang ke Terengganu atas jemputan Sultan, dia duduk di kampungan. Dan kampung tu masih ada lagi. Dan ini untuk maklumatlah jumlah lot kubur yang boleh kita sediakan atas perkuburan ini adalah dewasanya 16,000 lot, kanak-kanak 600 lot. Kalau melibatkan anggota badan, kalau ada yang yang kena terpotong ke apa sebagainya, kita dah sediakan tempat 400 meter persegi, dan ada kubur lama yang saya sebut tadi, beberapa kubur lama yang kita jaga, yang kita tidak kita masih kekalkan dan boleh dapat dilihat sehingga sekarang ni, walaupun kita buat pembangunan semula ada dalam 200 lot lah. Dan ini antara kemudahan yang kita akan sediakan di sini, sistem e-pusara macam saya sebut tadi, pejabat pengurusan 40 meter square, dan pejabat pengurusan ni kita tak bina di atas tanah asal, tanah perkuburan asal. Kebetulannya ada tanah kerajaan di berdekatan dengan tanah perkuburan ni, kita mohon daripada pihak kerajaan, dan pihak kerajaan meluluskan permohonan kita bagi menyediakan pejabat pengurusan. Dan ruang menunggu, surau, tandas, wakaf dan juga parkir kereta ni mudah-mudahan ada. Ini konsep dia lah yang saya akan tunjuk sikit. Ini konsep dia. Ini semuanya gambar-gambar, dan ini akan jadi macam ni lah. Ini belum lagi ni. Ini contoh yang akan berlakunya, nanti akan jadi beginilah. Saya pergi cepat-cepat je lah. Ini tak ada apa ni. Ini adalah tanah yang sekarang ni masih lagi dalam pembinaan. Kita sekarang ni dah 70% oleh kerana disebabkan pandemik COVID ni. 19 jadi kerja-kerja terhenti, ada terhenti pada tahun ni dan tahun lepas. Jadi alhamdulillah dah sekarang ni setakat ni dah 70%. Ni keadaan, kalau tengok gambar ni keadaan sebelum. Kalau kita tengok itu ada Wisma Darul Iman, itulah keadaan kubur sebelum ni. Dan sebagaimana saya sebut tadi, kubur lama tu katanya, kalau tuan-tuan tengok ada satu gambar di bawah tu, itu ada batu nisan yang dikatakan berusia lebih pada 300 tahun. Ikut pihak museum lah, yang dikatakan pasangan pembesar daripada Patan. Itu dipahamkan atas bentuk batu nisan dan juga dia punya kepungan dia. Ini lakaran grafik yang akan insya-Allah akan jadi macam inilah insya-Allah. Dan akhirnya beginilah bentuknya, dan sekarang ni pun kerja-kerja masih lagi berjalan. Dan sebahagiannya pun dah pun siap dengan tanam apa ni, pokok-pokok bunga dan juga rumput lah. Dan ini akan berlaku macam ni lah. Jadi itu saja daripada saya, dan saya sekali lagi mengucap terima kasih banyak-banyak, dan apa yang baik itu datang daripada Allah SWT, apa yang tidak baik tentang kelemahan diri saya sendiri, dan moga-moga apa yang dibentangkan ini dapat dijadikan sekadar berkongsi pengalaman kita di Medan, dan alhamdulillah saya berterima kasih. Mungkin ada perkara-perkara yang boleh diberi pandangan untuk lebih kita mengambil tindakan yang untuk kepada yang lebih baik lah. Kita mengalur-alurkan insya-Allah. Itu saja. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Muhammad Ruzi Bidin atas pembentangan yang menarik tentang konsep ataupun sistem tanah perkuburan bertingkat yang menjadi taman. InsyaAllah kita para hadirin dan peserta boleh mengemukakan soalan, terus menghantar soalan kepada kami. Kita akan nanti share your question semasa sesi soal jawab. Saya kalau mengikut peraturan ni, kita sepatutnya mula dengan Profesor Ismail Lutfi, tapi tak tahu beliau dah bersedia ke tak untuk membentang. Sudah Okey, so ya. Kalau gitu kita sekarang akan menjemput Profesor Ismail Lutfi Japakia yang merupakan Rektor Fatani University. Kita baru sebut Patani tadi. Ini rektornya sudah datang dari Thailand, dan beliau akan membentangkan kertas kerja bertajuk Perkembangan Terkini Wakaf di Thailand ke arah meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat Islam. Sebelum beliau memulakan pembentangan, elok saya baca latar belakang beliau untuk pengetahuan kita. Profesor Dr. Ismail Lutfi Japakia merupakan Rektor Universiti Yala, Thailand, mendapat pendidikan PhD dalam bidang jurispruden perbandingan dari Universiti Islam Imam Muhammad Ibn Saud di Saudi Arabia tahun 86. Pernah berkhidmat dan dilantik sebagai Presiden Council Antara Agama Thailand tahun 2000. Amir Haji Thailand 2007 hingga 2008, Ahli Badan Perundangan Kerajaan Thailand 2007 hingga 2008, Penasihat Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Pejabat Peringkat Wilayah Thailand, Penasihat Bahagian Keempat Tentera Pemerintah, Penasihat Pejabat Sempadan Wilayah Selatan, dan beliau juga aktif dalam menjalankan aktiviti penerbitan buku pembentangan akademik di peringkat antarabangsa dan nasional. Antara pembentangan beliau di Islamic Conference yang ketiga di Mekah tahun 1988, Islamic Conference tentang Research on Islam di Universiti Al-Azhar tahun 1988, pembentangan kertas kerja di Singapura tahun 1987 tentang Masjid Al-Haram di Mekah dan Madinah. Pembentangan di Kuala Lumpur tahun 1989 tentang budaya Islam. Ucapan khas di seminar musim sejuk bertajuk Islamic Preaching di Germany dan Belgium tahun 1990. Beliau juga banyak menulis tentang wakaf, bukan saja di Thailand juga di Malaysia. Dan beliau pernah menjadi wakil kepada Kementerian Kuwait, Kementerian Waqf dan Islamic Affairs di Kuwait, Thailand, di wakil kepada Kementerian Waqf dan Islamic Affairs Kuwait di Thailand, counselor kepada Constituent Council of World Muslim League di Thailand, ahli kepada Foundation for Higher Islamic Education di Southern Thailand, advisor University of Sheikhul Islam, advisor Southern Border Province Administrative Center, dan Amir Al-Haji untuk Thailand, dan Presiden Interreligious Council di Thailand. So dengan tidak membuang masa, saya dengan sukacitanya menjemput Profesor Ismail Lutfi Japakia untuk membentangkan kertas kerjanya tentang perkembangan terkini wakaf di Thailand ke arah meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat Islam. Dipersilakan. Persilakan yang berbahagia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi waffaqana li hadzal amali as-salih al-mubarak. Amal at-ta'awun 'ala al-birri wat-taqwa. Alhamdulillahilladzi akramana بدينه الكريم دين الإسلام. الحمد لله الذي عافانا من سيل الأسقام ووباء كورونا ورزقنا بالصحة والعافية والسلامة في القلوب والعقول والأبدان. اللهم صل على نبينا وحبيبنا المصطفى محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا. Yang berbahagia Prof, moderator, ikhwan ahli final dari Perak dan Terengganu, juga peserta seminar yang dimuliai Allah Ta'ala sekalian. Terima kasih kepada pihak pengatur Global Waqf Conference di kali ini yang saya diberi peluang atas nama umat Islam dari petani yang tidak asing daripada anak beranak dia, rakyat Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, syukur pada Allah di mana di petani merupakan satu kawasan umat Islam yang 87% kalau dalam 4 wilayah sebelah selatan akhir ini adalah merupakan umat Islam. Tetapi kalau dalam sebuah negara Thai, maka umat Islam mungkin tidak lebih dari 10%. Bahkan kalau statistik resmi kerajaan sekadar 5% sahaja. Walau bagaimanapun itu adalah angka yang kita maunya adalah kualiti. InsyaAllah, tajuk ini diberi kepada saya adalah perkembangan terkini wakaf di Thailand atau di petani ke arah meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat Islam. Alhamdulillah, Universiti Fatani merupakan universiti wakaf dalam semua benda, sama ada bumi, sama ada binaan, sama ada alat-alat, semuanya merupakan wakaf dalam 3 kampus. Kampus pertama terletak dalam wilayah Jala, kampus yang kedua dalam wilayah Fatani dan ketiga juga dalam wilayah Fatani. Semua tanahnya adalah wakaf yang di bawah jagaan yayasan pengajian tertinggi Islam di Selatan Thai, dan sekarang kita letak yayasan baru namanya Yayasan Madinatus Salam Fatani. Di Thailand, walillahil hamd, merupakan negara yang diberi peluang yang cukup baik untuk kegiatan umat Islam dalam banyak-banyak hal yang tidak kena-mengena dengan masalah keamanan negara atau yang membantu keamanan negara. Sudah tentu semua kita beriman kepada ayat Allah yang berbunyi auzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim lan tanalul birra hatta tunfiqu mimma tuhibbun. Hari ini walillahil hamdul minnah kita boleh gerak umat supaya mereka faham apa arti wakaf. Akhir sekali saya membuat buku, sudah 12 sebelum itu, dan ini buku terakhir saya, Wakaf Pelaburan, Teras Pembangunan Ekonomi Islam dalam menyebar rahmat Islam ke seluruh alam. Buku kecil-kecil saja, yang hanya beberapa halaman saja, 50-60 halaman saja. Kerana universiti merupakan satu gedung ilmu yang membina manusia yang pelajar, dan Universiti Fatani telah diasaskan pada tahun 1998. Sekali lagi sudah 20 tahun berumur. Ia mempunyai 4 fakulti, 1 badan badan pengajian bahasa, 25 jabatan pengajian dalam beberapa bahasa Melayu, Thai, Arab dan English. Mempunyai 4 tingkatan. Satunya sarjana muda, kemudian dia panggil pendidikan dia panggil pendidikan sarjana pendidikan, ya, kemudian sarjana penuh MA, kemudian PhD. Pelajar-pelajar kalau dari Thailand mungkin lebih daripada 50 provinsi atau 50 wilayah yang datang menerima khidmat keilmuan di Universiti Fatani yang terletak di kawasan wilayah Fatani. Dan dari luar negara, sekitar 40 negara sudah datang untuk menerima, termasuk negara-negara Arab, Mesir, Sudan, Pakistan dan sebagainya. Saudi Arabia sendiri pun ada juga. Dan negara ASEAN pada umumnya, sudah hampir semua negara ASEAN. Alhamdulillah, walaupun universiti terletak dalam wilayah yang agak kurang tenang dari segi keamanan, Tetapi alhamdulillah dengan adanya universiti, barakah universiti Waqf lagi, ada 3 kampas yang mengandungi berbagai-bagai aktiviti, termasuknya kita fokus kepada masalah wakaf. Wakaf dalam bentuk universiti, ada setengah ahli kaji katanya, universiti wakaf dalam dunia ini tidak berapa buah sahaja. Termasuk Azharnya, katanya tak sampai 10 buah. Antara lainnya Universiti Fatani, Jamiah Fatani. Alhamdulillah, kita harap semoga wakaf Universiti Fatani diterima oleh Allah, kerana wakaf-wakaf dalam mazhab kita Syafi'i khususnya dan lainnya juga ada, sudah berpindah hak milik daripada hak milik hamba kepada hak milik Allah. Sebab itulah sahabat-sahabat dulu dia kata sedekah lillah, kerana sudah berpindah milik daripada antara lainnya Abu Talhah yang memiliki sebuah kebun yang luas, dia wakaf kepada Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam dan dianggapkan sebagai sedekatun lillah. Sebenarnya bahasa wakaf itu bahasa fuqaha atau bahasa ahli fiqh. Bahasa Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam ialah sedekatun jariyah. Itu lebih dikenali dalam hadis sahih Muslim kan, apabila mati anak Adam itu, idza matal insan atau ibnu Adam inqata amaluhu, terputuslah amalannya kecuali daripada 3 perkara saja, ya, iaitu sedekatun jariyah, bahasa Tuhan, bahasa Nabi, sedekah yang bergerak, yang punya potensi dalam memberi manfaat kepada tuan wakifnya dan kepada orang-orang lain di dunia. Dan tuan wakifnya dia kadang-kadang dia kembali ke rahmatullah, dan atau dia anak-anak niat kepada ibu dan bapaknya telah kembali ke rahmatullah, maka dia jariah dalam kubur lagi, bergerak membantu tuannya atau orang yang dituju atau yang dituju pahala kepadanya, sehingga sampai kepada padang mahsyar menjadi payung yang melindungi kepanasan dan huru-hara pada hari mahsyar, dan sampai dia membawa tuannya atau orang yang diwakaf kepadanya masuk syurga. Itulah peranan sedekatun jariyah. Sedekah yang lain Nabi tidak pernamakan sedekatun jariyah. Sedekah yang bergerak, yang punya jiwa, yang punya peranan. Itulah asalnya bagi sedekah jariyah. Cuma ulama kata jariyah itu kadang-kadang jariyahnya sedekah itu bergerak dapat. Sebab asal sedekah dari wakaf daripada hadis yang muttafaqun alaih daripada Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, waktu mana Umar dia bentangkan tanah yang terbaik yang dia pernah, yang adalah apa yang dia dapat ghanimah daripada peperangan Khaybar itu kan. Jadi Nabi ditanya oleh Umar, bagaimana aku nak buat dengan tanah yang baik aku ini? Lalu tu Rasul show, in syi'ta habasta aslaha wa tasaddaqta biha. Kalau kamu mau, wahai Umar, kamu kurungkan asalnya, jangan boleh dijual, jangan boleh digadai, jangan boleh diapa semuanya. Dan biarkan ada hasilan tanah itu daripada pembangunan bumi itu sampai boleh tasaddaqta biha, kamu boleh bersedekah. Ada setengah bahasanya habbisil asl wa sabbilis simar. Nah, tolong gapa dia, kurungkan asal dan kamu mensabilillahkan segala hasil. Itulah yang saya kata wakaf pelaburan. Bukan arti masjid tidak wakaf, termasuk juga masjid kita melabur tentang pahala. Nah, begitu juga kubur dan sebagainya. Jazakumullahu anna kull khair. Tetapi yang wakaf itu yang amat dikenali oleh generasi sebelum kita. Adapun wakaf istismar ataupun investment adalah wakaf yang masih lagi umat Islam tidak banyak yang minat, sehingga korporat sendiri pun heran, dia kata adakah wakaf pelaburan? Itu yang saya cuba nak bentangkan di sini, bagaimana wakaf pelaburan yang kami adakan di sini, walillahi alhamdulillah. Karena kalau tidak, bagaimana kita nak sedekah daripada yang kita kurungkan itu kalau dia tidak ada hasilan? Untuk menghasilkan, tanah pun baik, rumah pun baik, semuanya, kebunnya atau wang tunainya, semuanya perlu kepada perniagaan dan sebagainya. Sebab itu, mungkin kerana itulah apabila wakaf hanya berputar ke sekitar perkuburan dan masjid dan rumah-rumah anak yatim, maka di situ sesuai dengan majlis agama Islam. Tetapi kalau wakaf dalam bentuk istismar ataupun dalam bentuk investment atau dalam bentuk pelaburan, maka saya rasa Kementerian Perniagaan lebih berhak untuk menerima. Sekurang-kurangnya kita adakan semetam negeri Arab, Wazaratul Awqaf, Kementerian Awqaf yang mengaturkan wang wakaf ini supaya bagaimana dapat hasilannya untuk disabilillahkan hasilan itu kepada segala perkaranya, sama ada wakaf khas, wakaf am, wakaf khairi, wakaf jama'i, wakaf mushtarak, wakaf irsad macam tadi kita lihat daripada akh yang pertama tadi, Perak, maka dia ada wakaf irsad. Itu bagi negara Islam, bagi badan-badan Islam itu mungkin sekadar wakaf mushtarak atau jama'i. Semua itu nilainya tidak sangat berbeza. Sama ada wakaf zuri, ahli, khas, fardi, maupun wakaf itu khairi. Kami sekarang kami buat semua. Wakaf khairi pun boleh, zari boleh, mushtarak boleh, irsad kami tak ada kerjaan kan. Alhamdulillah di situ dengan nama kita sebagai Yayasan Madinatul Salam, kita ada beli tanah di kawasan petani dan sekitar 400 sampai 500 ekar ataupun 1,300 rai di kawasan Italia yang panggil rai. Kami cuba laburkan. Sekarang kita adakan Asian Mall yang kerjasama daripada Malaysia, Datuk Jamal Muhammad Amin, rektor kepada Unity, dan dia sekarang masih ada aktiviti ataupun masalah pameran mengenai dengan barang-barang dagangan daripada Malaysia yang di bawah kementerian yang berkaitan dengan masalah barang-barang perdagangan. Alhamdulillah, seminggu sejak daripada tanggal satu kata silap sampai kepada tanggal 5-7 ni. Ini ada dalam mall, Asian Mall kami di Petani. Walillahi alhamdulillah. Jadi benar-benar seperti ini kita nak cuba adakan selalu eksibisi macam ini ataupun pameran ataupun apa-apa istilah sahaja supaya kita tu dapat buka peluang kepada orang datang untuk membeli belah dan menyantapkan makanan-makanan daripada kawasan yang bermacam-macam. Kami terima wakaf dalam bentuk telaga, terima wakaf dalam bentuk sekolah-sekolah. Universiti kami terkenal universiti wakaf, 3 kampus ni semua wakaf. Kami terima rumah-rumah anak yatim, agenda tahfiz Quran, janda-janda orang-orang bujang. Kami terima juga wakaf dalam bentuk tunai. Kerana untuk kita laburkan. Sama ada kebun, kami terima banyak kebun-kebun yang kami terima belakang-belakang ini, dan kami cuba memajukan kebun dan tanah sawah itu supaya dia datang hasil untuk kita nak mensabilillahkan hasil itu. Sudah banyak puluhan kebun, sampai ratus lagi, tapi puluhan sudah sampai dah kebun tu. Dan begitu kebun getahnya, kebun kelapanya, ada rumah pintunya untuk dia dapat hasilan. Adanya wakaf matoka wakaf motorkar, wakaf mutu. Nah, wakaf macam-macam. Nah, alhamdulillah semuanya itu merupakan aneka bentuk wakaf yang Allah Taala buka peluang. Saya yakin kata kalau kita sama-sama menghidupkan wakaf pelaburan yang sebaik-baiknya, itu merupakan suatu teras pembangunan ekonomi yang cukup baik kepada bukan sahaja umat Islam, kerana Islam adalah rahmatan lil alamin. Umat yang bukan Islam juga. Dan kami terima wakaf daripada umat bukan Islam di Thailand. Dia wakaf sampai 500,000 baht. Banyak lagi orang bukan Islam wakaf. So kita bukakan. Sebab saya sendiri sebagai ketua kepada Majlis Kerjasama Antaragama di Thailand sejak 12 tahun kemari. Nah, alhamdulillah sampai hari ini pun. Nah, 6 agama bersama saya. Jadi kita cuba kemukakan ke ini. Mereka suka, mereka juga kerjasama untuk menghasilkan kedudukan dalam bentuk kerjasama dan bantu-membantu. Lagi pula itulah syarat utama kepada assalam ataupun kedamaian yang permasalahan sejak sekian ratusan tahun petani ini menghadapi permasalahan rusuhan dan sebagainya. Hari ini walillahilhamd rusuhan tadi sudah banyak reda, kalau tinggal pun tidak banyak, dan walillahilhamd kira-kira 40 negara datang untuk belajar ini sebagai tanda katanya petani adalah satu kawasan yang sudah tidak masalah banyak. Nah, orang Malaysia sudah datang dan orang Malaysia kalau tidak COVID memang banyak sekali, tapi oleh kerana COVID tertutup pintu pergi mari di antara dua negara, maka mungkin pintu akan dibuka tak banyak hari lagi, atau mungkin sudah terbuka ke kemarin dulu dan sebagainya, atau hari ini dan sebagainya. Oleh itu ikhwan yang saya sekalian, peluang untuk kita hidupkan wakaf pelaburan adalah cukup banyak. Kalau semua korporat kita betul-betul ambil dasar wakaf pelaburan, saya rasa negara kita akan maju. Nah, dan wakaf irsad daripada pihak-pihak pihak kerajaan tempatan negeri atau pusat, benar-benar wakaf irsad macam Turki buat zaman Muhammad Fatah dan sebagainya, maka sampai hari ini wakaf mereka masih dapat membiayai kumpulan Dianet di sana kan. Dan mereka suka makan harta wakaf. Dan saya dalam jangka biiznillah ta'ala akan usaha supaya hasilan wakaf ini dapat membiayai sekurang-kurangnya guru. Pensyarah itu sendiri tidak ada wang daripada pelajar. Pelajar bayar tapi wang untuk maslahat dia, tidak maslahat guru. Itu dalam cita-cita insyaAllah 4-5-6 tahun lagi akan tercapai. Nah, segala gaji guru akan datang daripada hasilan wakaf, sama ada rumah, sama ada kebun, sama ada apa. Tanah wakaf yang kami ada sekarang ini sudah lebih dari 1,000 rai ataupun hampir 500 hektar lah yang kami ada, dan kami niat wakaf. Mudah-mudahan Allah Ta'ala terima wakaf seperti ini daripada kami. Jadi hasilan wakaf yang masuk sebagai income pulangan kepada universiti tidak sangat banyak hari ini, mungkin tak sampai 10% daripada keperluan universiti. Nah, dan kita akan adakan hospital kita. Hospital Syekh Jasim ini akan kita siapkan tak lama, ada di Madinah Salam juga. Memang perkara ini perlu kepada biaya. Kerana hospital swasta berada di kawasan umat yang tak banyak sangat punya hasilan hidup mereka, kita perlu kepada bantu banyak. Dan kita cuba nak angkat tingkat hospital kepada tingkat setinggi-tinggi. Kalau boleh kita akan 5 bintang. Dan ada sebahagiannya untuk fuqara, adanya dana untuk khusus kepada orang-orang yang miskin. Itulah ikhwan yang sekalian. Setakat ni kita duduk di Madinah Salam. ASEAN Mall berjalan dengan baik dah. Walillahilhamd. Ni hasil ASEAN Mall itu, ASEAN Mall dia sewa tanah wakaf kita daripada yayasan petani, yayasan yayasan Madinah Salam. Kemudian selain itu dia ada 10% daripada keuntungan dia bagi kepada wakaf. Inilah merupakan, dan 30 tahun ASEAN Mall akan menjadi wakaf diri ASEAN Mall sendiri itu. Sekarang tanah dia wakaf. ASEAN Mall itu kita buat dalam bentuk berbagai-bagai pihak yang kerjasama tu modal lah. Kemudian apabila sampai 30 tahun menurut perjanjian, dia akan menjadi wakaf dan biaya semuanya akan dapat hasilan sepenuhnya pada wakaf. Begitulah segala-gala perancangan kami untuk hasilan yang ada hasilan, kami adakan persen-persen untuk wakaf. Sama ada universiti kami yang adanya market-market dalam universiti, ada bahagian wakaf, dan daripada pelajar-pelajar, daripada guru kita, staf-staf kita semuanya, ada hasilan yang kita adakan top up dan sebagainya, dan untuk dapat hasilan masuk wakaf walaupun kecil tetapi dia adalah barakah. Sebabnya hasilan daripada harta yang kita wakaf, yang kita dianggapkan sudah Allah Ta'ala terima, dan Allah Ta'ala sebagai Tuhan yang mendatangkan hasilan yang baik daripada tanah-tanah, kedai-kedai, rancangan-rancangan kepunyaan Allah yang kita ni sangat-sangatlah rasa risau dan susah hati apabila kita datang mengurus tanah wakaf. Kita bimbang kerana ini adalah milik Allah. Jadi kalau ada apa-apa harusnya kita minta keredaan oleh Allah. Kita selalu berdoa semoga la tu'akhidna in nasina aw akhtana. Nah, selalunya kita bersalah, kita hanya lupa, kita apa kata ini adalah wakaf. Nah, segala harta dalam universiti adalah harta wakaf. Ya, kita cerita kepada pelajar-pelajar, mahasiswa kata ini harta wakaf semua, bukan harta rektor, tapi harta wakaf. Kamu jaga baik-baik, jangan mubazir. Innal mubazzirina kanu ikhwanasy syayatin. Baik itu ikhwanasy syaitan. Baik itu maka kita tu cuba hidupkan ruh penggunaan harta wakaf. Di samping tiap-tiap orang tu ada saham wakaf. Pelajar pun kita ada saham wakaf. Nah, cuma dia tidak sampai pada target yang berjaya sangat kerana ini masih lagi kita dalam permulaan. Nah, kalaulah korporat yang ada dalam dunia ini semuanya berikan 10% daripada kepala modalnya untuk jadikan wakaf, tak boleh dijadikan pusaka dan sebagainya, saya rasa negara itu akan maju. Dan 3 perkara yang kita sedang bina sebagai tenaga penting kepada pembangunan umat manusia, bukan umat Islam saja, iaitu sedekah jariah yang sangat barakahnya hasilan darinya. Yang keduanya ilmu yuntafa'u bihi, sama ada ilmu tafsir, ilmu hadis, ilmu al-ilmu al-ibadah wal khilafah, ilmu dunia dan ilmu akhir, semuanya ilmu yuntafa'u bihi. Dan yang ketiga adalah waladun salih yad'u lahu, yang sering berhubung dengan Allah. Nah, itu juga merupakan semua tu perkara yang hidup dan bergerak. Ilmu yuntafa'u bihi pun bergerak, harta pun sedekah jariah, waladun pun selalu bersama Allah yang menjadikan manusia yang kuat. Apabila harta barakah, nah, ilmu manfaat. Nah, tenaga-tenaga manusia adalah rijalun sadaqu ma'ahadullah alaih. Di situlah dia akan datangnya. Itulah sebagai panggil tumpuan yang kami tumpukan dalam perjuangan kami dalam era baru di petani. Allahul muwaffiq wal hadi ila sawis sabil. Minta maaf saya tidak sedia apa-apa. Tak kertas kerja tidak apa kerana hari-hari penuh dengan kerja. Aqulu qawli hadza wa astaghfirullah li wa lakum. Afakumullah wa iyana min sayil asqam. Wa barakallahu fi juhudikum wa fi tijaratikum wa fi awqafikum. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, kita telah mendengar daripada yang berbahagia Profesor Ismail Lutfi tentang perspektif wakaf khususnya di Universiti Fatani di Fatani. Kita akan bincang lagi debatkan tajuk itu kerana di Malaysia ini kita sekarang pun sedang rancak memikirkan bagaimana menampilkan wakaf di dalam pentadbiran universiti awam dan universiti swasta. Okey, selanjutnya ini kelamat kepada sesi panel practitioner ini. Kita nak menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Abang Muhammad Sibli bin Haji Abang Muhammad Naili. Beliau merupakan pengurus besar Tabung Baitul Mal Sarawak. Dan beliau akan membentangkan satu kertas kerja, tajuknya Realiti Perlaksanaan Wakaf di Sarawak. Realiti kerana beliau ni memang maknanya kerjanya membesar di Sarawak sebagai champion kepada aktiviti wakaf di Sarawak. Sebelum beliau membentangkan, saya perkenalkan dahulu sedikit latar belakang yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Abang Muhammad Sibli. Beliau berkelayakan dalam ijazah Sarjana Muda Perakaunan Kepujian dari Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Jadi beliau seorang chartered accountant berdaftar dengan Malaysia Institute of Accountant. Berpengalaman 30 tahun dalam bidang perakaunan, keuangan, audit, korporat dan sekarang sebagai pengurus besar Tabung Baitul Mal Sarawak sejak lebih 20 tahun, sejak tahun 1997. Beliau aktif dalam penglibatan luar sebagai jawatan kuasa PIBG, bendahari dan setiausaha agung hikmah dan menjadi ahli lembaga pengarah dalam beberapa syarikat korporat. Beliau juga merupakan pengerusi panel penilai anugerah Ketua Menteri Sarawak dalam kategori pihak berkuasa tempatan. Beliau merupakan superintending officer bagi projek-projek pembangunan di bawah naungan Majlis Islam Sarawak. Di peringkat antarabangsa, beliau terlibat sebagai konsultan bagi penumbuhan Baitul Mal di Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong dan Taiwan. Beliau dianugerahkan darjah Jasa Bakti Sarawak DJBS oleh yang terutama di Pertua Negeri Sarawak dengan gelaran Datuk pada tahun 2012. Bintang Kesatria Melayu Mangkunegara KMN oleh Seri Paduka Baginda di-Pertuan Agong tahun 2011. Sempena Majlis Sambutan Ma'al Hijrah di peringkat Sarawak pada tahun Hijrah 1440 atau tahun 2018, beliau menerima anugerah Tokoh Ma'al Hijrah bagi kategori anugerah kepimpinan organisasi agensi Islam. Beliau bergiat aktif dalam penulisan artikel dalam Mingguan Sarawak sebagai kolumnis selama 17 tahun dan telah menerbitkan sebanyak 15 buah buku rakan zakat anda semenjak tahun 2004. Jadi kita menunggu-nunggu apa yang akan dibicarakan oleh beliau. Saya dengan tidak melengahkan masa menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Abang Muhammad Sibli bin Haji bin Haji Abang Muhammad Naili untuk membentangkan kertas kerja Realiti Perlaksanaan Wakaf di Sarawak. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Yang Berbahagia Profesor selaku moderator. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rakan seperjuangan, ahli-ahli panel, para peserta yang dirahmati Allah, dan saya mengambil kesempatan ini mengucap terima kasih juga kepada pihak badan penganjur yang sudi menjemput kita di Kepulauan Borneo ini untuk berkongsi sedikit sebanyak pengalaman secara realiti apakah pelaksanaan wakaf yang selalu dibicarakan dalam apa sajalah platform, forum dan sebagainya. Jadi ruang dan peluang yang saya gunakan untuk hari ini adalah untuk menceritakan sebagai pelaksana bagaimana kami cuba meletak dan menyesuaikan institusi Baitul Mal ini dalam menjalankan usaha berwakaf. Karena kita sedia maklum, wakaf ini adalah satu perkara yang begitu hebat sekali kalau kita sebagai manusia ini tahu mengaplikasikan kehendak hukum itu, dan pada masa yang sama bagaimana kita mengemudikan urusannya dalam realiti dunia pada masa ini. Jadi untuk hari ini saya akan cuba untuk menjelaskan secara mudah melalui beberapa slide saya ni. Iaitu yang pertama, kita melihat dari segi punca kuasa, dan kedua ialah ringkasan pelaksanaan wakaf di Sarawak, dan ketiga inisiatif nilai tambah atau value added initiatives, dan yang keempat bagaimana kita nak moving forward ni, maju ke hadapan dalam keadaan yang cukup menguji dan tidak ketentuan. Dan yang kelima, untuk merealisasikan semua ini dalam realiti dunia ini, dia kena ada tanggungjawab bersama. So yang pertamanya, apa yang nak saya terangkan dari segi punca kuasa, iaitu kita kena lihat secara menyeluruh lah, iaitu setelah diterangkan dari segi perintahnya ada di dalam Al-Quran, sunnahnya ada dalam hadis, dan kalau dalam aspek duniawi kita ada perundangannya melalui The Majlis Islam Sarawak Ordinance 2001, dan kita juga ada dari segi kaedah pentadbiran wakaf itu sendiri di standard operating dia melalui kaedah pentadbiran wakaf yang diwartakan. Dan yang kelima ialah bagi kami selaku pengurusan ini, kita kena mempunyai manual pengurusan wakaf. Saya berkongsi tentang hal ini lebih kepada apa yang boleh kita lihat dalam pelaksanaan wakaf secara realiti. Sebab kalau kita membicarakan apa yang dinyatakan dalam Al-Quran, hadis dan sebagainya, undang-undang dan sebagainya, kalau kita tidak menyentuh dari segi perspektif kaedah pentadbiran dan juga manual pengurusannya, maka ia tidak lengkap. Ini yang saya maksudkan dengan punca kuasa. Seterusnya, kita melihat ringkasan pelaksanaan wakaf di Sarawak. Secara sejarahnya lah, Sarawak tidak banyak mewarisi harta wakaf. Terus terang saya menyatakan dalam forum ini, bilangan umat Islam di Sarawak boleh saya gunakan perumpamaan secupak dalam satu gantang. Kita hanya ada lebih sedikit daripada 25% orang Islam. Dan sebelum merdeka dalam Malaysia dalam tahun 1963, memang bilangan orang kita yang ada mewakaf pun saya yakin dan percaya hanyalah dalam bentuk surau lama, masjid dan sebagainya. Jadi sampai sekarang pun apabila kita melihat perkembangannya, kami terpaksa membuat satu gerakan atau gagasan yang boleh dapat mengajak dan membudayakan bahawa wakaf ini adalah satu perkara yang perlu sama-sama kita mencari jalan untuk meletaknya pada satu kedudukan yang betul-betul dimertabatkan. Okey, pada masa ini dari segi pelaksanaan wakaf kita, Baitul Mal sebagai sebuah organisasi penganjur, iaitu kita mengutip zakat, kita mengutip sedekah juga, dan wakaf kita sebagai sumber dana kita. Dan kedua, kaedah pentadbiran kita seperti yang saya nyatakan tadi, still at a very infant stage, gazetted in the year 2008, masih muda lagi. Wakaf kita, administration of wakaf rule tu masih muda lagi. Dan yang saya nak tekankan di sini ialah untuk memudahkan pelaksanaan pengurus besar saya sendiri sebagai registrar of the Waqf, pendaftar kepada Waqf, supaya pelaksanaannya ia dapat digerakkan dengan lebih cepat. Dan kedua, yang seterusnya, yang keempat, kami selaku organisasi yang menganjur pasal Waqf ni, kami tidak mewarisi seperti yang saya nyatakan tadi, kami terpaksa mewujudkan Waqf itu. Dan yang kedua, kita mendaftar kerana ada peruntukan dalam Ordinan Majlis Islam Sarawak, mana-mana masjid atau surau atau tanah perkuburan ia hendaklah diletak hak atas nama Majlis Islam. So kita kena mendaftar. Ada juga tanah-tanah yang masih dalam kedudukan yang perlu diperhalusi, dimurnikan lagi statusnya. Dan seterusnya, apabila wakaf atau harta wakaf itu sudah boleh dikatakan lengkap sebagai mauquf tu, maka kami perlu mengurusnya supaya ianya dapat memberi manfaat selanjutnya kepada orang yang menggunanya. Okey, kelima. Inilah satu perkara yang kita nak tekankan, ialah kita perlu mencari jalan bagaimana menzahirkan wakaf produktif. So, apa yang kita lakukan di Sarawak, kita melaksanakan the development of kompleks Islam. Dari segi tanahnya dimiliki oleh Majlis Islam, tetapi asal tanah itu adalah wakaf irsod daripada kerajaan negeri. Jadi daripada tanah itu maka kita dirikan kompleks Islam supaya ia dapat menjana pendapatan atau hasil yang boleh kita gunakan untuk membiayai banyak perkara-perkara lain dalam program dan aktiviti kita. Okey, issues dan solusinya. Yang pertama, saya sudah menyatakan tadi bahawa masalah kepada bab wakaf ini, baik pada 10 tahun yang lalu, 15 tahun yang lalu atau 5 tahun yang lalu, masalahnya ialah the minimal level of public awareness, kesedaran masyarakat pada tahap minima. Saya berani menyatakan ini sebab kita berdepan dengan realiti ini. Kedua ialah we are facing a situation whereby wakaf itu sunat muakkad versus zakat is a compulsory. Orang lebih tertarik untuk membayar zakat sebab dia satu kewajipan. Tapi wakaf, sunat muakkad memang baik, dia punya pahala mengalir sampai bila-bila. Tetapi zakat adalah satu yang perlu ditunaikan. Jadi inilah satu perkara yang bagi kamilah satu isu praktikal yang akan dihadapi oleh sesiapa yang akan menjadi mutawali atau menjadi pengurus kepada penganjur wakaf dan sebagainya. So, bila kita melihat the practice of giving ini seperti infak, sedekah, wakaf, semua dah ada dinyatakan dalam Al-Quran. Cuma masalahnya ialah bagaimana orang kita nak memahami betul-betul perkara ini. So, inilah satu persoalan saya, ialah adakah kita lupa dalam bab peranan kita sebagai insan untuk menerobos sejauh mana pemahaman kita tentang zakat, infak, sedekah dan wakaf ini. Dan issues dan solution. Kita melihat kebanyakan wakaf yang ada pada masa ini, memang orang nak berwakaf. Kalau dilihat roh di sebalik ayat Al-Quran yang dibaca oleh profesor tadi, surah Ali Imran 92, ayat 92. Apa yang kita sayangi? Apa yang kita sayangi itulah produktif wakaf. Tapi dalam dunia nyata, produktif wakaf itu amat sukar kita nak dapat daripada hamba Allah yang nak berwakaf ini. Jadi sebab itulah pada hemat saya, kita yang telah menganjur pasal wakaf ni, we have to create the productive wakaf. Okey, bagaimana solusinya? Create the 3M community, iaitu mengenali dalam bab wakaf ini, memahami dan menjiwai. Apabila seorang sudah kenal, dia akan faham, dan bila dia faham, dia akan menjiwai, maka dialah mula berkorban. sanggup dia berkorban kerana dia tahu bahawa inilah satu nikmat yang Allah beri kepada kita, di mana melalui amalan wakaf ini ia mempunyai satu pahala yang perpetuity. Okey, yang keempat, developing the wakaf ecosystem, di mana kita perlu mencari jalan bagaimana wakif, mauquf dan mutawali ini betul-betul ada satu pertautan atau symbiotic relationship yang boleh memastikan wakaf aset yang dibentuk tadi dapat memberi manfaat dan pada masa sama dapat dikekalkan kegunaannya. Okay. Jadi dalam hal ini pada pandangan saya lah, the integrity as the trustee of those yang telah diamanahkan, dan kedua ialah aset itu yang produktif dan beneficial. Jadi inilah kita perlu bertanya kepada mutawali sama ada mereka bersedia tak. Memang semua orang nak menganjur pasal wakaf ni. Memang dah banyak kita dengar cerita. Apatah lagi dalam zaman social media dan sebagainya, hampir tiap Jumaat kita terima orang menghantar macam-macam pasal wakaf ni. Tapi realitinya, inilah realiti dia. Okey. The reality of wakaf awareness. Saya nak berbalik kepada Sarawak yang telah saya kongsikan tadi, di mana kita melihat kitaran produk wakaf masih pada peringkat infant stage. Namun kesedaran berwakaf mula berputik di Sarawak. Sebab dalam tahun 2008 kita digazetkan. Sebab kita tidak dapat nak buat pindaan kepada ordinan kerana komposisi dalam Dewan Undangan Negeri is quite sensitive. So we just use by using kaedah pentadbiran saja. Okey. Yang ini saya nak tunjukkan, total registered wakaf properties ni, wakaf properties yang dalam bentuk properties sama ada bangunan dan juga tanah, kita telah dapat mendaftarkan 463, dan dari situ kita melihat untuk tahun 2008 hingga 2019 kita hanya dapat 411. Masa COVID 2020 30 saja, dan sekarang sehingga Oktober 22. So in other words, average dia we just kira secara kasar 2.8 property per month or 2.5 property per month and 2.1 property per month. Inilah respon daripada masyarakat, respon daripada pihak-pihak tertentu tentang wakaf dalam bentuk properties ini. Okey, yang kedua ialah kita menganjur dari segi cash endowment ni, wang tunai yang diamalkan secara meluas di Malaysia, namun masih kurang sumbangan dalam kalangan masyarakat Islam di Sarawak. Saya nak kongsi juga realiti dia dari segi sambutan, iaitu untuk tahun 2008 hingga 2019 kita hanya mampu mengutip 9.8 juta. Tahun 2020 kita hanya dapat mengutip 798,000. 2021 dia naik sedikit. Antaranya ialah apabila berlaku COVID, apabila berlaku keadaan yang manusia sudah rasa perlu dia nak beramal dan sebagainya, maka mulalah bertambah sedikit. So total we managed to collect is only 11.58 million for the past I think about 13 years dan sebagainya. Okay. The reality of wakaf awareness yang seterusnya lagi ialah the third party endowment scheme. Kita menggunakan penganjuran oleh pihak luar, pihak ketiga. Yang penganjuran oleh pihak ketiga ini, mereka mempunyai semangat. Masya Allah, semangat mereka tinggi. Semangat mereka iaitu 72 skim telah dianjurkan. Daripada 2008, 2019 ada 58, 2020 ada 8, 2021 ada 6. Dia target 129 juta. Ini semangatnya 129 juta, tapi realiti dia hanya mampu collect 13.9 million. So it's only 11%. So inilah yang membuat kami perlu menilai dan berfikir bahawa Memang mudah menyebut pasal wakaf, tapi realiti dia bagaimana? Okey. Value added initiative yang saya nak kongsi di sini ialah inisiatif nilai tambah yang telah kita lakukan pada peringkat Negeri Sarawak, iaitu kita cuba untuk membuat model wakaf ini dengan melihat secara kitaran. Yang pertama, kita kena meningkatkan kefahaman pelanggan kita, or whoever lah, masyarakat Islam. Dan kedua, kita kena memudah carakan pengurusan, facilitate them, seterusnya mereka akan menyumbang. Then of course at the same time, kita perlu diversify and expansion of the ownership of that harta, how we administer it, the documentation, and we strengthen the utilization of the infrastructure supaya ia balik kepada orang yang mendapat manfaat daripadanya. Okey, saya masa dah sontok ni, saya terpaksa cepat sedikit. Okey. Developing the wakaf ecosystem, dia sebenarnya back to the 4 pillars of wakaf. Dia balik kepada 4 rukun wakaf itu. Mutawali, we need to indicate and identify a quality wakif. As a mutawali, you have to identify. If kita tak identify, kita dapat apa-apa sajalah yang orang bagi. Dan Waqf create 3M community, ask them to recognize atau mewujudkan community yang mengenali, memahami dan menjiwai. Dan Mauquf kita kena cuba untuk melahirkan yang produktif tu. Dan of course Mauquf alaihi, kita kena memastikan penyaluran manfaat yang optimum. So these are the basic principle yang kita lihat. Dan of course dalam kes kami di Sarawak, apa yang telah kita create, is the development of the 3 kompleks Islam. Sekarang we going to move to Seri Aman, ada satu lagi. Kalau kita lihat dari segi income generated, kita dapat untuk kucing saja setahun 12 juta. Untuk Sibu 4 juta. Untuk Miri 13 juta. Selain daripada itu, it create peluang pekerjaan kepada umat Islam yang lain yang berada di situ. So this is the thing that we have done by using the tanah, iaitu wakaf irsod atau tanah yang diberi oleh pihak pemerintah. Okay, these are the few example of our Islamic Information Center, our own building, creating, registering, managing wakaf. Okey, kita ada kompleks mahkamah syariah, kita ada beberapa bangunan lain, antaranya klinik wakaf An-Nur. Dan kita banyak orang bagi rumah banglo, orang bagi rumah yang pelbagai untuk digunakan untuk sekolah tahfiz dan sebagainya. Dan of course the latest one, this is more on the wakaf komersial yang kita lakukan. Dan selain daripada KFC di sana, Pizza Hut di sana, kita juga create the Ummah Distribution Center where during this COVID memang berperanan. Hampir 50% atau 60% orang bukan Islam memohon untuk mendapat bantuan-bantuan pengagihan semasa COVID ini. Kita biarkan sebab kita masyarakat majmuk, we have no tidak ada menjadi masalah, kita tolong, kita bantu dan sebagainya. These are all wakaf assets. Okay, moving forward. Moving forward di sini ialah mitigating uncertainties. Inilah yang agak berat bagi kita. Kita tidak tahu what's next will be happening dalam keadaan dunia sekarang. Iaitu yang pertama, apa yang perlu kita lakukan adalah we have to do the realignment. Our approach, we have to realign. We have to realign, iaitu educate and identify the waqif so that we can get the best waqif yang dapat membantu kita. Dan kedua, iaitu kita kena buat continuous improvement supaya kita memastikan aset wakaf itu sentiasa menempati keperluan ummah dan seterusnya, iaitu beyond. We have to think beyond, whereby as much as possible kita perlu mewujudkan aset wakaf yang produktif. Inilah cara kita nak mitigating uncertainties pada zaman ini memang shared responsibility, iaitu yang pertamanya ialah a responsibility of the Muslim community to inculcate wakaf practice. Semua kita harus melihat dari segi mengenalinya ada Islamic principle, legal provision, mutawali, dan juga untuk memahaminya dari segi proses pelaksanaan wakaf, keperluan wakaf itu diwujudkan, kenapa manfaat wakaf itu ditetapkan, dan seterusnya menjiwai mempunyai pemilikan hartanah wakaf yang produktif, potensi wakaf untuk membantu ummah, dan roh pensyariatan wakaf pegangan hidup umat Islam. So basically these are the approach since time is too short. Jadi saya terpaksa cakap secara sepintas lalu saja. So that's about all from me. Terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur, terima kasih kepada para panel, terima kasih kepada profesor, moderator dan siapalah para peserta yang telah mendapat manfaat daripada ini. Inilah yang terbaik yang dapat kami lakukan. Wallahu a'lam bishawab. Sekian, wabillahi taufik wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Abang Muhammad Sibli atas perbentangannya yang bersemangat. Saya sangat suka mendengar pembentangan beliau kerana pembentangan ini kemuncak menunjukkan pencapaian satu institusi wakaf di sebuah negeri yang hanya mempunyai 20% penduduk Islam. Jadi bayangkan kalau ini boleh diduplikasikan di seluruh negara. Negara ini ada lebih 70% penduduk Islam. InsyaAllah. Jadi kita telah mendengar 4 pembentangan. Bermula dengan pembentangan tentang isu dan cabaran wakaf tanah dan harta di Perak sebagai satu kes, dan kemudian menjurus kepada pembentangan tentang wakaf tanah perkuburan, masjid dan surau di Terengganu, satu yang juga mempunyai wawasan jangka panjang dengan tanah perkuburan bertingkat, dan kemudian pembentangan tentang Universiti Wakaf, menggariskan sejarahnya dan cabaran yang sedang dihadapi sekarang di praktis di Yala, dan kemudian pembentangan tentang pencapaian institusi wakaf di Sarawak, cabaran, potensi dan apa yang perlu dilakukan untuk maju ke hadapan. Sekarang kita akan mendengar soalan-soalan yang telah dikemukakan oleh peserta, dan kita akan cuba berbincang. Kita ada kira-kira mungkin sebab kita mula lambat tadi, kita bolehlah kata kalau ada setengah jam mungkin ya. Mana soalannya? Ni. Okey. So kita akan mula dengan pembentangan yang pertama. Tuan Syahrul Azam bin Syari. Ini soalan untuk Maidam. Dari manakah sumber keuangan untuk pengurusan tanah wakaf? Oh sorry, ini Terengganu. Ya, di Terengganu Maidam. Tuan Haji Muhammad Razi ya. Dari manakah sumber keuangan untuk pengurusan tanah wakaf perkuburan di Terengganu? Soalan pertama. Kedua, orang bukan Islam menjana duit dari lot-lot tanah perkuburan. Adakah potensi yang sama untuk tanah wakaf bagi pengurusan tanah perkuburan? Silakan. Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi.
Soalan yang kedua, Syahadan, yang pertama.
Soalan yang pertama tadi, di manakah sumber keuangan untuk pengurusan tanah wakaf perkuburan di Terengganu? Soalan yang kedua, kalau orang bukan Islam, dia boleh menjana duit kerana dia jual lot tanah perkuburan. Adakah potensi yang sama boleh digunakan untuk umat Islam?
Terima kasih kepada yang bertanya. Berkaitan dengan dari manakah sumber kewangan untuk pengurusan perkuburan wakaf di Terengganu. Kalau Kalau secara keseluruhannya perkuburan wakaf di Terengganu, kalau secara keseluruhan lah, dana ke sumber kewangan ini sama ada daripada kerajaan negeri yang diletakkan di bawah Jabatan Haiwan Agama Terengganu, ataupun kalau di Maidam sendiri kita ada peruntukan yang kita khususkan kepada pengurusan perkuburan. Cuma kita tidaklah kata satu sumber yang banyak, tetapi sebahagian keperluan bagi tanah-tanah kubur yang terutamanya kita bagi di bawah inilah yang wakaf, yang di bawah jagaan kita, memang adalah bantuan yang kita bagi, dan kebanyakannya daripada kerajaan negeri lah yang kita boleh. Itu yang pertama lah. Ataupun kalau berkaitan dengan perkuburan paya bunga ni, yang saya bentangkan tadi, memang sebagaimana saya sebut tadilah, sumber kewangan ini adalah daripada sumbangan-sumbangan dana wakaf tunai daripada individu-individu ataupun daripada GWC, anak-anak syarikat kerajaan negeri, daripada institusi-institusi kewangan, bank, dan juga daripada istibdal tanah perkuburan yang lain, dan sebagaimana saya telah cakap tadi, itu kalau untuk pembangunan paya bunga lah, perkuburan paya bunga. Berkaitan dengan soalan yang kedua, berkaitan dengan kalau bukan Islam memanglah dia menjualkan lot, tapi kita taklah jual lot. Walau bagaimanapun kos pengurusan ini akan dikenakan bagi mana-mana pihak yang akan mengemumikan jenazah di sini. Kita sekarang ni kita tengah siapkan satu garis panduan. Kalaulah contoh, kalau jenazah yang meninggal itu daripada awal apabila berlakunya kematian dan diserahkan kepada pihak pengurusan kita daripada awal, dengan mandinya, sembahyangnya, kafan dan sebagainya, keranda dan sebagainya, itu kita akan adalah kos-kos yang kita tetapkan. Pasal di Terengganu pun sekarang ni pun, kalau proses biasa pun, kalau menggunakan dipanggil secara package pun, dah pun ada kos-kos tersebut. Tapi kita taklah meletakkan kos tu tinggi, pasal kita berkonsepkan wakaf kan. Tapi kos pengurusan. Dan kalau lah misalnya kata contoh, dia datang tu selepas dah dimandi, di kafan, cuma nak kebumikan saja, ada kos yang kita akan kenakan, pasal kos macam saya sebut tadi lah, keranda batu nisan, kepungan dia dan sebagainya. Dan satu laginya, kita sebenarnya dalam pengurusan wakaf perkuburan paya bunga ni, kita bekerjasama dengan Bank Muamalat, yang mana kita dah bersetuju dengan Bank Muamalat, mana-mana pewakaf yang mewakafkan satu jumlah yang tertentu, dia akan mendapat satu khairat kematian yang disediakan oleh Bank Muamalat. Dan kalaulah ditakdirkan berlaku kematian kepada pewakaf ini, segala kos itu akan ditanggung atas khairat kematian yang telah disediakan itu. Itu kerjasama kita dengan Bank Muamalat lah. Itu untuk, dan kita tidak jual lah macam bukan Islam ataupun macam di Indonesia, macam artis yang meninggal di Indonesia melibatkan sampai belah-belah ribu, tidaklah, itu kita tak buat macam itulah. Dan satu laginya, hasil daripada kos yang kita kenakan ini, kita akan tetapkan 20% kita akan ambil untuk kembali kepada tabung dana pokok wakaf untuk dikembangkan lagi lah. Itu konsep yang kita dah bersetuju di peringkat Majlis Agama Terengganu. Maknanya dia akan ada hasil lah daripada kos pengurusan yang kita ambil. Itu sajalah. Terima kasih.
Ahli panel yang lain juga boleh dijemput untuk menyumbang idea berkait dengan isu ini. Kalau ada. Okey. Kalau tak ada, kita pergi kepada soalan yang kedua ini untuk Profesor Dr. Ismail Lutfi. Soalan pertama, adakah terdapat wakaf irsad di Thailand? Keduanya, ASEAN Mall didirikan atas nama wakaf. Adakah mall juga diisytiharkan sebagai bangunan wakaf? Ketiga, bagaimanakah pihak pentadbir agama Thailand menguruskan pelbagai pandangan merumuskan berbagai pandangan menguruskan berbagai pandangan mazhab tentang wakaf di Thailand. Sila yang berbahagia Profesor Ismail.
Alhamdulillah. Pertama kali kami bukan negara Islam, wakaf irsad adalah daripada pihak kerajaan Islam itu sendiri. Di Malaysia, Masya Allah, Sarawak dan sebagainya. Ya bagus. Jazakumullah anna kull khair. Yang kedua, masalah ASEAN Mall itu memang binaannya dan segala projeknya itu tidak dianggapkan wakaf, tetapi ia keuntungannya 10% dari keuntungan masuk wakaf, dan bangunan ASEAN Mall itu berada di atas tanah wakaf. Dia sewa tanah wakaf daripada Yayasan Madinatus Salam. Ya, dan 30 tahun selepas daripada dia menjalankan program ASEAN Mall itu, maka ASEAN Mall itu akan berpindah menjadi hak wakaf. InsyaAllah ta'ala. Jazakumullah khair. Kemudian masalah pengurusan berbagai-bagai mazhab itu, saya buka peluang untuk luas. Misalnya masalah at-ta'bid, masalah selama-lamanya harta wakaf itu. Jadi satu pandangan dari mazhab Syafi'i, disahkan wakaf secara mauquf muakkad. Begitu juga satu pandangan dari mazhab Hanabilah, dan pendapat muktamad dalam mazhab Maliki, dia itu boleh kita nak wakaf. Misal 5 tahun saya nak wakaf, hasil lain itu ambil, kemudian kepala modal saya nak minta pulang pada saya. Itu dalam mazhab satu wajah daripada mazhab Syafi'i kita. Itu saya buka luas bagi mereka yang mau begitu. Nah, kita boleh menerima apabila dia mau. Nah, apabila dia mau yang asal ta'bid, itu asal kami. Segala wakaf adalah ditakbidkan atau diperkekalkan selama-lamanya. Ya, tetapi bila mau untuk pendapat-pendapat yang dikira bukan asas dalam mazhab Syafi'i, maka kita terima juga. Atasnya kita nak melapangkan lapangan wakaf kepada siapa sahaja yang mau dalam apa-apa bentuk. Kerana ini merupakan lapangan luas, jangan kita cuba menyempitkan lapangan yang luas kepada umat Islam yang menurut kandak-kandak dia. Tetapi kita menggalakkan supaya dia wakaf takbid selama-lamanya. Ya, oleh itu maka begitulah jawapannya. Kita tidak cuba terlalu mentajmidkan, mengekalkan dalam skop yang sempit, tapi kita buka luaskan supaya peluang-peluang tadi dapat kita gunakan, asalkan mereka pilih yang itu untuk kandak-kandak mereka lebih baik daripada dia tidak wakaf langsung. Nah, wallahul muwaffiq wal hadi ila sawa'is sabil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia Profesor. Saya teringat dalam 10 tahun yang lepas di Lucerne di Switzerland ada satu kumpulan pejuang wakaf ni yang dia mengenal pasti sebuah bangunan departmental store yang terbiar kerana kegawatan ekonomi tahun 2009 dulu. Jadi dia sewa, dia lease untuk tempoh 5 atau 6 tahun. Kemudian dia jadikan itu sebagai apa yang dipanggil pasar Islam. Dan konsep pasar Islam tu dia terbuka, kosong, dia tak ada kompartmen. Dan orang boleh datang berniaga bila-bila masa, asalkan ada ruang. Dia kena bawa troli masing-masing. Dan tidak ada dikenakan apa-apa bayaran. Cuma pengurus wakaf akan reserve kaunter untuk menjual makanan dan minuman, dan itu untuk digunakan bagi kos pengurusan. Tapi selepas habis tempoh list, pasar Islam itu tidak diteruskan. Mungkin kerana tidak cukup pendapatan agaknya. Tapi boleh dicuba juga ni. Di tempat lain pula mungkin. Okey, sekarang saya nak pergi kepada satu pula. Saya pergi kepada Datuk yang berbahagia, Datuk Haji Sibli. Soalan pertama, kejayaan Sarawak sangat menarik. Apakah sambutan pihak korporat dalam mewujudkan wakaf di Sarawak? Silakan yang berbahagia, Datuk.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia Profesor Moderator. Kalau kita lihat sambutan daripada masyarakat, sebenarnya kita melihat pada perspektif individu yang kebanyakannya yang mampu untuk membayar, menunaikan amalan wakaf ini adalah mereka yang dalam perniagaan, bidang perniagaan dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau dari segi organisasi mereka tidaklah, tapi dia persendirian. Dan apa yang kita lihat memang pada mesej ini pendekatan kita adalah kita mempunyai data-data umat Islam yang dalam bidang korporat, dalam bidang pekerja dengan perkhidmatan awam dan sebagainya. Kita dapat melihat rekod itu dari segi trend pembayaran zakat mereka. Daripada trend pembayaran zakat itu kita lihat semakin hari semakin dia akan bertambah. Dia menambahkan bayarannya setiap tahun. Jadi di situlah sebagai satu potensi pewakif yang produktif yang kita maksudkan tadi. Kerana mereka mempunyai keupayaan untuk berwakaf. Maka di situlah kerja kami adalah berusaha untuk mentarbiah mereka. Dan ada juga yang dilakukan secara apa yang saya kata di sini ialah mereka mewarisi pemilikan daripada keluarga, dan juga adalah 2-3 orang tu pemilikan daripada syarikat yang dia tidak nak jalankan lagi. Jadi dalam kesemuanya kami berpendapat melalui data-data yang kami ada itulah cara kami untuk memastikan penambahan orang untuk membayar zakat, khususnya yang dalam bidang perniagaan dan sebagainya. Ini saja jawapan saya.
Terima kasih yang berbahagia, Datuk. Boleh rakan sekerja saya, Profesor Dr. Nur Asyah.
Soalan dia bukan daripada soalan saya, daripada peserta juga. Soalannya ialah adakah terdapat apa-apa pembangunan perumahan di atas tanah wakaf di Perak, Sarawak dan Terengganu, dan sekiranya ada, adakah digunakan konsep ijarah ataupun lease untuk pembangunan tanah tersebut, dan adakah juga diguna pakai konsep istibdal atau jual terus? Itu soalan dia. Terima kasih.
Mungkin yang berbahagia Tuan Sahrul daripada Perak.
Terima kasih kepada soalan tersebut, Prof Moderator. Konsep ijarah setakat ini belum dipakai secara rasmi di Perak. Ya, sewa beli. Namun begitu, tanah-tanah wakaf di Perak ada kita bangunkan untuk rumah kebajikan ataupun rumah asnaf. Tetapi bagi tujuan pembangunan untuk konsep kediaman kawasan perumahan belum dilaksanakan secara rasmi lagi. Cuma kita dalam perancangan dengan anak syarikat kerajaan negeri dan juga kerjasama dengan Uda Waqaf pihak persekutuan untuk melaksanakan projek seumpama ini yang telah dilaksanakan dengan jayanya di Pulau Pinang. InsyaAllah akan datang.
Izinkan saya
sila.
Untuk Sarawak, kita memang pada masa ini melihat pada potensi itu, kerana kita berusaha sebenarnya meminta daripada pihak kerajaan negeri lah beberapa bidang tanah yang strategik memang agak sukar pada masa ini. Cuma tanah-tanah yang boleh suburban yang boleh dibangunkan untuk projek perumahan seperti mana yang dinyatakan secara ijarah dan sebagainya lah. Jadi apa yang dapat kami lihat memang itulah dalam pipeline. Kita memang akan berusaha sedemikian kerana memang benarlah masyarakat Islam akan lebih tertarik, akan lebih buy-in kalau mereka dapat melihat manfaat penggunaan kepada wakaf itu jelas dan nampak. Dan apa yang kami buat sekarang lebih kepada mana-mana yang memiliki rumah, especially apartment dan sebagainya yang mereka tidak gunakan dan sebagainya, kita ada terima ada 4-5 buah macam tu dan kita usahakan untuk digunakan oleh mana-mana fakir yang bermasalah dan sebagainya, dan ada juga rumah macam tu kita gunakan untuk mengaji Quran, tempat mualaf untuk mempelajari tentang Islam dan sebagainya. So that at this point of time. Terima kasih.
Terengganu. Di Terengganu memang kita ada satu projek perumahan di atas tanah wakaf yang sekarang ini memang kita dah lantik pemaju untuk membangunkan tanah wakaf ni untuk dibuat rumah perumahan secara rumah teres. Dan konsepnya sama macam yang disebut oleh Cik Syahrul tadi lah, kita ikut macam apa yang dilaksanakan di Penang, Pulau Pinang. Dan penjualannya memang secara bukan jual ain tetapi secara pajakan manfaat sahaja bagi tempoh 99 tahun. Itu yang kita sedang laksanakan dan projek itu belum lagi bermula. Dan pemaju pun dah kita lantik, tapi sekarang dalam proses untuk memperkemaskan lagi perjanjian. Kita tak nak timbul masalah-masalah yang selepas itulah. Jadi sekarang ini masih lagi dalam itulah. Itu di Terengganu lah setakat ni. Dan sebagaimana yang disebut Syed Syahrul tadi, dan kita pun di Majlis Agama Islam Terengganu kita ada berbincang dengan Uda Waqaf, sebagaimana yang Uda Waqaf melaksanakan di Pulau Pinang dan juga di Kedah, dan kita ada buat perbincangan lah, dan kita akan teliti dan kita akan tengok bagi kita pastikan projek-projek perumahan atau tanah wakaf ni dapat juga dilaksanakan di Terengganu lah. Itu daripada Terengganu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Saya teringat di Selangor ada satu projek di Kajang di mana 30 hektar tanah. Dia tidak sebut sebagai wakaf tapi dia berikan kepada developer dan developer buat rumah untuk pekerja kilang. Banyak rumah, 300 lebih ke 500 macam tu, dan dia sewakan kepada pekerja kilang untuk dia pemilik rumah beri hak 30 tahun. Dan selama 30 tahun dia akan mengutip sewa. Selepas 30 tahun rumah tu akan dipulang balik kepada pemilik tanah. Dan kalau ada lebih keuntungan, tiap-tiap tahun dia juga akan bayar pulangan kepada pemilik rumah. Tetapi maknanya yang pentingnya selepas 30 tahun tanah tu balik kepada pemilik rumah tadi. Wallahu alam. Okey. Satu lagi soalan susulan ni katanya. Ini kepada Maidam. Apakah kalangan-kalangan utama dalam pembangunan tanah? Apakah halangan-halangan utama dalam pembangunan tanah untuk perumahan?
Setakat ni antara halangan-halangannya sebagaimana yang dijelaskan oleh Cik Syahrul dalam pembentangan tadi itu antaralah kebenaran untuk merancang dan sebagainya, itu antara halangan-halangan kita lah dalam untuk pembangunan tanah-tanah wakaf, lebih-lebih lagi untuk pembangunan perumahan ini. Dan satu laginya memang sebagaimana kita tahu bahawa majlis agama ini memang dia banyak tanah-tanah wakaf, cuma kita isu yang paling besar sekarang ini adalah dana lah. Dana untuk membangunkan tanah-tanah wakaf itu memang jadi isu, saya rasa semua majlis sama saya rasa. Dan apa yang di Terengganu sekarang ni, kalau kita lihat apabila kita melantik pemaju untuk membangunkan perumahan di atas tanah wakaf ni, ada perkara-perkara yang menjadi isunya adalah berkaitan dengan pendaftaran hak milik yang ditimbulkan oleh pemaju lah. Dan satu laginya, isu di Terengganu ni, pasal orang Terengganu ni, kalau di Terengganu, saya bercakap tentang Terengganu, orang Terengganu ni halangan kita nak dapatkan pembeli atau bukan pembeli yang pasal dia tak akan dapat ain rumah tu, dia akan dapat duduk sahaja dengan tempoh 99 tahun. Biasanya orang Terengganu ni memang apabila kita buat survey atau kajian, memang orang Terengganu tak berapa nak macam tu. Pasal Terengganu ni masih lagi banyak tanah-tanah yang lain yang boleh dibuat rumah, yang boleh jadi hak milik. Tapi walau bagaimanapun, perkara ni kita akan lihat balik dan kita cuba macam perumahan yang kita nak buat ni, kita target kitanya kepada mungkin kepada guru-guru kafa yang orang kata mungkin dia orang pendapatan nak kata asnah dia bekerja tapi masuk dalam kategori asnah. Mungkin kita akan bekerjasama dengan agensi-agensi ataupun institusi perbankan untuk kita jualkan ataupun beri milik jualkan tanah rumah ni kepada dia orang. Sebahagiannya zakat akan tanggung, sebahagiannya buat pinjaman bank. Itu yang kita tengah lihat sekarang, supaya rumah dia dapat diduduki dan dimiliki dah, dijual secara manfaat. Itu yang berlaku di Terengganu setakat ni. Itu saja setakat ni yang saya boleh maklum.
Prof, moderator, saya boleh tambah sikit dengan Tuan Haji yang telah terangkan tadi. Sebenarnya sekarang ni persepsi. Sebab selama ni masyarakat kita, especially sekarang ni, kalau pajakan, especially mana-mana pun sekarang pun, kalau kita beli rumah pun, kebanyakannya pajakan. Sebenarnya bukan kekal pun. So jadi bila tengok, especially kita nak betulkan persepsi, dan masyarakat dan juga developer, dia tengok ni tanah ni wakaf, dia mesti kekal dengan atas nama maib. Jadi orang nak beli, macam mana pula dia daftar atas nama maib? Sebenarnya konsep sama dengan pajakan yang rumah yang kita beli sekarang ni. Cuma kita ni dah biasa dengan, sebenarnya pajakan tapi nama kita dalam tu. Tapi tak, dia sebenarnya pajakan tu kepada kerajaan. Bila sampai tempoh masa tu, mungkin kerajaan nak renew ataupun panjang ataupun stop sampai situ. Kembali kepada kerajaan. Sama juga atas tanah wakaf. Memang wakaf atas nama maib. Katalah 60 tahun atau 90 tahun. So kalau kita nak boleh panjangkan, kita panjangkan pajakan. Kalau tidak, kita boleh tamat. Sama juga konsep dengan kerajaan. So itu yang kita kena buy in keyakinan daripada masyarakat dan juga pihak developer. Dan dah memang terbukti berjaya di Waqf Siti Aisyah di Penang. Dan insyaAllah negeri-negeri lain kita akan cuba buat 1-2 pioneer project lah. Di Perak, di Terengganu dan juga di negeri lain. Terima kasih.
Sila, Datuk Convener kita pun nak bertanya pula.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sahabat-sahabat saya muliakan, iaitu Profesor Ismail Lafi yang saya kenal lamalah dengan IDB, Tuan Syahrul Azam yang saya kenal di Perak, dan Tuan Haji Rozi di Terengganu, dan juga lagi muda Tuan Datuk Abu Haji Muhammad Sibli. Abang Muhammad Sibli. Saya nak ingin bawakan isu yang begitu kritikal dalam gagasan kita membangkitkan institusi wakaf sebagai satu institusi legacy peradaban dan adab dan tamadun Islam sendiri. Dalam sebagaimana Profesor Ismail sebutkan, dalam sejarah dunia Islam, wakaf membinakan peradaban. Tadi juga Datuk Abang betul menyebutkan bahawa institusi zakat telah menerima perhatian masyarakat yang begitu ketara, bukan hanya di dunia Nusantara, namun di seluruh dunia Islam. Saya telah membangkitkan isu ini kerana dari segi hakikatnya sejarah, zakat tidak membangunkan peradaban. Isunya zakat tidak menyebut membangun ni sebagai satu tugas wajib, dan juga diberikan tafsiran bahawa wakaf itu sunnah. Dalam pemikiran orang Islam, sunnah itu macam mana optional. Padahal Tuan Haji Ismail boleh katakan dalam Islam, gagasan Allah selalu surahan salat dan sedekah. Ini masalah bagaimana kita nak bersama mengembalikan kesedaran orang Islam kepada amanah kepada Allah. Kerana kita adalah hamba dan khalifah atas dunia. Dan generasi dahulu dia mengingatkan itu hubungan dia dengan Allah, mewajibkan harta-harta sebagai Allah punya wakil yang gunakan harta untuk mentadbirkan dunia dan langit. Ini satu gagasan yang susah kerana ini adalah dari segi pengaruh sejarah yang kita ketahui bahawa semua negara Islam yang ditakluki oleh kuasa-kuasa dahulu telah menebuskan atau menimbakan kemalangan kepada institusi wakaf sebagai satu strategi dalaman mereka yang tidak membangunkan wakaf sebagai satu institusi yang harus disedari oleh orang Islam. So soalan saya kepada tuan-tuan sekalian, bila kita menubuhkan Global Waqf Conference ini, satu ingatan kita ataupun amanah kita, bagaimana kita kembali ke balik agar tiap-tiap Muslim tahu amanahnya terhadap wakaf. Terima kasih. Soalan saya, bagaimana kita nak ada satu kesedaran besar-besaran dalam zaman digital. Terima kasih.
Ya, silakan siapa yang nak cuba
Profesor,
jawab. Ya,
Profesor,
Datuk.
ya. Benar yang dikatakan oleh Datuk Dr. Gas tadi. Memang satu isu yang kita hadapi sekarang, seperti mana yang dikatakan oleh Encik Syahrul tadi, perspektif yang kita pinjam, kita beli rumah atas nama sendiri dan menggunakan kaedah wakaf tu atas nama main. Begitu juga antara wakaf dan zakat ini. Saya melihat zakat itu macam profit and loss lah. Dan wakaf ini is the balance sheet dia. Which balance sheet itu akan kekal lah. Profit and loss dia for the year, for the period ended. Balance sheet asset. Jadi bermakna dia kumulatif dan sebagainya. Jadi dalam hal ini pada pandangan saya lah, satu gagasan yang perlu dilakukan ialah perlu ada satu keberanian dalam pihak peringkat mufti lah. Kalau boleh, mana-mana lebihan daripada wang zakat itu, wang zakat yang belum dapat dilaksanakan, it has to be channeled into as a wakaf fund. Sebab ia balik kepada yang dapat memerlukannya. So insya-Allah dia mesti ada, dia akan berkembang dan apa-apa tanah dan sebagainya dapat dibiayai melalui pengiktirafan dana zakat kepada dana wakaf tadi. Saya lihat inilah satu jalannya. Sebab dalam satu accounting period tu mesti ada lebihan. Katakan orang membayar pada 31 Disember 10 juta. Mana dapat kita agih dalam tahun tu? So itu memang ada yang menyatakan itu hak untuk tahun akan datang. Tetapi kita boleh anggap dia sebagai wakaf. Atau kita boleh pecahkan beberapa proportion daripada itu untuk wakaf, beberapa proportion untuk asnaf yang memerlukan pada tahun hadapan. Saya melihat ini caranya, tapi kena ada yang berani lah. Itu saja. Wallahualam bisawab.
Ada orang lain yang nak cuba ni? Ya, silakan Prof. Ismail Lutfi.
Alhamdulillah, pensyuaran yang cukup baik untuk kita cuba memperkasakan kedudukan wakaf dalam masyarakat Islam khususnya. Ya, sebab setakat ni saya rasa wakaf dia belum sampai kepada peranan yang sepenuh arti dalam masyarakat Islam kita. Yang apa yang dibuat oleh Sarawak itu nampak tinggi sekali. Nah, Masya Allah, Tabarakallah. Sebab wakaf ni harusnya ada produk. ada produktif, komersial, semuanya itu wakaf. Jadi orang kita banyak faham, sebab itulah mungkin ada rahsia yang menjadikan wakaf itu dikembalikan kepada Majlis Agama Islam. Bukan dikembalikan kepada Kementerian Tijarah dan sebagainya. Nah, sebabnya ini sebenarnya produk. Nah, wakaf, zakat sebenarnya harta manusia, harta asnaf. Wakaf harta Allah. Kalau dalam pandangan hak imam kita, Imam Syafi'i dan sebagainya. So, tentu amat berlainan di antara harta Allah yang diberkati dengan harta manusia yang kita harus gunakan. Sama ada fi sabilillah, sama ada gharimin, sama ada fuqara masakin. Jadi mereka berhak dah. Dan kita harus gunakan pada itu. Tidak boleh simpankan. Nah, kecuali kepada amilin dan sebagainya. Adapun harta wakaf itu, harta zakat bukan semua orang kan. Kecuali zakat fitrah. Adapun zakat, harta ini bukan semua orang yang ada mampu untuk keluar zakat. Jadi kalau zaman Rasulullah SAW, para sahabat yang ada kemampuan walau sedikit, mereka semuanya wakafkan harta mereka pada jalan Allah. Jadi kalau harta wakaf ini kita betul-betul adakan, baik itu saya showkan, kalau Malaysia boleh adakan Kementerian Awqaf, baguslah, supaya boleh promosikan betul-betul wakaf sampai pada tahap yang dibawa oleh sebenarnya tujuan dari wakaf itu sendiri. Kerana wakaf merupakan suatu pelaburan syariat Allah dan sunnah Rasulullah yang sangat mulia yang boleh datangkan berbagai-bagai keuntungan. Saya kalau boleh, kita sebagai badan-badan Islam cuba berikan semangat kepada sekurang-kurangnya satu keluarga satu wakaf. Bagaimana kita nak buat? Kalau boleh, korporat itu memang dia wakaf besar. Wakaf tidak mesti ada RM10, RM20. RM1 boleh wakaf. Tapi dia biar niat wakaf. Nah, niat wakaf kerana itu harta yang kekal. Tidak ada harta yang kekal bersama tuannya kecuali harta wakaf. Adapun sedekah lain, cek bank sudah habis. Harta wakaf dia terus bersama kita. Dalam kubur, dalam mana harta sedekah pun duduk dalam kubur juga. Tapi ini sangat jelas. Oleh sebabnya jariah kan, punya potensi yang cukup berat sekali, cukup penting sekali. Nah, sedekah yang lain tidak begitu jariah. Nah, walau zakat sendiri pun, oleh itu, kalau zakat itu wajib, ini merupakan satu sunnah yang sangat jelas diamalkan oleh Rasulullah SAW. Dia sendiri wakafkan 7 bidang kebun Rasulullah SAW. Nah, itu sebagai awal-awal yang wakaf atau yang sedekah jariah dalam masyarakat Islam. Maka ikhwan Islam sekalian, itulah pandangan saya. Cukup baik kalau kita cuba himpunkan saham-saham wakaf dalam menjayakan wakaf dalam bentuk yang sepenuh arti, dalam arti kata habsu al-asli wa tasbilu al-thimar. Allahul muwaffiq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Masya-Allah, alhamdulillah. Saya sebenarnya tertarik dengan Profesor Ismail Lutfi yang menonjolkan konsep sedekah jariah sebagai sedekah yang bergerak, dan yang bergerak itu merupakan satu yang kita perlu tekankan. Saya sebenarnya juga tertarik dengan perdebatan bibit-bibit perdebatan antara Tuan Sahrul Azam dengan Tuan Haji Rozi tentang konsep permilikan tanah dan rumah ni, tentang 99 tahun tadi maknanya. Adakah itu milik kekal ataupun itu sebenarnya bukan permilikan. Dan saya teringat maknanya kalau kita pergi ke Germany, di Germany lebih 85% penduduk di Germany tidak berminat untuk memiliki rumah. Dan semuanya menyewa rumah dari badan amanah, trust body. Semua kebanyakan rumah di sana dimiliki oleh trust body yang merupakan sebenarnya wakaf. Jadi apa yang berlaku ialah semua harta ini dimiliki oleh trust body. atau wakaf, dan kemudian semua penduduk menyewa. Dan sebenarnya kalau kita kaitkan dengan prinsip dalam Islam, kita semua ni di dunia hanyalah dalam satu perjalanan. Kenapa kita nak mengumpul dunia, mengumpul harta di dalam perjalanan kita? Nanti dia akan mengheret kita. Semakin susah kita nak pergi ke destinasi kita. Kalaulah kita berani, kita buat ni creative disruption dalam budaya hidup kita, kita bagi semua harta-harta kita kepada wakaf, dan kita akan dijamin untuk boleh duduk sampai kita matilah oleh institusi wakaf ini. Jadi semua orang di Malaysia akan ada hak untuk duduk kerana semua rumah dimiliki oleh institusi wakaf. Dan kalau itu boleh dijamin, mungkin kita tak perlu fikirkan nak kumpul harta untuk beli rumah. Kita fikirkan itu sudah merupakan pelaburan kita sebagai pelaburan abadi di alam akhirat. Wallahu alam. So saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada 4 orang pembentang yang sangat hebat dalam membentang hujah-hujah mereka. Yang berbahagia Profesor Ismail Lutfi Japakia, Rektor Universiti Patani Thailand. Yang berbahagia Tuan Syahrul Azam Syari, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Majlis Agama Islam dan Adat Melayu Perak. Yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Muhammad Rozi Bidin, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Majlis Agama Islam Terengganu. Dan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Abang Muhammad Sibli bin Haji Abang Muhammad Naili, yang merupakan pengurus besar tabung Baitul Mal Sarawak. Terima kasih di atas adia-adia tuan-tuan dan datuk. Sekian saja. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang ke Petani. Ziarah Asian Mall, insya-Allah taala. Terima kasih.
InsyaAllah.
Syukran.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the very insightful panel session just now. And I would like to thank Professor Emeritus Dr. Barjoya Bardai for being a moderator for this session. Alhamdulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first day of the Global Waqf Conference. We will commence again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. inshallah, and it is hoped to see all of you there. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam.
Thank you.